Hi, welcome to Novel to Listen. Relax and enjoy. Chapter 391 to 410. The commander of the bodyguards nodded his head and spoke to the men behind him. A few guys should set up an ambush in the nearby trees. The rest of you stay with me and help brother you set things up. The traps that Yu-Hai was setting up used rattan ropes to create a type of noose with a slipknot. If the Woku pirates stepped into the trap, as long as you used a little bit of force they would get pulled up into the air. At that time, the trapped pirates could be easily handled by them. Putting the traps together wasn't a complicated task. Yu-Hai took a few bodyguards and, before long, they were able to set around a dozen or so traps in the areas that the Woku pirates were most likely to traverse through. At this time, through the thickets of the trees, they could already see the cruel and aggressive pirates who were all gabbling in a foreign language. Commander Jung signaled Yu-Hai with his hands, telling him to retreat to a safer area. He regrouped his men and they all chose some nearby large trees to hide in and easily jumped up. The bodyguards not only had a long sword with them but they also carried a bow and quiver of arrows. Those who were hiding in the trees took out their bow and arrows. They prepared an arrow and aimed it towards the direction of the pirates. Within the thickets, they could hear the pirates approaching and it was obvious that these pirates had a lot of people. Before long, a short pirate could be seen by Yu-Hai and the others. He was dressed in unfamiliar attire and the top of his head had been shaved bald. The pirate had cruel and malicious-looking eyes. Yu-Hai, who had hidden in a dense shrub, intently watched where the pirate set his feet. His breathing slowed as he saw the Woku pirate step into one of the rope traps. He was in. That pirate's left foot had already stepped into the middle of the noose. Yu-Hai immediately made the decision to lightly pull at the trap mechanism in his hand. The noose tightened quickly around the pirate's ankle and the rope started to fly away using the elasticity of the tree branch above. The pirate only felt something clamp on his ankle before he shot up in the air towards the trees. The trapped Woku pirate howled in fear and another pirate, who had been behind him, was stunned for a moment before he turned around to holler something behind him. The other pirates started to pull out their long knives. Among them was a slightly taller man and the clothes he was wearing were also more complex and decorated compared to the other pirates. Nothing needed to be said as it was obvious that this man was the leader of all of these pirates. The head of the Woku pirates pointed at the strung-up pirate and jabbered a few sentences to his subordinates. It sounded like he wanted the others to bring the man down. After receiving his command, before they had the chance to move, an arrow whizzed through the air and squarely hit the trapped pirate in the throat. The trapped pirate immediately passed away and dangled like a dead dog in the trees. The expression on the head of the pirates immediately changed. He hastily ordered the other men to protect him. During the chaos, there were a few other pirates who stepped into the rope traps and were now hanging in the trees. Guard yourselves! Guard yourselves! Earlier, the head of the pirates didn't think it would take much effort to run over a small fishing village. He had boasted when talking to General Yamaguchi and claimed that he would be able to fully subjugate this tiny fishing village in half a day and then bring his men to meet up with the general at the harbor. He absolutely did not expect that this fishing village, which only had a dozen or so families in it, would find out early about their attack and pack up all of their valuables to flee into the nearby mountains. Although the villagers had left in a hurry and there was still quite a bit of stuff left back in the village, the head of this group of pirates was unsatisfied. When he was younger, he had also participated in a raid and had privately gotten a lot of good loot. There were over a dozen other commanders who came up with the general this time to attack. If he had the smallest haul out of all of them, wouldn't that mean he had lost credibility in the general's eyes? Fury roiled within the head of the Woku pirates when he saw the empty village. These poor fishermen weren't anything in his eyes. With the skills of his men, why wouldn't they be able to catch up with these fleeing peasants and grab all their belongings? Who knew that, as soon as they stepped into the mountain forest, they would encounter a hard rock? Apparently, these fishermen had some experienced hunters among them. It looked like he had underestimated these peasants too much. However, the head of this group of pirates didn't think that the villagers would be able to do much just by relying on a few hunters. Compared to his men, who were well trained and armored appropriately, those hunters were only seeking their own deaths. Bakairo, go look around. Those damned bastards must be in the vicinity. Don't leave a single one alive. Kill whoever you find. The head of this group of pirates revealed a cruel and vicious expression, and he waved the long knife in his hand as he snarled out his orders. At this moment, an arrow shot towards his direction. The head of the pirates revealed a frazzled expression, but his reaction speed was quite fast. He grabbed one of the subordinates next to him and threw the other man in front of him as his shield. Then, he ducked down and made sure to hide himself completely behind the hapless pirate. Warm liquid that smelled slightly fishy sprayed onto his face. The hapless pirate that had been dragged over twitched as he dropped down to the ground. The arrow that had almost hit him was pinned firmly in the other pirate's heart. Cold sweat spontaneously erupted onto his head, and he silently rejoiced that his reflexes were fast enough. Otherwise, the person lying dead on the ground wouldn't be his subordinate but him. A burst of violent anger bubbled in his heart. He needed to drag all of these stubborn fishermen out and dig out their hearts before stringing them in the open air to let them become human jerky. Find them now. Drag all of these great Ming pigs out for me now. The head of the pirates stomped on the ground in fury and sent down a direct order to his shivering subordinates while he hid himself behind his two bodyguards. Occasionally he would reveal his head here or there to observe the situation. The arrow that had almost taken out the leader of the group of pirates earlier was shot by the commander of the bodyguards, who was still hidden in the trees. Although he had never stepped onto the battlefield before, he understood the concept of eliminating the enemy commander first. He felt quite regretful that he wasn't able to kill the head of the pirates. Although he continued to look for a second opportunity to kill the pirate head, he discovered that the fellow was deathly afraid of being offed and was currently sticking very closely behind the other pirates. He could only start targeting the other pirates instead. The other nearby bodyguards of the Imperial Prince's estate also started shooting arrows after their captain sent out the first one. Although they weren't as skilled as their commander, they were still able to kill one pirate for every 3 arrows they shot. The Wokou pirates hadn't been able to even see who their enemy was before their ranks were drastically thinned. Retreat. There are too many enemies here, so first retreat. The head of this group of pirates was a cowardly fellow, so when he saw his men falling one after another, he lost his bravado. He had no idea how many enemies were waiting for them. From the look of things, this didn't look like the work of a few hunters and instead resembled the attacks of experienced soldiers. Was it possible that they had a spy in the ranks who tattled on them and gave the great Ming soldiers time to prepare? That wouldn't do. They couldn't just stay here like a bunch of sitting ducks. Otherwise, their losses would be too high. They needed to retreat to a safer place first and then decide what to do next. After getting this new order, the Wokou pirates all started to retreat in a panic. There were quite a few pirates who got shot by arrows in the back as they were leaving. It was quite a chaotic sight. At this time, Yu Hai had arrived on the side of the group of Wokou pirates. He had a pitchfork in his hands as a weapon. There was a pirate who was on his own, so Yu Hai forcefully threw the pitchfork towards the pirate. The pitchfork hit the pirate straight in the chest, and the man's screams resounded in the forest and drew the attention of the other pirates. However, the vegetation was too thick in this area, so they couldn't see anything despite their efforts to try. Furthermore, they were too scared to investigate themselves. Yu Hai used this opportunity to go up and retrieve the pitchfork. Then he made a few turns in the lush vegetation that was tall enough to hide a man and disappeared into the forest again. By the time the nearby pirates got the courage to investigate, all they saw was the dead pirate on the ground. Using this advantage, Yu Hai found another area to ambush more pirates. In this way, before long, he managed to kill an additional 7 to 8 Wokou pirates. Although this was the first time he had killed humans, the enemies he killed were vicious and cruel pirates and were not much different, in his mind, than savage beasts. Yu Hai had already prepared himself inwardly for this, so he wasn't the least bit merciful when he attacked them. He knew that if any of the villagers from Dongshan village fell into their hands, none of them would have a good outcome. After killing those 7 to 8 pirates, Yu Hai returned back to the area where the Imperial Prince's bodyguards had set up their initial ambush. Commander Zheng had already jumped down from his tree, so Yu Hai asked him, "Are we going to chase them further?" The commander of the bodyguards made a few hand signals to his subordinate and all of them jumped down from the trees they were hiding in. He shook his head at Yu Hai and stated, "The Wokou pirates are retreating because they don't know how many men we have here. Because we struck first, they don't dare to just push forward. Although we killed quite a decent amount of pirates, they still have the advantage in raw numbers. Once they get their bearings and come back to find us, it will be just us few against their large group. We're not going to be able to fight against 100 or so Woku pirates to a standstill. Our primary objective isn't to kill all of these pirates but to give the princess consort and the villagers enough time so they can get to the hiding place. Then, what should we do now? Yu Hai felt like everything that Commander Zheng said made perfect sense. Those Woku pirates looked like they had undergone training. The only reason why he was able to kill a few of them was because they weren't prepared and panicking when he attacked them on the sly. If he truly confronted them, he wouldn't be a match for any of them. The commander was silent for a bit before he finally said, "In a moment, when the pirates come back, we should separate and draw the enemy apart. Using our advantage in the knowledge of the terrain, we need to find the right time to strike." He had a very good idea of the capabilities of the men under his command. Each one of them would be able to fight 3 to 5 Woku pirates without any problems. He was most worried about Yu Hai, who hadn't gone through deliberate training and had no martial arts skills. He had already promised the Yu family that he would protect Yu Hai and wouldn't let him face the dangerous situation on his own. "Brother Yu, in a moment, you should go with me." Commander Zheng still thought that having Yu Hai next to him was the safest place to be. Yu Hai shook his head in refusal. "Don't worry, in these woods, I have the ability to protect myself with no problems. If I encounter any pirates that I can't fight against, I should have no problem escaping with my life. Commander Zheng, you should do what you need to do and not worry about me." The head of the group of pirates was currently discussing the situation with one of his assistants. Both of them were certain that their enemy didn't have a lot of people and that they had used up most of their arrows on the last flurry of attacks. Thus, they shouldn't have enough to whittle their numbers again. Consequently, the head of the pirates decided to reform the ranks and send them back into the forest. This time, they were a lot more cautious and had split up into small groups of 3 to 5 men each. Furthermore, none of the groups stayed very far from each other. If danger approached, they could easily help one another. The Woku pirates crept forward and carefully looked around them as they approached the last battlefield. They didn't encounter any enemy attacks the whole way there and, before long, they were back at the area where they last fought. Other than the dead corpses on the ground and a mess of arrows, nothing else was left behind. The few pirates that had been trapped in the trees had long become the dead. Every dead hanging pirate had his throat cut open by someone using a knife. Their blood had subsequently flowed onto the ground below. Bakairo, the head of the pirates, was extremely angry and he slashed his knife down heavily at a tree that was about as thick as the width of a bowl in order to vent his fury. That tree snapped in two. It looked like the quality of the Woku's knives and swords were pretty good. At the front, there was a short pirate who had a head shaped like a pig and tiny beady rat eyes paired with a wretched-looking mouth. His eyes flickered and he bowed toward the group leader, Lord Watanabe. "It looks like these great Ming pigs are very familiar with this mountain terrain and have the advantage. We are good at fighting battles at sea and open land, and fighting in the forest is not our strength. The forest here is thick and deep and there are too many places to hide. I don't think our enemy is merely a bunch of weak and useless peasants. If we confront them, I'm afraid we won't get much out of it. How about we first retreat and then decide later on?" Smack. Before he finished talking, a heavy slap hit his face. Watanabe Hiroshi hadn't vented all of his suppressed anger. He glared at the other pirate with cruel eyes and howled, "You bastard! Are you saying that our fellow brothers just died for no reason? We haven't even seen the shadows of our enemies and more than 30 people have died. If the other groups find out, will I have any face left? Not okay. I need to catch these bastards, rip open their bowels and tear out their hearts in order to vent my fury. Chase after them. Not a single one is allowed to escape. Slaughter them all." The Woku pirates held tightly onto their knives and swords and crept forward nervously as they looked all around them. At a crawling speed, they slowly advanced through the forest. The trees in the area covered the sky with their canopy and the area seemed very gloomy and dark. Occasionally, a ray of sunlight would come through, casting varied shadows on the ground. This time, the Woku pirates were more scattered as they advanced. They had been divided into small groups that went forward slowly. Each group was only around 5 to 6 meters away from the next, so that if any group got attacked, the other ones could easily reinforce them. The commander of the bodyguards was currently hidden on a tree that had a trunk that was as thick as 3 men. The tree's numerous leaves sheltered him completely and kept him concealed perfectly as he waited in ambush. Beneath the tree was a small trail that a group of Woku pirates was walking on. The team leader of the group raised his head several times in worry to look at the trees but didn't ever spot him. When the group of pirates finally passed by the tree, the commander silently slid down a rattan from the tree and crept behind the last pirate in the group. He used his left hand to cover the pirate's mouth and right hand to use a short dagger to slit the man's throat. That Woku pirate opened his eyes wide and his body twitched as he silently died. Commander Jung dragged the pirate's corpse into a bunch of shrubbery that was about half as tall as a man, and the thick vegetation easily hid the dead person. The pirates in the front still hadn't realized that they had already lost one of their members and continued carefully on through the forest with their backs bent over. The commander continued on with his sneak attacks and managed to kill an additional 2 pirates. At this time, the captain of the small group suddenly turned back to look and discovered that his group had decreased by half. Surprised, he was about to open his mouth to holler. Before he could scream, Commander Jung stuck his dagger into his boot and unsheathed his sword to immediately attack the pirate. The captain of the group didn't have the time to call out a warning now and instead had all of his attention on using his sword to guard. The commander of the bodyguards was highly skilled and an excellent swordsman. His sword whirled in feints and attacks as he confronted the pirate. The pirate was flustered by the rain of attacks and hastily fought back. If he didn't have the 2 other members of the group helping him, he likely wouldn't have been able to counter even one of Commander Jung's attacks. The sounds of fighting drew the attention of 2 other nearby groups, but Commander Jung was lightning fast. After striking first like a whirlwind, before long, the 3 pirates had soon become 3 dead corpses. By the time the other 2 groups came over, the commander of the bodyguards had long scrambled up a nearby tall tree. After jumping and traveling a bit, he had disappeared into the thick forest and only left the 2 pirate groups to confront the gruesome sight of their dead comrades. Similar situations were popping up throughout other parts of the forest. However, the other bodyguards could not compare to the skill of the commander, so they all quit their attacks while they were ahead. All of them conducted ambush attacks from the back. When they were discovered by the pirates, they immediately fled into the woods to throw off their pursuers. Once free, they approached other Woku pirate groups and resumed their sneak attacks. Yu Hai was using himself as bait and started off at a group of pirates that was on the very outskirts of the large group. He first created some noise to attract their attention and then led them to some nearby traps. Although the villagers of Dongshan village weren't very good at hunting, there were a lot of small game to be had on the outskirts of the mountain and in the outer forest. All of the villagers, when they had time between farming, knew how to dig some traps to catch animals. Occasionally, they were able to catch a couple animals to add to their dinner tables. When the villagers made their traps, they would always leave a secret sign next to them to prevent their fellow villagers from falling into their traps. However, the Woku pirates obviously didn't know what those markings looked like. Yu Hai quickly ran around the trap and then stood next to the trap to provoke the chasing group of pirates. When the Woku pirates noticed that he didn't look like a skilled martial artist and instead was dressed in clothes of an ordinary villager, they relaxed. His obvious actions provoked them and the captain of the small group yelled a command and then ran straight for Yu Hai. The other pirates weren't willing to seem cowardly and also followed their captain from behind. The result was pure tragedy. The captain of the small group felt the ground beneath his feet move and then he fell into a very deep pit and was skewered in the leg by a sharpened bamboo stake. He let out a piercing scream. Furthermore, 2 of the other pirates who came with him weren't able to stop themselves in time and also fell into the pit trap. They weren't as fortunate as the captain. One had been stabbed through his bowels and blood quickly seeped into his clothing. The other pirate had been skewered through his neck and, within moments, stopped breathing. The remaining 2 pirates in the group stood at the side of the pit, stunned by the recent events. Yu Hai, who was standing on the other side of the pit, took advantage of their hesitation and thrust the pitchfork in his hands into the chest of the captain, who had a surprised look on his face. The originally injured captain had also lost his life in seconds. Yu Hai's face was cold as he stared at the remaining two Woku pirates. His calm expression did not betray the fact that his heart was actually beating very fast in his chest. He was wondering whether these two pirates would chase after him. If they did, he absolutely could not confront them head-on, and he was currently considering the best way to escape. Who would have thought that these two pirates had lost all of their courage? They threw down the knives in their hands and sped back away to flee, as if Yu Hai would kill them immediately if he caught up with them. At this time, the commander of the Woku pirates was incredibly irate and furious. In about an hour's time, he had lost an additional third of the men under his command. If he added on the previous losses, over half of his men had already been killed with this excursion. The sticking point was that he still hadn't seen what their enemy looked like. The aide next to Watanabe Hiroshi opened his mouth again. "Lord Watanabe, we can't continue on like this. We should retreat from this mountain forest and then decide what to do next. These villagers all left in a hurry, so they absolutely do not have enough food on hand. In less than 3 days, they'll need to come out to find food to eat. At that time, we can strike when it's advantageous for us and capture all of them." Watanabe Hiroshi had a frosty look on his face, and he was obviously not happy about this idea. The aide's eyes flickered a bit and he continued, "Lord Watanabe, this aide had already researched this area. This village is called Dongshan Village. Although it's not very large, it's very wealthy and prosperous. When we first arrived, I noticed that these villagers didn't bring a lot of things along with them, especially the very heavy grains. What was our purpose in coming? It was to get loot and grain. Let's first return back to the village and round up everything that is worth money and all of the grain to take back to the ships. At that time, when we have the most loot in our holds, won't you still be looked upon highly by the other groups here?" After Watanabe Hiroshi heard his aide's thoughts, he decided that it was probably for the best. He coldly huffed and said, "Let's watch and see how long these great Ming pigs can last. Let's go. Retreat." "Hi. Lord Watanabe is wise. I heard that there are quite a few ferocious beasts in these mountains. If these villagers don't die of starvation, they will probably end up dying under the jaws of some savage beasts." The aide flatteringly smiled at the commander of this group of pirates. Commander Zheng had been secretly following this entire group of pirates from behind. When he saw them leave the woods and start setting up camp outside of the village as if they were going to stay there for a long time, he couldn't understand their reasoning. He frowned a bit and wondered, are these Woku pirates too secure in their own superiority now? Are they not afraid that the authorities and army will come over and capture them all at once? However, he couldn't know that the authorities and soldiers were currently under the command of Commander Sun and Fang Zizhen and were being used to encounter the attacks of thousands of Woku pirates. General Yamaguchi was very perplexed by this turn of events. He had originally thought that this mission was top secret and he'd be able to strike suddenly and obtain a certain victory. How did the Great Ming authorities react so quickly and defend at such a good timing for them? Was there someone in his ranks who had let out this secret and allowed other people to warn the docks in time? In actuality, once Yu Hang got the news, he rode the little gray donkey at a speed that rivaled the Fergana horses to the docks. At this top speed, he was able to get to the docks before the ships of the Woku pirates arrived. Currently, the construction on the Tanggu docks had almost been finished. The almost completed harbor had wide streets paved in basalt, and there were neat little rows of 2-story shops on either side of the streets that all had white walls and tiled roofs. These shops all looked very tidy and sturdy. There were some shrewd merchants in the area who saw an opportunity and decided to buy some of the shops that had good locations. They were currently in the midst of nervously decorating them for their opening. Among these merchants included the Zhou family, who had already bought 5 to 6 shops. The plan was to renovate all of these into one large building so they could build a branch of Junsho restaurant right at the harbor. Originally, the Yu family had been planning on using their connections with the Zhou family to buy some shops at the harbor. Later on, once they had a godparent relationship with Fang Zizhen, who was in charge of constructing the docks into Tanggu Harbor, the county magistrate naturally allowed them first pick of the shops in the harbor for the sake of creating a good relationship with Fang Zizhen. Fang Zizhen took over the decision-making and bought 10 shops that were directly across from the Junsho restaurant the Zhou family wanted to open for his goddaughter. The deeds were all written up and ready. A few of these shops had already been rented out to other people, and those people were currently renovating the insides. The management of the harbor estimated that the harbor would be ready to open in about 3 months. Naturally, these people didn't want to waste any time on the opening of their stores. There were still a few minor matters at the docks that needed to be wrapped up. When Yu Hang got to the harbor, he very quickly found Fang Zizhen, who was currently inspecting a construction area. He didn't take the time to catch his breath before he ran up and yelled, "General Fang, Woku pirates are coming to attack, please prepare immediately." Fang Zizhen noticed that Yu Hang's face was stark white and full of worry. He seriously said, "Don't be in a hurry and carefully explain. What do you mean by Woku pirates? Where did you get this news from?" Yu Hang shook his head and explained, "I can't slow down. If I'm any slower, the Woku pirates will start to land and attack. My younger sister went into the ocean to swim today and was taken by the little dolphin further out. She discovered a giant fleet of ships, and all of the people on these ships wore different clothing than we do and also don't speak the same language as us. When she got closer, she discovered that the direction they were headed in was towards Tangu town and the surrounding areas. Younger sister had heard the older folks in our village mention what Woku pirates in the past had done. They are vicious and cruel, so she hurried back to inform everyone. General Fang, time is of the essence, please send people to Dongshan village to help. My family's younger sisters as well as parents and relatives are all waiting for you to rescue them." When he heard that his goddaughter had seen it with her own eyes, as well as Yu Hang's description of the Woku pirates, Fang Zizhen was completely convinced. Xiao Sao had a little dolphin friend in the sea. Every year, at the end of spring and beginning of summer, she would play with it in the sea and collect many treasures. Fang Zizhen had been able to eat a lot of valuable seafood. The filial Xiao Sao would also tell him to bring some back to the capital for her godmother. Every time he went back to the capital, his wife would always complain about him not bringing their daughter back. She grumbled for a long time as if he was a fake godfather who didn't dote on their goddaughter. He also wanted to bring Xiao Sao back, but his daughter was seriously too capable. Not only did her family open a pharmaceutical workshop, raise hundreds of pigs, cultivate on hundreds of mu of farmland, but they also opened a shop in the prefectural city. The business was doing so well that even he was envious of them. For a period of time, Xiao Sao had been very busy and barely even returned to Dongshan village. If it wasn't for Royal Prince Yang, who sent several helpers over, he was worried that his daughter wouldn't be able to bear the exhaustion. Where would she find the time to go to the capital with him? Fang Zizhen lightly sighed and asked Yu Hang a few questions. Knowing that the villagers of Dongshan village should probably have arrived at the cave by now, he felt slightly less worried. He had once followed his goddaughter to her secret base because he was worried. The entrance was narrow and covered with vines, so even young hunters wouldn't be able to find it without someone leading them. The cave inside was very big, and there were many different-sized caves connected within. It was definitely capable of accommodating 300 to 500 people. The valley had a pleasant climate and was filled with flowers. There were many tasty fruits and a small stream flowing through the valley. It was a very suitable place for refugees to live. Did you say that the Woku pirates' fleet is extremely large, and that many seem to be coming towards the harbor? Fang Zizhen asked for the details, and Yu Hang nodded repeatedly in response. Fang Zizhen swiftly took his 2 right-hand men, Li Li and Wu Yun, to the tallest lighthouse on the port. He used the monocular that Xiao Sao gave him and looked towards the sea. Sure enough, in the place where the sea met the sky, there was an unfamiliar fleet approaching at full sail. Li Li, quickly go to town and notify County Magistrate Zhao. Tell him to send some backup. Wu Yun, go to the garrison and notify Commander Sun. Yu Hang, the Woku will land soon, so it's not safe for you to be here. Isn't your younger brother studying in town? The news might cause chaos in town, so go there and accompany little Shido. It's not safe for little Shido since he's so young. Fang Zizhen knew that Yu Hang was deeply worried in his heart, but if he went back to Dongshan village now, he would likely encounter those murderous Woku pirates. Although this lad had learned some martial arts with him for a few days, he was still pretty young after all. He might be able to win in a 1-to-1 fight with a Woku, but the other party obviously had the advantage of outnumbering them. So failure was inevitable. If Yu Hang got injured or killed, his daughter would definitely hate him to death. Yu Hang had originally planned on returning to Dongshan village and staying with his parents and sisters after informing General Fang. However, when he heard General Fang's words, he began to worry about his younger brother in town. As General Fang had just analyzed, if the villagers of Dongshan village had been brought into the cave in time, then it wouldn't be that easy for the Woku pirates to succeed. Moreover, the imperial bodyguards of the Prince Jing's household could put up a fight at the critical moment. His youngest brother was only 9, so he could easily become their target. Yu Hang gritted his teeth and made a decision. He would first go to town with Li Li. Li Li was somewhat worried as he glanced at Little Gray, who was beside Yu Hang. He took the general's order to rush to town, but would bringing Yu Hai along delay the process. Yu Hang fed Little Gray some mystic stone water from the water bag. After drinking mystic stone water for several years, Yu Hang felt that the water in his family's well was different from the water in the stream outside. Especially when he was tired, if he drank a cup of the water, his exhaustion would instantly disappear. Other people didn't know the reason, but he knew very clearly. He had once seen his youngest sister stretching her hands into the well, as if she was doing a sacred ritual. After his youngest sister left, he fetched a bucket of water and compared it with the water in the vat in the morning. The well water in the bucket was even more sweet, and his whole body felt very comfortable after drinking it. He recalled how the whole family's health started to improve after his youngest sister recovered from nearly dying. Even his weak and sickly mother was becoming healthier day by day without the help of medicine. In the past 2 years, even during the snowstorm, no one in the family had gotten sick. If he had guessed correctly, then this must be closely related to his youngest sister. Also, they were all growing early maturing vegetables, but other families couldn't grow them as well and as fast as his family. This was probably because his family used the water in the well in their backyard. In addition, the first year that they grew watermelons, the water that they used to irrigate the crops was either touched by Xiao Sao, or she told them to use the water from their family's well. It wasn't until they hired someone to dig out a well near the melon fields that they stopped doing the troublesome task of transporting water from home to the fields. There was no comparison in the past, so they didn't know. However, someone in the neighboring village also planted watermelons this year. No matter if it was the size or sweetness, their watermelons could not compete with his family's. Moreover, his family's watermelon ripened almost a month earlier than the other family. His family thought that it was because they were different varieties of watermelons, but in his opinion, it was definitely due to the well water. Even the grass around the well grew stronger than other places. The little roe deer especially liked eating the weeds beside the well. It would also lick clean the water spilled when they fetched water from the well. It would have a pleasurable expression on its face like it had just eaten some delicious delicacies. The animals raised at home were becoming more and more aware, and this must be closely related to the well water at home. Could it be that his youngest sister was really helped by the gods? They had gifted her with some divine water that could not only improve the health of the family, but also enhance the growth of crops. It was no wonder that youngest sister wasn't afraid of others learning the formulas at her pharmaceutical workshop. Without their family's well water, no one would be able to make the same pills and liquid medicine with the curative effects. Various thoughts surged through Yu Hang's mind. He was full of confidence and expectation for his youngest sister. He always felt that, with his youngest sister around, his family and the fellow villagers of Dongshan village would definitely be fine. After he fed Little Gray, Yu Hang gently combed Little Gray's smooth hair. He could feel that it was no longer tired, and it was full of energy. He mounted the donkey, and when he raised his head, he saw Li Li's worried gaze. He was confused for a moment, but he immediately understood what the other party was concerned about. He glared back disgruntledly, and then gently tightened his legs. Little Gray understood him, and without the need to rush it, it galloped on the smooth, flat official road towards the direction of town. By the time Li Li reacted, they had already run far away. He couldn't help but wonder, with this speed, it looks faster than the fine breed horse that I'm riding. It's indeed a good donkey, and even the general has praised it several times. It seems like that kid Yu Hang is displeased because I underestimated them. He prompted the steed he rode on and chased after Yu Hang. He originally thought that the little donkey may have speed but not endurance, but he hadn't expected that he couldn't catch up to them the whole way to town. He was worried that they would hold him back earlier, but it turned out that he was the one who lagged behind. Jinwei Prefectural City's garrison wasn't too far from the harbor. Less than an hour after Wu Yun's departure, Commander Sun had mobilized the soldiers of the garrison to be stationed near the port in an orderly manner. Fang Zizhen was very worried about his daughter's safety, but he had to commit to his duty as a soldier. The emperor had sent him to the harbor, so he must ensure the safety around this area. Fang Zizhen personally went to the port and got in contact with Brother Six's management office. He learned that there weren't too many ships entering the port today, but there were still 3 fleets, which were about 20 ships. Each ship was full of popular goods from the south. If the Woku pirates took them, then they would lose up to 10,000 taels. No, he absolutely couldn't benefit those B*****stards. Fang Zizhen told Brother Six to mobilize everyone that he could use to work overtime to transport the goods, striving to transport all the goods to the harbor's warehouse before the Woku landed. He, on the other hand, met up with Commander Sun. Jinwei Prefectural City was close to the sea, so the garrison had dozens of warships and a group of trained Navy soldiers. Commander Sun mobilized the soldiers and led the fleet of warships, ready for battle. He was waiting for the Woku pirates to get closer to the nearby waters in order to ambush them. All of the Great Ming Empire's warships were modified by the current emperor when he was younger. Each ship was equipped with a stone catapult and a rocket. The stone catapult didn't throw ordinary stones, but instead it was something similar to a large firecracker. When ignited, it would launch towards the opposing ship with the force of the catapult. With its explosive force, it could severely damage the other party's horses, people, and even ships. Inflammables were tied onto the rockets. Presently, the ships were all built with wood, so once launched, the other party's ship would burn in flames. Without their ships, the enemies were just like cats without claws. They wouldn't be able to do anything. Jinwei Prefectural City was located relatively close to the Woku's country. During the previous dynasty, they were occasionally attacked by the Woku pirates and suffered heavy losses. Hence, the first batch of improved warships were tested and put into use in Jinwei City. Commander Sun had seen the power of the weapons on the ships with his own eyes, so he felt increasingly confident within his heart and he acted in an even more steady manner. After Fang Zizhen passed the message to Commander Sun, he led a group of about 40 to 50 people, which included the guards of the general's estate and bailiffs stationed at the port. They lay in ambush nearby, waiting for the Woku pirates to walk right into the trap. Behind them, all of the workers employed by the port management office worked hard to transport all the goods. With the big boss, Brother Six, personally directing the workers, the goods transportation work was carried out in an orderly manner. Many of the dock workers were curious about the reason why General Fang and his soldiers were lying in ambush at the docks, but no one dared to ask. Their boss was watching them right now, so who dared to slack off? Did they still want their jobs? The management office had expanded to have 50 regular employees, and their temporary staff far exceeded 100. The regular employees got 2 days off each month, and received a monthly wage ranging between 800 copper coins to 1 tael. Temporary workers were paid for each job, but they might not be able to get work every day. There were many people vying for a position in the management office. If they didn't work hard, there would be many people waiting to replace them. The temporary employees worked hard to perform well in front of the supervisors and strived for a chance to turn into a regular employee next time there was a chance. As a result, even though there was a group of soldiers ready for combat at the port, the dock workers continued to work as if they didn't see them. When the Woku's fleet got close to the Tengu docks, a fleet of well-equipped warships stopped and surrounded them. Before General Yamaguchi could react, they were stunned by a series of frenzied explosions. In this era, explosives weren't widely used in the military. This large firecracker, which was similar to a small rocket, had caught the Woku off guard. However, the Woku's fleet had the advantage in terms of numbers. After General Yamaguchi returned to his senses, he led his group to break out of the encirclement. He was really able to open a gap and forcibly broke through with half of the ships. The other half of the fleet were destroyed by the gunfire of the Great Ming Empire's warships. Many of the Woku pirates fell into the water. Like rats that fell into a pot of boiling water, they tried to flee in panic but had no way out. Under the command of General Yamaguchi, the other group of Woku landed not far from the port. Seeing the dozen or so ships docked at the port and numerous packages of goods unloaded from the ships, General Yamaguchi didn't allow his men to rest and rushed towards the port with over 1,000 Woku pirates. Commander Sun's second in command, with a group of soldiers, lay in ambush near the port. When the Woku got closer to the port, they attacked them on both sides with General Fang's team. The dockworkers panicked at the sight of the invading enemies. Fortunately, Brother Six was relatively calm. With his trusted subordinates, they swiftly calmed the dockworkers. However, there were still some workers who were afraid of death. They looked ghastly pale and blamed their parents for not giving them a couple more legs. Before Brother Six and the others had come up to them, they had already run away, feeling extremely terrified. Brother Six had naturally taken notes of these people in his heart. Among them, there were quite a few regular employees of the management office. He would no longer use these people who could only enjoy happiness but not share hardships with the people around them. The dockworkers were used to hard labor, so they all had a lot of strength. Brother Six called on them to pick up weapons and protect their homeland. Over the past few years, the 18-year-old Yu Haitzi had grown up to 1.75 meter in height. His skin was tanned, and his fat body had long transformed into a body full of muscles. Thus, he did look somewhat intimidating by just standing there. This kid was like a completely different person compared with his younger self. He was willing to work hard and was good at currying favors with others. He had been promoted to the position of a small team leader by Brother Six, and earned a monthly wage of 1 tael. When the Woku landed, for a moment, he also wanted to escape with those workers. However, Brother Six was watching them not too far away. After following Brother Six for the past few years, Yu Haitzi had gradually turned into a regular employee from a temporary worker, and with his own efforts, he was also promoted to a small team leader. If he ran away, wouldn't it be a waste of all his previous efforts? Arg, I'm going all in. Aren't there a lot of soldiers at the port? Although we're outnumbered by the Woku pirates, we have the advantage of location and unity of the people. I'm not trained in martial arts, but I'm still very strong. Since Brother Six didn't leave, the situation at the wharf shouldn't be too serious. Oh whatever, money comes from danger, so I'll just take this risk. He immediately stood behind Brother Six. With a thick stick in his hands, he looked at the two groups of people fighting at the docks with a nervous expression. Brother Six looked at Haitzi with an approving gaze. At first, he allowed Haitzi to work for him because he was giving Yu Xiaosao face. He had originally thought that this little fatty wouldn't be able to bear the hardship and leave on his own. He hadn't expected that the kid had actually endured it. Yu Haitzi was a hard worker and had some tricks up his sleeves, so he promoted the fellow to a foreman. The small team led by Yu Haitzi could successfully complete their tasks every time. They had been praised by the customers on multiple occasions. Hence, Brother Six saw him in a new light. Based on Brother Six's understanding of Yu Haitzi, he wasn't considered someone very brave. Thus, he never thought that this kid would be the first person to choose to trust him and stand by his side. He watched as the other dockworkers followed suit by picking up their weapons and following closely behind him. Although there were only about 60 to 70 people, Brother Six felt very satisfied. To be able to step forward and support him in the face of danger, he, Brother Six, would definitely provide them with a good future. At this time, due to the difference in numbers, some of the Woku gradually broke through the defense line of the soldiers and came to the shoreside. The Woku pirates began to kill and rob on ships with unloaded cargo. There weren't a large number of Woku pirates approaching the port, only around a dozen or so. The weapon in Brother Six's hands was a steel fork, similar to a harpoon, and the tip of the fork glimmered with coldness. He said to the nervous dockworkers behind him, "Do you guys dare to join me to destroy these Woku pirates?" Yu Haitzi was somewhat nervous, but he was the first one to respond. What is there to be afraid of? We have 60 to 70 people, so how can it be possible that we can't beat a dozen or so dwarfs? Hearing his words, the other dockworkers looked at the short stature of the Woku pirates, and they were immediately full of confidence and courage. Yeah, what was so scary about these dwarfs? If one person wasn't enough, Then they could fight as a group, which would be enough to squash him to death. Seeing that the morale of his workers had gone up, Brother Six faintly smiled and quickly divided them into groups of 5. Each group would go up against one of the pirates. He took the lead and led a group towards one of the Woku. The other groups also didn't want to appear weak, so they tightened their grasp on the wooden sticks in their hands, clenched their teeth, and rushed forward. All men had a certain sense of righteousness and a hero complex. When he saw Brother Six holding a steel fork to fight with the other party's steel sword, Yu Haitzi, who was in the same group as Brother Six, raised up the wooden stick in his hands. The expression on his face caused his originally slightly fierce-looking face to appear even more ferocious. Taking advantage of the time when the other party hadn't gotten the chance to retrieve his sword, he brutally hit him on the head and back. The other dockworkers in the same group also attacked the unlucky Woku with the various weapons in their hands. Before the Woku could make his second move, he was already knocked out on the ground and lost his ability to fight. Brother Six pierced the steel fork into the other party's chest and killed him. Seeing that their boss had won, the other groups became more vigorous and imposing. They screamed like a ferocious tiger coming down a mountain and charged towards the Woku pirates. Seeing the situation, the rest of the pirates didn't dare to continue fighting and quickly ran back to the shore. Some of them were blocked and killed by the soldiers on the shore. The dockworkers caught up to some of them and beat them until they couldn't fight back. The dockworkers had won their first battle. Their timidity had been swept away and everyone was full of confidence. In the upcoming battles, each group was able to achieve victorious results. Brother Six had also stated, later, according to the number of Woku killed, come to me for a reward. 5 taels for each Woku. After killing them, cut off their left ear as evidence. The dockworkers became extremely hyperactive as they rushed towards a Woku that was alone. The Woku was so scared that he tried to flee in all directions. Each time the dockworkers killed one of the pirates, they would pick up his weapon. They were soon armed with steel swords, which made them even more confident. It might be because of their good cooperation, but despite a lot of workers getting injured, most of them were minor external injuries. Brother Six took out the wound bomb that he bought from Tongren Medicine Hall, which was very effective in stopping bleeding. The wounded dockworkers were triggered by the bloodshed, and they were also unwilling to give up on the rewards promised by Brother Six. Thus, they wouldn't leave the front line due to minor wounds and continued to do their part in protecting the harbor. As the battle at the docks started in full swing, the Woku pirates over at Dongshan village had retreated into the village and adopted the policy of loot all, kill all, and burn all. Even from afar, one could see that the village was ablaze with fire. Especially the thatched cottages, they swiftly burned into ashes as soon as they were lit on fire. The Yu residence, which was the newest and strongest within the village and also very close to the West Mountain, was expropriated by Watanabe Hiroshi. The vegetables in the courtyard had encountered a disaster as they were plucked and chopped, and they were completely destroyed by the Woku. Most of the grain and fruits in the Yu family's cellar, as well as the meat in the ice house, were carried aboard the Woku's ships. The rest was left for Watanabe Hiroshi to enjoy. The Zhou family next door had driven their chickens into the mountain forest nearby. They reared their chickens in coops, so many of the chickens returned and gathered in front of the Zhou family's house. The Woku pirates stationed nearby happily caught the chickens. After plucking the feathers, they seasoned the chickens with salt and roasted them. Since a great natural disaster happened in the Woku's country, they hadn't eaten any meat except for fish. The Zhou family's chickens were met with an unfortunate ending. Likewise, the Yu family's piggery also wasn't spared. Fortunately, in order to prevent the deterioration of the meat, these guys only slaughtered a portion of the pigs to sat their cravings. They planned on slaughtering the others before their departure and transporting them onto their ships. Every day, there would be miserable cries of pigs coming from the Yu family's piggery. At this time, except for several families who had fled into the forest by themselves when they were initially chased by the Woku pirates, the other 100 or so villagers of Dongshan village were being led by Yu Xiaosao to her secret base. The valley wasn't too far from Dongshan village, but the mountain road was hard to walk, which took up some time. After the Woku pirates left the mountain forest, Yu Hai and Commander Zheng had followed the traces left by the group and joined them. When Madame Lu saw her husband, she immediately checked if he was injured. There was quite a lot of blood on Yu Hai's clothes, but it was stained onto his clothes when killing the pirates, and he wasn't wounded at all. Most of the bodyguards had come back unharmed. Even if some were injured, they were just minor injuries that weren't a big deal. Yu Xiaosao guided the group to a fog-shrouded forest near the cliff. There wasn't any fog here in the past, but in order to protect her secret base from being found and ruined by others, Yu Xiaosao asked the little divine stone to set up this decoy. Without the guide of someone familiar with the path like her and her younger brother, other people would quickly get lost in the hazy forest. Once in a while, someone from Dongshan village would come here, but when they saw the inexplicable appearance of fog, very few would dare to enter. Xiaosao, are you sure we're going in the right direction? I've been here before, and I ended up walking around for 3 days and nights before finally getting out. I nearly starved to death here. Guden had been known as a mischievous child in the village since he was young. He had gone up the mountains and dived in the sea. There weren't any places that he didn't dare to go. When he grew up, his courage was still sky high. He made a bet with others to enter the foggy forest and almost didn't come out. Guden wandered in the forest for 3 days, and his mother cried for 3 days. In the end, the fog in the forest gradually dispersed and he followed the sound of his mother's cries out. It wasn't because of his luck that he was able to come out. Instead, the fog array changed every 3 days. Even if someone got trapped, there wouldn't be any great danger and they could naturally come out after 3 days. Guden's incident had a great impact on the villagers of Dongshan village. They all repeatedly warned their children to stay away from the foggy forest. Yu Xiaosao looked at him and said with a smile, "Older brother Guden, you aren't frightened by the fog forest, right? Want to have a bet to see who can go in and come out intact?" Guden knew that she was teasing him. At that time, when he made the bet, he had nearly buried himself here for the sake of 2 wheat steamed buns. Had it been someone else, Guden would have already started fighting with that person. However, when he looked at Xiaosao's tender and pretty little face, Guden blushed and scratched his head. "Younger sister Xiaosao, don't make fun of me. When I was younger, I didn't know how to be afraid and did a lot of ridiculous things. I won't do it anymore in the future." Yu Xiaosao smiled and said, "If I say that I can bring everyone inside safely and provide everyone with a safe place to stay, would you believe me?" Guden was mesmerized by her bright smile. Xiaosao is so beautiful. Her skin is even more tender than a peeled egg and her eyes are big and lively, as if they can speak. Her voice is also very nice and sounded even better than the lark that I caught last time. Guden unconsciously nodded and said, "I will believe everything younger sister Xiaosao says." Ha ha. Yu Xiaosao rolled her eyes at the foolish-looking Guden in her heart. She was only 12, okay. In her previous life, she would only be a little 6th grader. Who did she offend to have so many rotten peach blossoms? 1. She ignored Guden and said to the village head, "Village head grandpa, my younger brother and I are very familiar with this forest. We often come here to play when we were younger, and we have never gotten lost. The cave that I mention is at the end of the forest." The village head remained silent for a moment, and then confirmed with her again, "There was no fog in the forest before, so it wasn't easy to get lost. Have you been here after the forest was shrouded by fog? Have you ever been in this mountain forest? It's not that village head grandpa doesn't believe you, but this affects our village of more than 100 people. I must be cautious." Yu Xiaosao firmly replied, "Rest assured, village head grandpa. I came here 10 days ago to catch some little white fish in the valley to make soup for the princess consort. If you don't believe me, you can ask Her Highness. The delicious small white fish could only be found in this valley stream and couldn't be found anywhere else." After he got Princess Consort Jing's confirmation, the village head finally agreed to let Xiaoko take everyone into the fog. Originally, many villagers rejected this idea. Didn't the imperial bodyguards already say that the Woku had already withdrawn from the forest? So, why couldn't they just stay in any random cave? Why must they enter this dangerous fog forest? Several households didn't believe Xiaosao's words. Among them, there was a villager who frequently set traps and hunted in the surrounding forest. He thought that he was very familiar with the surrounding area. The head of those families came to an agreement to work together. After talking with the village head, they took their families and separated from the big group. That villager had once gone into the mountain and encountered heavy rainfall. At that time, he hid in a cave to avoid the rain. That cave could accommodate at least 30 to 40 people. The families had a good relationship, and there was more than enough room for them. However, that cave was somewhat far from here. Fortunately, they should be able to arrive before sunset. The people who stayed chose to believe in Xiao Cao. In actuality, the person who they believed in was the village head. Since the village head trusted in Xiao Cao, they didn't have the courage to doubt her. Thus, they could only follow the majority. Xiao Cao took everyone and stepped into the fog-filled forest. The fog didn't actually exist in her eyes. Therefore, she could clearly see where they needed to turn and the obstacles in their path. The people behind her could only see the back of the people in front of them, and beyond that was completely covered by fog. In order to not make any mistakes, all of the villagers were completely focused on following the person in front. They were afraid that they would get left behind in the forest accidentally. Soon, Xiao Cao stopped in front of a cliff full of green vines. There wasn't as much fog here. She turned around to check on her family. None of them were missing. Mei Xiang, who was beside Princess Consort Jing, also did the same and made sure that the people who came with them were all present. The village head told each head of the household to make sure that everyone in their families were present. Xiao Cao gently pushed away the vines that covered the entrance of the cave and revealed a pitch-dark and bottomless hole. The entrance of the cave could only fit a person who was bending down. Thus, Princess Consort Jing got off the sedan with Mei Xiang's help. Yu Xiaocao, who had a short stature, got a torch from the basket that her uncle was carrying and lit it up. Seeing this, Princess Consort Jing hastily told Mei Xiang, "The entrance of the cave is narrow, so it's not safe to use a torch. Mei Xiang, take out the luminous pearl and give it to Xiao Cao." Luminous pearl. Luminous pearls really existed. Yu Xiaocao widened her eyes with curiosity. Mei Xiang carefully took out a circular object wrapped in silk from her small bundle. After she unwrapped it, a white object, similar to a frosted crystal ball, was revealed. She handed the luminous pearl to Xiao Cao and said, "Miss Yu, this luminous pearl is the love token that His Imperial Highness gave to Her Highness, so you must be careful and not break it." So talkative, Princess Consort Jing glared at her, and then said to Xiao Cao, "Don't listen to her. Just take it, and you can keep it if you like it. Anyway, I have a lot of these things at home and will give them to my family's little three." Little three, too. Yu Xiaocao quickly lowered her head and tried really hard to suppress her laughter. So it turned out that the young royal prince had such a hilarious nickname. She rubbed her somewhat tired cheeks and did her best to control her expression as she said, "This is an expression of Imperial Prince Jing's love for you. How can I be so shameless to take it? Your Highness, be carefully and follow me closely. I'll lead the way in front." Without waiting for Princess Consort Jing's reply, Yu Xiaocao had entered the entrance of the cave. Princess Consort Jing had no choice but to hold up her dress, bend down, and carefully follow behind Xiao Cao. As soon as they entered the cave, the originally common, frosted crystal ball, emitted a peculiar glow. The faint blue glow was like a 60-watt light bulb, but its glow was much softer than a light bulb. The luminous pearl was able to light up around 70 to 80 square meters of its surrounding. Yu Xiaocao had a short stature, so she just needed to bow her head when walking. From time to time, she would turn around to help Princess Consort Jing carry the hem of her dress, or help her walk over the uneven ground. Fortunately, Princess Consort Jing wore a relatively light riding outfit and her hair was styled into a simple bun. She also didn't wear much jewelry. Otherwise, it would be more difficult to walk. After walking about 20 or so meters inside, the opening of the cave gradually widened. Princess Consort Jing could finally straighten her back. Mei Xiang, who was behind her, quickly stepped forward to support her mistress to rest on a stone beside them. The members of the Yu family were behind Mei Xiang, and behind them were Xiao Cao's oldest paternal aunt's family and eldest granduncle's family. The place that Princess Consort Jing rested at was another opening of the cave that was about 198 square meters. It was dark and deep. From time to time, drops of water would fall down onto the stone, making a light sound. The people outside came in one by one. Some with bigger luggage had to divide their big bundle into 2 to 3 smaller bags. Otherwise, they would get struck at the entrance and couldn't come in. When the village head entered this somewhat small cave, he frowned and said to Xiao Xiao, it's too crowded for over 100 people to stay here. There isn't even enough space to sit. Xiao smiled at him and said, this is just one opening of the cave. It's very big inside. The biggest cave is capable of accommodating 300 people. Your Highness, have you rested enough? Princess Consort Jing wiped the sweat on her forehead. She stood up and said with a smile, don't think of me as being so weak. I can now walk up from the foot of the mountains to the entrance of the residence without others helping me. With the luminous pearl in one hand, Xiao held Princess Consort Jing's arm with her other hand. Then she turned around and said to her father, Father, oldest paternal uncle, light up a torch so that the people in the back can see the path. We can walk faster that way. Before she finished speaking, a clear howling of a wolf spread throughout the cave. The echo within the cave made it hard to distinguish which direction the sound came from. The villagers in the back immediately panicked. Some of them instantly turned back and screamed, Wolf! There are wolves in the cave. Quickly run off. The others also panicked, and even Yu Hai worriedly stepped forward to block in front of his daughter and Princess Consort Jing, solemnly guarding them. Before Xiao said anything, Little Black and Little White dashed out from the back of the group. They put down the game in their mouths and made a clear howling sound with their necks stretched out. The sound of the wolf howling on the other side stopped, and a pair of emerald green eyes appeared from a dark cave nearby. The green eyes came closer and closer, and soon appeared within the area illuminated by the luminous pearl. A gray wolf with a rich coat of fur and a powerful appearance showed up in front of the Yu family. Isn't this the gray wolf that the royal prince entrusted Xiao to raise? The village head took a closer look and recognized it. He hastily placated the villagers, don't panic, everyone. This wolf is domesticated and doesn't bite people. Xiao bent down, gently touched the gray wolf's head, and said, Big Gray, our village is in trouble, so I brought my fellow villagers here to take refuge. Sorry for disturbing you. Big Gray looked at the water bag she was carrying on her body with an apparent meaning of, you guys can live here, but you need to pay rent. What do you think about paying with that mystic stone water? Little Black and Little White were very excited to see their father. Especially Little Black, he immediately hugged Big Gray's neck with his forelegs and gently nibbled on his father's ears. Big Gray impatiently shook off his paws, pressed his foolish son onto the ground with his front paws, and grimaced somewhat threateningly at him. Little Black thought that his father was playing with him, so he happily rolled around on the ground. When the people in the back saw the interaction between the Yu family's two dogs and the wolf, they finally believed the village head words. Last winter, their village was attacked by wolves and a gray wolf had saved Yu Hai's life. This was a matter that had spread throughout the entire Dongshan village. The Yu family's children had also used a gray wolf to pull on their sled, which was something that all the village children envied. When they got home, they had told their parents and grandparents numerous times in an envious tone. The villagers' mood gradually calmed down. More than 100 villagers of Dongshan village followed behind a gray wolf and quietly entered a cave. If someone made any noise, the big gray wolf that was about the height of a person would stare fixedly at that person with his emerald green eyes until that person quieted down. As a result, the more than 100 people, including the children in their arms, all silently moved forward in the quiet, dark cave. Soon, a ray of light came from the top of the cave and a large cave appeared in front of everyone. The cave was very big and should be able to accommodate more than 300 people like Xiao said. The best thing was that it wasn't dark in the cave thanks to the glow from the top of the cave, which was like a bright lamp. It was very dry inside the cave, and there were a lot of dry branches and stones. Xiao stopped and announced that they would settle down here. Each family could select a place to settle down, put down their luggage, and do some simple cleaning. They were safe for now, so the children, who were carried by the adults, were full of curiosity regarding the cave. After knowing that there was no danger in the cave, several of the older children began to explore the cave. The younger children frolicked around their families. Since there was a lot of echo in the cave, the children's laughter rippling through the cave made it oddly noisy. Princess Consort Jing furrowed her brows slightly and felt a slight headache. She preferred a quiet environment, so it was too noisy for her to stay in a cave with more than 100 people of varying ages. However, she knew that it was a peculiar period and she shouldn't be too picky. Thus, she just signed and endured it. Yu Xiaoxiao dodged an infant who had just learned to walk and came up to Princess Consort Jing's side. She said, "Your Highness, there's a lot of connected caves here. I'll go with older sister Meixiang to select one that's suitable for you to stay in. Later, you can move over." When Princess Consort Jing heard this, she revealed a smile and nodded, "All right, you and Meixiang should be careful. Bring Little White and Big Gray along with you. Come back earlier." Yu Xiaoxiao glanced at Big Gray, who was drinking water with his head lowered, and gently touched his butt with her feet. Big Gray moved his bottom slightly to the side and looked up at her with a somewhat impatient expression as if she had interrupted him from enjoying the mystic stone water. "Big Gray, are you full? If you are, then take us to find a cave where we can live. It's best to have around 4 or 5 caves that we can live in. It doesn't need to be too big. It's big enough if it can accommodate 10 or so people." Yu Xiaoxiao didn't care whether Big Gray could understand her. The cave was very big with a lot of connecting caves, like a maze. How was she supposed to find habitable areas by herself? Meixiang chuckled and said, "Miss Yu, can he really understand you? You mustn't underestimate an animal's ability, especially one with intelligence. Big Gray isn't a normal wolf, so he should be able to understand me, right?" Yu Xiaoxiao also felt somewhat uncertain as she spoke. Big Gray pushed away Little Black, who was trying to take his mystic stone water, and swiftly finished licking the bowl of mystic stone water. He licked his mouth and walked towards a small opening in the cave. Seeing that Xiaoxiao and Meixiang didn't follow him, he turned his head to look at them, as if he was rushing them. Xiaoxiao understood and pulled Meixiang to follow along. The opening was as tall as a person's height and 2 people were able to walk side by side. After walking about 50 meters, it suddenly brightened up. This part of the cave was semi-closed, and the top of the cave was semicircular, like it was covered by a lid. One side of the lid was opened, and several slightly slanted trees covered the gap. Among them, there was a wild peach tree with many fruits hanging on it. Many of them were ripe for picking. From the opening, she could see the view of the valley. At this time, it was already dusk. The orange sunlight shot into the cave, and made it appear warm and bright. On the walls of the cave, there were a row of openings like doors. Xiaoxiao looked inside and saw that they were small caves that were probably dug by humans. The walls were all neat and tidy, and there were also some stone beds and stone chairs left behind. Each of the small caves looked like a room that was around 70 to 80 square meters. It was dry and refreshing inside, and people could move in after doing some simple cleaning. Meixiang was very surprised as she looked at each room, and asked, "People must have lived here before. I wonder who dug these caves. We wouldn't have taken over some hermits' homes, right?" Yu Xiaoxiao looked at the thick dusk on the ground, and then shook her head, saying, "Even if someone had lived here, it must have been a long time ago. Ancestors plant the tree and the descendants enjoy the cool under the tree. Well, it's to our benefit. There are 8 rooms here, which should be enough for us to live in. Older Meixiang, please tidy up here while I go get the princess consort." When Yu Xiaoxiao came back with the princess consort and her family, Meixiang had already cleaned up one of the bigger caves. At this time, she was wiping the stone bed in the cave with a wet handkerchief. Older sister Meixiang, where did you get the water?" Yu Xiaoxiao asked in slight surprise. With a smile on her face, Meixiang pointed at a stone trough near the gap. The spring water flowed out of the mountain wall and gathered in the stone trough. The excessive water flowed out to the outside of the wall. "This is really such a good location. With this stone trough, it will be so much easier for us to get water. As mentioned, if there wasn't a source of water here, they would have to fetch water from the valley under the tall cliff or walk back to the other cave and go out to find a water source. It would be very inconvenient." Lanxiang quickly got a basin from another servant and started cleaning the cave with Meixiang. They covered the stone bed with a brocade quilt, and used the stone tables, which were carved out of the walls, as storage space. Princess Consort Jing's belongings were neatly placed on the tables. Xiaoxiao placed the luminous pearl in the highest part of the cave. The entire room lit up as if they had just installed a light bulb in the room. As for the remaining caves, the Yu family, Xiao Xiao's oldest aunt's family, and eldest granduncle's family each lived in one cave. The maid servants and senior servants divided the rest of the 4 caves. The manservants and imperial bodyguards could only sleep in a corner of the living room. It was getting late, and in order to escape, no one had time to eat lunch. Everyone was so hungry that their chests were sticking to their backs. There was quite a lot of food brought over from Prince Jing's mountain manor, and there was a complete set of condiments such as oil, salt, and soy sauce. Xiao Xiao's family and her relatives had brought enough food to last them for 3 to 5 days. Moreover, they also had little black and little white catching pheasants and wild hares back. They simply cleaned up their own cave. The stone bed inside was very big, like a large Kong bed, and it was big enough for 10 or so people to sleep on. Old Yu slept in the innermost spot, and next to him were Yu Hai and Madame Lu. Xiao Xiao and Xiaolian slept at the outermost part of the bed. For families with poor living conditions, it was common for the entire family to crowd together on one big Kong bed during the winter in order to save firewood. After putting their things down on the stone bed, Xiao Xiao took Xiaolian out to the gap outside of the cave. They set up a simple stove with stones, washed the rice, and started cooking. She looked to the side and saw the servants of the Prince Jing's household busily working. They had 3 stoves, on which they cooked 3 pots of rice. There were 30 to 40 people from the Prince Jing's household, including the servants and imperial bodyguards. They ate a lot of food and everyone was hungry now, so it wouldn't be enough if they cooked too little. Yu Kaifeng came over with a bag of rice. She squatted down beside Xiao Xiao and helped her light a fire. She thought for a moment and said, "Why don't our families cook together? That way, we can save up on some firewood." Yu Xiao Xiao nodded. She thought about it and said, "Oldest paternal aunt, can you go over to eldest granduncle's place and ask if they want to eat together? Our families are eating together, so if we don't ask them, I'm afraid that eldest granduncle's family might think that we're not treating them as relatives." Yu Kaifeng smiled and said, "Xiao Xiao is still the most thoughtful one. Okay, I'll go ask eldest aunt to see what they plan on doing." A moment later, she came back and shook her head with a smile. She said to Xiao Xiao, "Eldest uncle said that they brought dried rations, so they're not cooking tonight. They also said that they will eat separately since they have a lot of people in the family." In the middle of their conversation, a figure passed through the opening of the cave. Xiao Xiao looked carefully and saw that it was Commander Zheng and his subordinates. Each person carried a bundle of firewood on their backs. It turned out that the bodyguards of the Prince Jing's household thought that it was too troublesome to walk around the cave, so they tied a rope on the stone and tree sticking out of the gap. It was only 10 or so meters tall, which wasn't too difficult to climb for people who practiced martial arts like them. Commander Zheng left 3 big bundles of firewood for Xiao Xiao, which was enough for them to cook 3 or 4 meals. Yu Xiao Xiao returned the favor by giving them a pheasant that little black caught. It wasn't enough for all of them to eat, but at least they had some meat among all the vegetable dishes, right? Shakoao skinned the wild hare that she kept, and then stewed it together with potatoes. She gave both Princess Consort Jing and eldest granduncle a bowl each. While the rice was cooking, she added the sausages and smoked meat that they didn't finish in the winter, which was delicious even without vegetables. In addition, Xiao Xiao also cooked a pot of laver soup. The members of the Yu family and the Lu family all held a big bowl of cured meat rice with potatoes stewed hare. It might be due to hunger, but everyone ate with great relish. Even the youngest little Fangping finished more than half a bowl of rice and a spoonful of hare meat. Seeing the little guy eat with relish, Madame Lu suddenly put down her chopsticks and heavily sighed. Yu Kaifeng saw this and asked, "What's wrong?" "When I see little Fangping, I will think about our little Shido. I don't know if he's safe in town, and there's also our Yu Hang." Xiao Xiao said that the Woku pirates have also reached the docks. Xiaosha wouldn't have encountered them, right? The more she thought about this, the more Madame Lu felt as if there was a large rock pressing on her heart. Yu Kaifeng comforted her, "Don't worry too much. Little Shido is in town, which is quite a distance from the sea. Even if the pirates went there, aren't the local authorities there? They will definitely ensure their safety. As for Xiaosha, there is even less for you to worry about." Xiao Cao's godfather is a great general who has experienced numerous battles. His subordinates are also very skilled. There's no way that they can't protect him. Hearing her words, Madame Lu felt that she was right and her heart slightly relaxed. But she couldn't continue eating after eating half a bowl of rice. To raise a child until they were 100 years old and be worried about them until they were 99. Parents would always be worried about their children. Unbeknownst to Madame Lu, her two sons, who she was worried about, had daringly sneaked out of town and were rushing to Dongshan village. Eldest brother, if those Woku pirates didn't find anyone in the village, would they go directly to town on the official road? Perhaps this path isn't safe anymore. Little Shitu's face was full of worries for his family. It was safer to stay in town, but their family had all gone into the West Mountains and their safety was uncertain. So how could he be at ease? Yu Heng patted his younger brother, who was sitting in front of him, pacifyingly and speculated, killing isn't the ultimate goal of those Woku pirates. Plundering goods is their most important mission. The villagers left in a hurry, so they could only take a few things. There are enough food and goods left behind for them to search through for a while. At this time, they should have settled down in Dongshan village, so it's the safest to stay in town. Shido, in fact, I can come back by myself. You're young and have a short stature, so you wouldn't be able to help much even if you return. Little Shido shook his head and disagreed, although there's not much I can help with, my heart is with everyone. It's really painful for the family to be separated in different places and be worried about each other's safety. Yu Heng remained silent for a moment. His younger brother was only 9 and he was a young county-level official. His teachers praised him a lot and the family were full of expectations for him. Yu Heng didn't know if bringing his younger brother back was the right decision. If something happened to his younger brother, how was he supposed to face his parents and younger sisters? But, in order to get to the West Mountain, we must pass by our house. In the village, besides the village head's house, our house is the biggest. So, we don't know if there will be any Woku at our house. Yu Heng's concern wasn't without reason. Little Shido thought about it and said, I know a path that can bypass our house, but it's somewhat difficult to walk. At that time, I'm not sure if we can bring Little Gray along, but Little Gray is very smart. If it hides in the forest, it probably won't get caught by those wicked pirates, right? Little Gray was a very intelligent little donkey. It had been with the Yu family for nearly 3 years and had done a lot of work for the Yu family. It had a special place in the hearts of every member of the Yu family. Would it be dangerous for it if they left it in the forest at night? Would it get eaten by those Woku pirates? However, there was no use in worrying about this right now. During such a crucial time, they didn't even know if humans would be safe, let alone a domesticated donkey. They soon reached the small path that little Shido mentioned. In order to enter the mountain, they needed to climb over a mountain peak. Although it wasn't very high, it was somewhat steep. Humans could manage to climb up, but it was impossible for Little Gray. Disregarding whether Little Gray could actually understand him, Little Shido thoroughly cautioned the little donkey. After that, he patted its bottom and told it to quickly find a place to hide. Little Gray appeared somewhat reluctant as it looked at Little Shido with its big, dewy eyes. It licked his hand and walked into the nearby forest while turning back at every step. Under the dim moonlight, the brothers climbed up the mountain. Fortunately, the brothers were used to climbing up mountains since childhood. This slight slope wasn't too much of a problem for them. 4 hours later, the two brothers had arrived at the foggy forest. A woo, a woo, a woo, a series of familiar wolf howling turned Little Shitu's stern expression into a smile. Eldest brother, Big Gray and the others came to welcome us. As soon as he finished speaking, a black figure dashed out from the white fog and excitedly jumped towards Little Shido. Little Black, slow down. I can't carry you now. When Little Shido saw the black figure running towards himself at full speed, he feared that it would unwittingly jump onto himself. With his small body, would it even be possible for him to bear the weight of Little Black, who weighed over 100 catties? Even without his reminder, Little Black had a sense of propriety. His lightning-like figure abruptly came to a stop 3 meters away from Little Shido. The force of inertia caused his forelegs to slide 2 meters forward. When he finally stopped, his head just happened to touch Little Shitu's shoulder. Little Black hadn't seen Little Shido for nearly half a month and was particularly excited to see him. He rubbed his head on Little Shitu's body and used his rough tongue to lick Little Shitu's hands and face. Big Gray and Little White, who were behind him, strode forward in the same solemn manner and came to their side. Little Shido rubbed Little Black's neck, patted Little White's head, and then climbed onto Big Gray's back. Big Gray shook his body in annoyance, but Little Shido held on tightly and didn't fall down. Big Gray, you can't always act so differently in front of different people. No matter what my second sister does to you, you're as obedient as a cat. However, you won't allow me to do anything. I haven't seen you for 3 months, so just let me ride on you. With a rascally expression, Little Shido clung onto Big Gray's body with both his legs and arms. Yu Hang, on the other hand, went up to Little White and asked with a slightly uneasy voice, "Little White, have my parents and sisters arrived? Are they safe?" As Little Shido struggled to avoid being thrown off by Big Gray, he giggled and said, "Since Little Black and Little White are here, our family is definitely also here. Second sister and I are the only ones who are familiar with this part of the forest, so there won't be any problems at all with second sister leading the way." Little White looked at Little Shido, and then nodded his head at Yu Hang. He turned his body and looked back at Yu Hang, motioning him to follow him. As for Little Shido, he was finally thrown off by Big Gray. He patted the dust on his long gown, made a funny face at Big Gray, and also followed his older brother into the forest. Little White guided the brothers through the maze-like cave and avoided the big cave that the villagers were staying in. They soon reached the entrance of the cave that the Yu family stayed in. There were 2 imperial bodyguards guarding the entrance to prevent the villagers from disturbing them again. It turned out that in the evening, Madame Zhang had come to cause trouble with Yu Dashan. They had thrown away the food that they brought along when they were being chased by the Woku pirates. Seeing that the 2 little wolves had caught game, the mother and son wanted to pretend to be pitiful and get some food. Madame Zhang thought that since she had once been married to old Yu, the old man wouldn't just watch as they starved to death. This extraordinary person finally remembered that she and old Yu were married. When old Yu was seriously ill and on the verge of death, she didn't even think about their familial affections at all. The Yu family also didn't bring a lot of food. No one knew when those pirates were going to leave, so it was impossible for them to share their food with the pair of ungrateful mother and son. When Madame Li fled in the forest, she got separated from the group and her safety was still uncertain. However, Yu Dashan didn't seem very sad about it. As expected, it was true that a married couple were birds in the same forest who would fly separately in the face of danger. Madame Zhang and her son were thick-skinned and wanted to continue to cause trouble. Princess Consort Jing's head started to hurt due to the ruckus they were causing, so she just gave them 2 pancakes and had the bodyguards throw them out. She also sent 2 imperial bodyguards to guard the entrance. Except for the members of the Yu family and Lu family, no one was allowed to casually enter. With Princess Consort Jing here, the pair of extraordinary mother and son didn't dare to continue to cause trouble and timidly went back to the bigger cave. The 2 imperial bodyguards recognized the Yu brothers. Although they thought it was strange for the brothers to come back at this time, they just let them go in. It was already late at night, so everyone was already in deep slumber. As soon as the brothers entered the cave, Commander Zheng, who slept on the floor outside, opened his eyes vigilantly. With the dim light of the torch, he took a clearer look at their faces. Then he pointed to the small cave where the Yu family stayed to the brothers and made a gesture, telling them to be quiet. When the brothers saw that the bodyguards and servants lying on the ground, they carefully walked around them and arrived at the small cave that their family lived in. Under the dim light of the torch, the brothers saw their sleeping family. With tears brimming in their eyes, their anxious hearts finally relaxed. After a day of thrilling escape, the Yu family members didn't sleep very well. Yu Hai had opened his eyes when the Yu brothers entered the cave. Seeing the tired and untidy appearance of the brothers, he immediately sat up. He didn't speak for a long time, thinking that he was dreaming. "Father, don't worry, we're fine." With tears brimming in his eyes, little Shido walked to the stone bed and pulled on his father's hands. Yu Hai finally believed that this wasn't a dream. He examined both children and asked in a slightly angry tone, "You kids, why aren't you obediently staying in town and coming here at this time. If you guys encounter a wild beast in the middle of the night, what will you do? Yu Hai's voice woke everyone up. When they saw Yu Heng and little Shido, they were both surprised and happy. Madame Lu hugged the brothers tightly, and then scolded them, feeling fearful. Yu Xiaosao silently watched the scene and felt that they could overcome anything with the whole family together. Eldest brother, Shido, have you guys eaten dinner yet? There's still some cured meat rice, but it's a little cold. Yu Xiaosao saw that their lips were peeling from dryness and guessed that they hadn't eaten and drank anything since the afternoon. Little Shido was slightly embarrassed as he struggled out of his mother's embrace. He smiled at Xiaosao and said, "It's still second sister who dotes on me the most. Eldest brother and I were worried about you guys, so we left in a hurry. We didn't even drink a sip of water the whole way. I'm dying of hunger." Before he had finished speaking, his little tummy growled several times, amusing everyone. While the Yu brothers wolfed down the cold rice, the capital had already received the urgent message sent from Tanggu town. Could the emperor just sit back when he saw that the Woku pirates had invaded? That night, he immediately summoned the ministers to his imperial study to discuss the situation. The Tanggu area was under the ruling of Royal Prince Yong, so he naturally wasn't left out. Zhu Junyang immediately became anxious when he heard that a lot of Woku pirates had gone to Tanggu town. They also appeared to be well trained and very fierce, and didn't seem like ordinary pirates. His lady mother and future wife were both in Dongshan village. Your Imperial Majesty, are there Woku pirates at Dongshan village? Zhu Junyang interrupted the official's discussion and anxiously asked. When the emperor nodded solemnly, Zhu Junyang immediately turned around and left the imperial study. The message was sent from Tanggu town and reported to the emperor. Then the emperor summoned them over. Didn't they waste a lot of time already? He didn't know how his lady mother and Xiaosao were doing. Could those imperial bodyguards protect them? Zhu Junyang could only blame himself for not leaving more bodyguards at the mountain manor. How long could those 20 or so imperial bodyguards hold up? Emperor, look at Royal Prince Yong. He, the Minister of War, had long disliked the fact that the emperor favored Royal Prince Yong. Thus, when he had a chance to badmouth the other person, he took it. As soon as he opened his mouth, Zhu Junfen knew what the minister wanted to say. He waved a hand to interrupt the official and said, "Beloved official Zhen, Princess Consort Jing is still residing in the mountain villa at Tanggu town. The mountain villa is close to the sea and Junyang definitely is worried about his lady mother. We can understand his filial heart and concerns." The Minister of War had a tactful personality. When he saw that the emperor wanted to protect the royal prince, he resentfully closed his eyes for a second. Why was the emperor always so lenient to that good-for-nothing and cruelly violent fellow? Was it because he was the son of the emperor's imperial uncle? The emperor didn't only have Imperial Prince Jing as his only imperial uncle. Furthermore, weren't any one of his own sons more talented and outstanding than Royal Prince Yong? Despite all that, the emperor only seemed to regard Royal Prince Yong with importance. He really couldn't understand why. While the rest of the court officials were currently discussing the matter at Tanggu town, Zhu Junyang was currently dashing back to Imperial Prince Jing's estate. An imperial prince was allowed to have his own private army. He knew that his lord father was in the outer study and rushed over there to inform his father about what he just learned from the emperor. Once Imperial Prince Jing found out that Woku pirates were attacking Tanggu town and that his beloved wife was still in the mountain villa there, he almost lost his reason. If he hadn't been able to restrain himself, he would have been just like his son and ran to Tanggu town despite his other responsibilities. However, since he had been an imperial prince for over 20 years, he was able to squelch the worry towards his beloved wife. He took out the token to the prince's estate, gave it to his son and solemnly said, "Your lady mother's safety is in your hands now, son. Lord Father, ease your worries. I, your son, will definitely not disappoint you." Zhu Junyang gripped the token tightly within his hands and didn't say another word as he turned around to bring head steward Lu and a few bodyguards along. They spurred their horses the entire way to the lands on the outskirts of the capital that housed the estate's private soldiers. After checking over the 800 soldiers and giving orders to Commander Lu, they all started to head towards Tanggu town at top speed. However, Zhu Junyang thought that the soldiers' horses were too slow, so he left a personal bodyguard to give them directions and sped off on his own. He took with him 2 bodyguards and head steward Lu. The 4 of them raced to Dongshan village on horseback the whole way there. Because the situation was urgent, all of the relay stations had their horses ready to ride. Thus, Zhu Junyang switched horses at every station and didn't rest at all throughout the whole journey. A route that normally took 2 to 3 days was compressed by him and the 3 other people into 1 day and 1 night. Like that, the small group arrived at the heavily guarded Tanggu town. "Master, you've already been on horseback for a whole day and night. You haven't eaten or drunk anything. Even a person made of steel wouldn't be to handle this awe. How about we first go into town and find a place to eat and drink?" Head steward Lu had noticed that his master's lips were dry and cracked, and his eyes were completely bloodshot. The prince was covered entirely in dust and there was no color on his face, so the steward couldn't help but beg him to rest. Even he, as a servant who was used to doing all sorts of tasks every day, was having trouble handling such a gruesome schedule. His master usually lived a luxurious life full of comforts. In fact, when they were out at sea and encountered storms and other hardships, it was not as difficult as today. However, Zhu Junyang sped past Tanggu town's gates and directly galloped his horse down the official road towards Dongshan village. It was as if head steward Lu's entreaties hadn't even entered his ears, so he naturally couldn't respond. Stop to get a drink and eat food. What a joke. What sort of situation was it now? The 2 most important women in his life, all right, one of them could only be considered a young maiden, were currently being trapped at Dongshan village by the Woku pirates and it wasn't certain if they were still alive. How could he rest at this time? Right now, it was as if a blistering fire was in his heart. His mind was only filled with the thoughts of his lady mother and Xiaoxiao and their safety. He could care less about his own physical discomforts at this time. The sooner he got to Dongshan village, the sooner the danger would lessen a bit for his lady mother and Xiaoxiao. He absolutely could not stop now nor rest at this time. For the sake of his loved ones, time was of the essence right now. If the 2 women who had treated him the best in his life were gone, what was the point in him living anymore? The horse crop in his hands came down heavily on the horse's rump again. His beloved horse had already been exhausted on the way to Tanggu town, so he was currently riding a horse he had switched into when he was at Jinwei Prefectural City. The horse had been spurred on at full speed this whole time, so it already had streaks of sweat and foam at its mouth. It was likely it wouldn't be able to endure such a punishing speed for much longer. Suddenly, the sound of a horse whinnying in distress could be heard, followed by a loud thump. Head steward Lu turned back to look and saw that one of the horses that a bodyguard was riding had collapsed from exhaustion. It lay there, trembling weakly. All of them knew that once a horse fell from exhaustion, there was nothing left for it. How many horses had fallen already? Not even the best horse in the world could endure galloping at top speed all day and night without rest. When head steward Lu turned back to the front, he found out that his master had already traveled a great distance and left the 3 of them behind. Zhu Junyang only had one thought in his mind right now: faster, faster, faster. Everything else could not even enter his scope of attention now. Nothing was more important to him than getting to Dongshan village as fast as possible. Fortunately, the horse that Zhu Junyang was riding still had some energy left. Only when he reached the entrance of Dongshan village did the hapless animal finally collapse from exhaustion. At the moment the animal stumbled down, Zhu Junyang leapt out of the saddle and landed not far in front of the horse. He didn't stop moving for a single second and continued to run forward with his 2 legs towards the direction of Dongshan village. Head steward Lu had a face full of worry as he mustered his energy and jumped off his horse to reach a further distance to chase after his master. His horse also collapsed not long after. Despite his advanced age, he had to move his old body and run after the prince. "Master, the village has Woku pirates there. You should observe it first and then come up with a strategy." Before head steward Lu had finished talking, Zhu Junyang had already gotten to the village gates and was in the midst of fighting against the pirates standing guard there. Zhu Junyang looked like a crane in a flock of chickens as the pirates were all shorter than him. He didn't say a word as the pirates surrounded him with their knives on hand. It was better to act first and talk later. He unsheathed his double-edged sword in one swift movement and took care of these pirates in a few moves. Perhaps he had finally heard head steward Lu's words, but he no longer charged forward into the village in a conspicuous manner. Instead, he slunk forward and made sure to stay hidden. When a patrolling group of pirates came by, he avoided them and then headed towards the direction of the Yu family's residence, which was at the foot of the West Mountain. This was already the second night that the Woku pirates had been lodging in Dongshan village. Watanabe Hiroshi was currently in the middle of the Yu family's courtyard. Every day, he ate chicken meat, pork meat, white rice and food made from white flour. It was quite a luxurious situation for him. However, he was very much aware that he couldn't spend too much time here. They needed to leave on either tomorrow or the day after tomorrow at the latest. The Great Ming's army was not to be trifled with. Watanabe Hiroshi ganwed on a chicken leg as he frowned in thought. It had already been a day since he sent some men to the docks. Why hadn't they come back yet? Did General Yamaguchi encounter some difficulties over there? When Zhu Junyang came over the wall and looked into the Yu family's courtyard, he saw that all of the vegetable fields had been stomped over and defiled. He remembered that these fields were all lovingly taken care of by Xiaoxiao and her family. He was so incensed by the destruction that he barely managed to restrain his urge to jump in and slaughter all of the pirates in there. Head steward Lu noticed that his master's restrained urges and quickly stated, "Master, we haven't seen a single villager in Dongshan village and we also didn't find any places where they were holding prisoners. They must have been able to flee in time. Master, let's not do anything here and find the people first. Did you already go and look at the mountain villa up the mountain? How's the situation there?" Zhu Junyang took a deep breath. The fury within his phoenix eyes was enough to burn a man to ashes. He glared fiercely at Lord Watanabe, who was currently sitting in Xiaoxiao's personal rocking chair and leisurely gnawing on a chicken leg. He snarled inside, "That miserly little lass never let me sit in her rocking chair in the past. You stinking dwarf, actually dare to sit in Xiaoxiao's chair. Once I guarantee my lady mother's and Xiaoxiao's safety, I'm going to rip you into pieces. Master, the mountain villa has been locked up securely and the people inside must have retreated to safer grounds. Perhaps the Woku pirates weren't able to find the villa because it's halfway up the mountain and hidden among the trees." When head steward Lu saw the condition of the mountain residence, he had let out a sigh of relief. The princess consort must be safe somewhere. Zhu Junyang nodded in reply and then lowered his head to think for a bit. He mumbled to himself, "Looks like my lady mother must have fled along with Xiaoxiao and the others to a safe refuge. But where would 100 or so people from Dongshan village go?" As he spoke, he looked towards the lofty and grandiose West Mountain in the distance. He scowled slightly. "Head steward Lu, wait at the mouth of the village for Xiaowu and Chunzi. Tell them to guard the mountain villa. If any little nasty pirates come around, kill them instantly." Zhu Junyang jumped down from the tall walls of the Yu family's residence and dashed towards the direction of the West Mountain. Head steward Lu hurried after him and lowered his voice as he projected, "Master, where are you going off?" "I'm going to the West Mountain. Xiaoxiao is a sneaky little lass and must have brought my lady mother and the villagers to hide in the mountain range. I'm going to go find them." Zhu Junyang felt even more desire to see Xiaoxiao. He knew, with that weird and clever little lass around, his lady mother would be perfectly safe. Head steward Lu stated somewhat dispiritedly, "Master, the mountain range is vast. Do you know where Miss Yu took everyone? You're not very familiar with the terrain there. What if you encounter some vicious beasts?" He didn't say anything else because his master had already ran into the mountain forest and had already disappeared into the thick vegetation. Head steward Lu thought of the task that his master had given him and angrily went back to the entrance of the village. He leapt onto the old elm tree that was there, which must have been at least a few hundred years old, to wait for the 2 imperial bodyguards to arrive. With what he knew about Xiaoxiao, Zhu Junyang could already guess where the little lass had most likely taken all of the people. Zhu Junyang had gone a few times to Xiaoxiao's secret valley. The ravine not only had a bunch of beautiful and rare flora, but it also had a lot of wild herbs and fruit trees. The creek there also had lots of fish swimming in the waters. The most important part was that the secret valley was hard to find yet had no savage beasts. There were also enough caves in that area that could hold at least a few hundred people. This was naturally the best place for the people to hide in. Zhu Junyang hurried in the direction that he remembered. He rejoiced inwardly that, in the past, he had used the excuse of guarding Xiaoxiao against any beasts and tagged along a few times. Thus, he had a decent idea of where to go. At this time, he felt tired, thirsty and hungry, but he could only continue to worry about his lady mother and Xiaoxiao. With those thoughts on the forefront of his mind, he leapt through the thick vegetation that was about as tall as a man. In that short half an hour, he felt like time was creeping by slowly, as if it was slower than 2 days or even 2 years. Who's there? Not far from the inner forest shrouded by mist, a familiar figure jumped down from a tree. If he hadn't already recognized the person's voice, Zhu Junyang already would have attacked Commander Zheng and killed the other man, leaving a corpse on the forest ground. Third young master, how are you here? Commander Zheng almost didn't recognize the wan and sallow figure in front of him and exclaimed in surprise. After Zhu Junyang identified the person in front of him, he grabbed onto the commander's shoulder and hurriedly said, Zheng Yun, my lady mother. And you Xiaoxiao, are they okay? Have they been injured? Commander Zheng grimaced from the tight grip of the prince and stated, they're all okay, all okay. This subordinate will take you to see the princess consort now. Zhu Junyang loosened his hold on the other man's shoulder and the tight feeling in his heart finally relaxed. Commander Zheng led the way in front. After receiving Xiaoxiao's instructions, the mountain villa's guards were all patrolling within the misty and foggy forest. Commander Zheng took a brief glance at the royal prince and calculated the time. Yesterday, at around noon, the Woku pirates had arrived. The capital was around 400 kilometers away, and, at top speed, it must have been late at night when the news finally arrived. Third young master must have ran straight to Dongshan village as soon as he got the news off. It only took him slightly more than a day of travel to get to Dongshan village. The prince absolutely must have ridden his horses at top speed in order to finish the 400-kilometer journey so quickly. Just how many horses were dead of exhaustion from his trip? What about third young master's black cloud? It couldn't have been left on the side of the road, right? Although third young master usually looked very cold and reserved, he had always been very filial to his lady mother. No wonder the princess consort treated him more lovingly than the heir to the estate and second young master. Her efforts had not been wasted on him. However, how could the commander of the bodyguards know that the royal prince, who had been praised to be very extremely filial, was more worried about Yu Xiaoxiao at this moment? Although Zhu Junyang was also concerned about his lady mother, there were still over 20 or so skilled bodyguards to protect her. In addition, the mountain residents also had a dozen or so servants to take care of her. It was likely that she was perfectly safe through all of this. As for the light of his heart, Yu Xiaoxiao, other than her parents, the rest of her family was either the elderly or the young. If they encountered the Woku pirates, they had no way to resist awe. Throughout his whole breakneck journey, images of a tiny scared face and bloodied dress kept flashing through his mind. The demon that had been hibernating for a long time in his heart finally started stirring up again. He did his best to squish down the violent tendencies inside him as he was afraid that if he lost control of himself, then he would lose precious time to get to the village and Xiaoxiao would. Perhaps he didn't even notice it himself, but that clever and adorable little lass now had a firm foothold in his heart. Her importance had even eclipsed the mother whom he respected and adored. They circled around the Dongshan villagers. Before long, Commander Zheng very quickly brought Royal Prince Yang to the cave that had been designated to them alone. As soon as he stepped into the cave, Zhu Junyang immediately spotted a slight figure in front of a simple stove in the corner. The person's back was turned towards him. In that second, all of the irritability had left his body. Seeing that familiar figure reassured his heart, and it was as if some hole inside him had been crammed full. Third young master, Commander Zheng turned his head and saw that the prince had stopped moving forward. The youth was staring fixedly at a corner, so the bodyguard couldn't help but call at him. It was as if he had just woken up from a dream. Zhu Junyang went forward with large steps towards the figure that had been the object of his worries for so long. When the people outside the cave, who were all busy doing their tasks, saw Zhu Junyang, they all cried out in delighted surprise, "Third young master!" And, "Your Royal Highness! The young royal prince, wasn't he in the capital? A few days ago, She had gotten a letter from him that said that he probably still had half a month more before he finally finished his tasks. How could he suddenly appear at these caves? Yu Xiaoxiao was very confused as she turned around. Before she could clearly see what was going on, she had been pulled into a warm and gentle embrace. Yu Xiaoxiao stiffened for a moment. In both of her lives, she had never been this intimately held by a man before. The amount of heat on her face was almost enough to fry an egg. This hug was filled with the scent of a man, which had the slight aroma of sweat mixed in with the smell of ambergris. It didn't repel her at all. However, her face seemed to be plastered against his rock-hard abdomen, if it went down a bit. Yu Xiaoxiao felt horrified at the thought and forcefully pushed against the prince. Madame Lu, who had been helping on the side, dropped the iron pot in her hands with a loud clang. She pointed at Zhu Junyang with a hand that shook with anger and worry. In front of all of these people, her youngest daughter had been embraced by Royal Prince Yang. Men and women needed to keep their distance from one another. What would happen to her youngest daughter's reputation now? If Royal Prince Yang was being sincere towards her Xiaoxiao, that was one thing. However, if the royal prince was only chasing after something novel, what would her poor cow do in the future? As long as you're okay, that's what matters. I've been so worried. Zhu Junyang felt his face flush when he saw his future mother-in-law staring at him blatantly. It definitely wasn't proper of him to hug a girl in front of her mother. However, he had been unable to control himself when his feelings overwhelmed him. Yu Xiaoxiao noticed that her mother had acted as if Sun Wukong had paralyzed her with an art with her eyes bugged open. She glared fiercely at the troublemaker and then grumpily said, "This older sister is doing just fine. Calling yourself older sister, now you're younger than me by 7 to 8 years. Instead, you really should be addressing me as older brother Junyang." Zhu Junyang saw that her face had a healthy glow and her clothes were neat and tidy, so he was finally able to relax. He couldn't control his mouth and let out a sarcastic remark. "In your dreams, addressing him as older brother Junyang would be too sickeningly corny." Yu Xiaoxiao roasted him in her mind. This older sister has lived 2 lives already and, with my combined age, I am old enough to be your aunt. You're out of luck if you want to take advantage of me. A hint of a smile curled onto the edge of Zhu Junyang's lips. He was about to say something when he frowned and sniffed at the air. "What's this smell? Smells like some type of meat is burning. My pheasant stewed with mushrooms. Mother, the food is burning. Quickly give the spatula to me." Yu Xiaoxiao also smelled the scent of something burning and hurriedly took the spatula from Madame Lu's hands before sprinting towards the pot with the food cooking in it to flip the food. Luckily, only a few pieces of pheasant meat at the bottom of the pot had been burnt. The rest of the food was still edible. Zhu Junyang said a greeting as Xiaoxiao ran to rescue her pheasant stewed with mushrooms and was then brought to the inner cave that Princess Consort Jing resided in by Meixiang. When Princess Consort Jing saw her son, she had a smile on her face while she shook her head ruefully. She lightly sighed. No wonder all of the matrons in the village say that once a son is married he'll forget his mother. Xiaoxiao isn't even your wife yet, but she's still more important to you than me, your mother. Lady Mother, just what are you saying? I only greeted her first because I saw her first. It was only a few sentences. Zhu Junyang was obviously a bit embarrassed and had to say a few words to defend himself. "Oh, are you sure it was only a few sentences in greeting? How come I heard from other people that as soon as you entered you went up to hug her? And you even did that in front of her mother. If I was Xiaoxiao's mother, I would have long thrown the spatula in my hands towards your head." Princess Consort Jing suppressed the smile on her lips as she made fun of her son. Zhu Junyang replied somewhat sheepishly, "Lady Mother, are you sure I'm your biological son? How could my own mother say such weird things to me? The mother and son were currently having their conversation in the inner cave. While that was happening, Madame Lu finally couldn't restrain herself from saying something in the outer cave. She softly said, "Cower, in the future, with the royal prince, try to keep some distance. You're still young right now, but I need to tell you that when men and women interact together, the one that always loses out is the woman. Before marriage, you must not do any intimate actions." Yu Xiaoxiao thought this was kind of funny. However, when she saw the worried look on her mother's face, she hurriedly nodded her head and said, "Mother, don't worry so much. I know what's proper and what's not. The young royal prince isn't that sort of man. Earlier, it was probably because he was too concerned about us, so he forgot his manners. You've always been dependable since you were young, so I was only giving you a reminder. Please don't believe the flowery speech and promises of a man. As a woman, only when you respect yourself and love yourself will a man treat you with respect." Madame Lu thought that her daughter was still too young for her to say things too explicitly. In the future, she would still have time to slowly teach her. She took out the pheasant stewed with mushrooms from the pot and divided the food into 2 plates. She gave the smaller plate to one of the maids from the mountain villa to have her serve it to the princess consort. The environment within the cave complex was on the cruder side, and Xiao Xiao had a good hand at cooking, so the princess consort's meals were all made by her. Zhu Junyang smelled the delicious scent coming towards the cave and saw Lanqiang coming in with the plate of pheasant stewed with mushrooms. He grinned at Xiao Xiao and scampered over as he said, "Oh. Looks like the food here is quite good. Looks like you've all been living the good life here. I was all worried for nothing." Yu Xiao Xiao inspected him from head to toe and frowned at the sight of his sloppy attire. "Did you come straight from a refugee camp? Ah. Look at yourself. Quickly go wash up in the small creek now." "Cower, how could you say such a thing to the royal prince? Quickly apologize to him now." Madame Lu noticed that her youngest daughter hadn't been the least bit polite when addressing the prince and was afraid the prince would get angry. Thus, she hurriedly scolded her daughter. Zhu Junyang hastily pasted on a warm and gentle smile and spoke to his future mother-in-law, "It's not a problem, auntie. In the future, just consider me to be one of your family's nephews, no need to stand on such courtesy. Xiao Xiao speaking like this to me means she doesn't see me as an outsider. Makes me very happy. Ah. Do you see now? Ah. He's the one asking for this." Yu Xiao Xiao revealed a satisfied expression as if she had done something great. Zhu Junyang gave her a look that said, "Just watch how I get back at you for this," and then followed Commander Zheng outside. They exited from the side and jumped down a few meters from a cliff. The ravine experienced all 4 seasons and right now they were at the end of spring. The water in the little creek wasn't considered too cold, so Zhu Junyang was able to wash off all of the dust and dirt from his body. After changing into a clean set of clothing, he felt as if all of the exhaustion had been washed away from him. When they were eating, Zhu Junyang actually wanted to sit at the same table as Yu Xiaoxiao. However, he decided to sit with his mother to take care of her and ended up reluctantly going into the inner cave. Princess consort Jing quipped, "Your eyes are almost glued onto that lass's body and can't come back. Since you feel so reluctant, then go outside and eat with her. If I get to eat alone, I'll be able to eat more. Lady Mother, how could you possibly finish all of the food on this table? It's still better for me to help you finish it all." Zhu Junyang picked up a pheasant leg and placed it into Princess Consort Jing's bowl on top of the rice before he continued, "Before I left, my Lord Father repeatedly reminded me that I need to take good care of you. You need to eat more. If you get thinner, my father will peel the skin off of me. You stinky brat, you only know how to make fun of me. Be careful or else your Lord Father will spank you." A flush arose on Princess Consort Jing's face. She was already in her 40s yet was still able to reveal bashful expressions like a young woman. Under the light of the luminous pearl, the smile on her face seemed to have a bit of elegance and splendor mixed together. It was no wonder she was able to have Imperial Prince Jing favor her alone for all these years. "Lady Mother, please spare me. Ah. I don't dare to make fun of you." Zhu Junyang took on the task of being old lazy one and did his best to tease his mother into a better mood. With her son by her side, Princess Consort Jing was quite happy and was able to eat a few more bites of her meal compared to before. The lightly stir-fried dishes in front of her tasted exceptionally good today. The crisp sounds of birds chirping broke the silence in the mountain ravine. The first ray of warm sunlight peeked into the mouth of the cave. Zhu Junyang, who had been sleeping on the ground with the bodyguards outside of the cave, stood up and loosened his stiff and somewhat sore limbs. From time to time, he unconsciously looked towards a certain cave inside. All of the caves were currently silent without any movement. Other than the sounds of the bodyguards walking around, the rest of the cave system was completely quiet. Before long, the maids and senior servants from the mountain villa had gotten up, washed up simply, and started to cook breakfast for the bodyguards and other servants. Zhu Junyang stretched his neck a bit. How come there was no sound of movement in the Yu family's cave? When would that lazy lass, Yu Xiaosao, finally stop sleeping in? He had only arrived at this place last evening. After eating dinner with his mother and catching up, Yu Xiaosao had already gone inside her family's cave to start dreaming by the time he came out. The cave housed his future father and mother-in-law, so he couldn't just walk in to bug their daughter under their noses. He could only resist the temptation within his heart and stroll around the outer cave system for a long time before he went to sleep. Finally, there were some sounds of movement in the middle cave. The first person to come out was a graceful young maiden who was wearing a simple set of cotton clothing. Her hair had been combed into 2 hair buns. Happiness crawled onto Zhu Junyang's face and he stepped forward. However, once he got a closer look at the girl's face, he revealed a disappointed expression and said, "Ah, good morning, Shaolian." Yu Shaolian had noticed the disappointed look on the prince's face and covered her mouth to surreptitiously smile. Then she spoke to the royal prince, who was craning his neck so far that he almost entered the cave. "Younger sister will probably be sleeping for another hour before she gets up. Yesterday night she told me to tell you that if you woke up early, you could go to the small creek and catch some small white fish to bring back. That way, she could make some fish soup today. This is the ceramic pot that's already been baited, so you can use it." Zhu Junyang looked a bit helpless. That lass always knows how to order me around. How can I be forced to do such crude labor? Despite his complaints, he still took the ceramic pot that was offered to him. The little lass wasn't going to get up for another hour. It was better to take a walk in the ravine a bit instead of staying here doing nothing. Getting some fresh air in the morning would be nice. He jumped into the valley and traveled to the bank of the creek. After taking off his shoes and stepping into the water, he looked at the white fish swimming in the water and idly thought, why would I need to use bait to catch these fish? With my skills, how would I not be able to catch these fish easily? However, when he started to try without the bait, he immediately discovered that he had overestimated himself. The small white fish were nimble and were even more slippery than loaches. They darted back and forth between the rocks. Sometimes they would brush by his fingertips while other times they would swim around his feet as if they were teasing him. After trying for quite a bit of time, his body was covered with sweat and he didn't end up catching many. Now humbled, he could only place the ceramic pot inside the creek and wait. Suddenly, a weird phenomenon occurred. Those little white fish seemed to have been supernaturally drawn towards the ceramic pot and even lined up to go in. It was as if they were all squeezing in to do a pilgrimage to see a saint. He unconsciously frowned. Every time he was near Yu Xiaosao, he always felt like the little lass had some sort of secret. This secret allowed her to go beyond the natural and do things that were considered impossible in this world. He was worried that, in the future, her mysterious power would cause trouble for her. However, with him around to protect her, other than the emperor or his imperial grandfather, no one else would be able to harm the little lass before going through him first. He would be her shield and help her protect her secret and keep her safe. With him around, there was no one who could harm his little lass. After thinking it through, Zhu Junyang gradually stopped frowning as his mood improved. His little lass only needed to do whatever she wanted to do. Seeing her act naturally all the time was what he liked about her. By the time he brought back the ceramic pot full of fish and entered the entrance of the cave, Yu Xiaosao had already started cooking on the crude stovetop. She glanced at Zhu Junyang, who had scuttled by, and didn't even raise her head as she said, "Prepare the small white fish right now. I'll need to use them in a moment." "Me?" Zhu Junyang pointed incredulously at his nose and his voice had an undertone of obvious surprise. "I know how to use swords, staves and how to kill enemies. I just don't know how to clean fish to eat. If you don't know how, you can always learn. Quickly go. I need to use them soon." Yu Xiaosao didn't even raise her eyes as if ordering around a royal prince was something that came naturally to her. The servants from the prince's residence had already gotten used to this. They continued to do their tasks and not a single one came forward to help their master get out of this predicament. Princess Consort Jing stood at the entrance of her own cave and watched with obvious interest as her youngest son held the ceramic pot in his hands with a look of bewilderment on his face. She covered her mouth to hide the smirk on her face. In the end, Madame Lu graciously took over. She rolled her eyes at her daughter and then took the ceramic pot from Royal Prince Yang's hands. She then pointed at his wet pant legs and said, "Your Highness, go change into some dry clothes. I'll take over the task of cleaning and preparing these fish for you." Zhu Junyang smiled at her gratefully. The smile seemed to be even more brilliant than the rays of the rising sun, and it blinded Madame Lu for a second. She could only think, the royal prince is too handsome. In fact, he's even more pretty than Xiaoxiao by a few fractions. Is this type of person really reliable? In actuality, if Madame Lu had the choice, she absolutely would not choose a husband like Royal Prince Yang for her daughter. They were a farmer's family, so what they were looking for was someone who was steady and reliable for their daughter. The best would be to find someone who was around the same social level as them. That way, if their daughter got bullied in the future, they, as her parents, would be able to support her and negotiate. The royal prince was exceptionally handsome and also had an illustrious background. In the future, if he had a change of heart, all they could do for their daughter was to cry and lament with her. Oh, Madame Lu let out a heavy sigh and a worried frown crossed her face. Zhu Junyang thought that his future mother-in-law disdained him for not being able to clean and prepare fish, so he hurriedly said, "Auntie, in the future just call me Junyang Ah. Always addressing me as, Your Highness, is a bit too formal. If you have other things to do, you can teach me how to prepare the fish. I learn things very quickly." Madame Lu shook her head and the frown didn't dissipate from her face. Your hands aren't the type of hands used to prepare fish, right? Quickly go change into a dry set of clothing. The temperature in these caves are colder in the morning and night, so you shouldn't get chilled. When Zhu Junyang saw that his future mother-in-law was concerned about him and that he didn't need to prepare the fish, he obediently followed her suggestion and went back to his own cave dwelling to change clothes. Princess Consort Jing gleefully commented, "Oh ho! Whose son is so obedient now? Usually no one ever listens to my words. Sigh, what's the point in raising sons? It only benefits other people in the long run." Lady Mother. In the past 2 years, her youngest son didn't have any of his violent spells anymore, and it seemed like the demon in his heart had been suppressed. Because of that, Princess Consort Jing was able to set down one of her big worries and be more cheerful. Every day she seemed to like to pick on her youngest son, and Zhu Junyang had no choice but to go along with it. Princess Consort Jing pretended to use the handkerchief in her hands to dab at the non-existent tears in her eyes as she curled her lip. "Okay, you haven't even married your wife yet, you already think that I, your mother, is being too irksome. Sigh, life is too cruel. I spent 20 years raising my sons and I've gotten nothing in return. Zhu Junyang helplessly went around his mother and entered the cave to change his clothes. He was too busy to pay any attention to her fake laments and woes. He couldn't give her attention at this point. Otherwise, she would latch on and not let go. The only strategy he could do was to ignore her and let her talk it out. Breakfast was on the simpler side. They each had some thick white rice congee, griddled flatbread and a bowl of fragrant fish soup. The smell of food lingered in the caves whenever they ate and took a long time to dissipate. Today, the Yu family, Lu family, and Princess Consort Jing and her son all sat together in a corner outside their caves to partake in the meal. They found a few rocks that were mostly flat to act as their table. Other than Princess Consort Jing, who was sitting on a cushion, everyone else sat on the ground as they ate the food with gusto. "Father, we don't have much grain left over from what we brought. If we scrimp and save, we should be able to last until tomorrow morning." Yu Xiaoxiao drank the fish soup as she frowned with a worried look on her face. Yu Hai sighed and said, "I don't know how long these Woku pirates will stay until they leave. How about, tomorrow I'll go walk around the mountain a bit and see if I can hunt down a larger animal or something." Zhu Junyang scowled and said, "How about I take Zheng Yun and the others to go into Dongshan village and snatch some grain back? While we are there, we can also kill a few pirates and allow me to vent my temper on them." When he found out that the pirates were attacking, he sped all the way over to Dongshan village on horseback. The rage in his heart hadn't gone away. If he wasn't worried about his lady mother's and Xiaoxiao's safety, he would have already charged into Dongshan village and started slaughtering the pirates by the dozens to relieve his fury. Princess Consort Jing remarked out of concern, "There are quite a number of Woku pirates, at least 100 to 200. We don't have many people on our side, so we can't act rashly. Meixiang, how much grain do we have left over now? Let's go with Yu Hai's suggestion and hunt some game down to add to our food stores to hopefully stretch it out for a few more days. When the residence's private army comes, then we can beat those pirates into a pulp." When Imperial Prince Jing was younger, he had traveled throughout the country with the Emperor Emeritus to the battlefields, so he was also considered a martial prince. Thus, all of his sons had also learned martial arts since they were young and they were quite interested in it. Naturally, this all influenced Princess Consort Jing, so she would also occasionally reveal a more warlike side of her. Although Zhu Junyang really wanted to slaughter the Woku pirates willy-nilly, but he couldn't bear to disobey his lady mother and cause her to be worried. He stamped down on the outrage inside his heart. After finishing breakfast, Zhu Junyang and a few other bodyguards left the cave system and went deeper in the West Mountain with Yu Hai as their guide. Some of the villagers, when fleeing for their lives, had lost all of their luggage, so these 2 days passed like a year for them. Madame Zhang and Yu Dashan were two of those people. At first, they had brought too much stuff along with them and had almost fallen into the hands of the pirates, so they had thrown their belongings away to run. Other than the money that Madame Zhang hid on her body, the two of them had nothing else other than the clothes on their backs. During the crazy run, they had also lost Madame Li somewhere in the chaos. Even now she had not met up with the other villagers. Originally, some villagers thought that these two looked quite pitiful and would give out some food for them to eat. However, after 2 days had passed, none of the villagers had much food left as all of them had packed lightly. They couldn't even feed their own family members anymore, so how could they give out food to feed these two? Luckily, the bodyguards from the prince's residence had told them that there were no wild beasts in the valley and that some wild vegetables and fruits could be found. As long as they worked hard, they should be able to fill their bellies. When the news traveled throughout the villagers, it brought hope to all of them. Thus, the tranquil and peaceful environment in the ravine was quickly broken by the villagers. All of the flowers in the valley had been trampled flat by the hungry villagers who didn't know any better as they scrounged for food. The group that had gone out to hunt today was quite lucky. They had come across a family of 4 wild boars. The adult wild boars had thick skins and most ordinary arrows couldn't penetrate their hides. However, the bodyguards from the residence were all skilled. By surrounding the animals with their superior numbers, they very quickly took down the family of wild pigs. The 2 adult boars weighed around 400 to 500 catties in total. The 2 juvenile ones were about half grown, so they also provided about 100 catties of meat too. The weather at the end of spring had cool mornings and evenings. However, around noon, it was quite hot. The meat from the wild pig could not be left out for too long or else people would get sick from eating it. After getting Zhu Junyang's permission, Yu Hai gave 1 adult pig and 1 half-grown pig to the villagers. He even helped them to cut it into smaller chunks to divide amongst everyone there. The villagers only brought food along with them that was easily stored. Other than a few people who brought some dried meat along, the rest of them only carried some coarse grain to whet their hunger. Now with 2 catties of wild boar meat per family, most of them were very grateful towards Yu Hai and Royal Prince Yang. For the past 2 years, the villagers at Dongshan village had pretty good lives and weren't as poor as they were before. In previous years, they were only able to eat some meat during the New Year's. Now they were usually able to buy around a half catty of meat every couple of months so that their children could eat some. 2 catties of wild pig meat were worth around 100 copper coins on the market. However, there were also people who had greedy hearts, such as Madame Zhang and her son, Yu Dashan. In their eyes, Yu Hai only strolled around the forest for a bit to get a lot of boar meat. That meant the Yu family had been eating a lot of meat in these past 2 days. In contrast, they had only been eating wild vegetables, fruits and whatever they could scrounge. It was a worse living situation than the disaster year, so they felt very resentful about this. A flame of hatred ignited in their hearts towards Yu Hai and his family. At noon, Yu Xiaoxiao made a giant pot of twice-cooked pork and also braised the pig's head and intestines. Although she didn't have all of the spices needed, with the mystic stone water on hand, the taste was still acceptable. She soaked the remaining boar's meat in mystic stone water. The caves were relatively cool, so it wouldn't be a problem to store the raw meat for 1 to 2 days. However, when she was making lunch, Yu Xiaoao discovered that there was barely any white rice or white flour left. Everyone else could endure eating more coarse fare as they had lived through hard times before. However, the princess consort had grown up with a silver spoon in her mouth and had been pampered all of her life. Her complexion had become more sallow in these past 2 days. Her body was already weak to begin with, and she wasn't able to sleep very well on the hard rock bed in the caves. If she couldn't eat well either, it was possible she wouldn't be able to endure much longer. Yu Xiaoxiao brought this problem up to Zhu Junyang and analyzed the pros and cons. Yu Hai and Commander Zheng were also present. The group was silent for a bit before Zhu Junyang finally frowned and said, "No need to worry. Tonight, I'll go into the village and snatch some grain to bring back. The estate's private army should be here by tomorrow or, at the latest, the day after tomorrow. Just endure another 2 days and then we'll figure things out." Yu Hai thought for a bit and nodded his head. This morning there were red clouds all throughout the sky, which means it will probably rain in the early evening. We can use the cover of the rain and strike when they are least expecting it. Our cellar at home has plenty of grain, but I just don't know if the pirates moved it all out. Zhu Junyang lightly shook his head. They probably haven't taken all of the grain. The leader of the Woku pirates and a few of his close subordinates are all living in your residence. They need to eat and drink too, so they absolutely wouldn't take everything to the ships. This evening, we will also investigate their ships. The best case scenario would be to damage them. Once my family's soldiers arrive, they won't be able to escape even if they wanted to. Yu Xiaoxiao blinked her eyes and looked at him glowingly. You want to damage their ships? Ah. I can help with this. I'm great at swimming, so those little bastards definitely won't be able to spot me. Not okay. This is work reserved for men, not something that a little lass like you can do. Zhu Junyang gave her a look from his seductive eyes and immediately killed hope in the cradle. Yu Xiaoxiao glowered at him with wide eyes and remarked with disdain, "Someone who has lost against me has no right to decide what I can do." Usually when she dove in the ocean, Zhu Junyang would also sometimes come along to swim a few laps. His swimming ability was cultivated hastily before he left for his journey to the Western Hemisphere, so he naturally wasn't as good as Yu Xiaoxiao, who had been born and bred by the ocean. Even if Xiaoxiao didn't have her cheat item, he still wouldn't be able to win against her. Cower. The royal prince's swimming abilities may not be that good, but I, your father, swim very well, right? Just stay back here like a good girl and chat with her royal highness to pass the time. This isn't a game. Yu Hai was on the same side as Zhu Junyang, as he also didn't want his daughter to go into a dangerous situation. Yu Xiaoxiao pouted her lips and continued to fight. "Father, you also don't believe in me. Don't you already know my abilities by now? I can hold my breath longer in the water than you can. Let me go. I promise that I'll listen to everyone's orders and I won't do anything out of the ordinary. You never know, I may be of big help, right?" Father ... She knew that whenever she acted cute in front of her father, his heart would melt. So she deliberately elongated the syllables on that last "father," she said in an adorable manner. It wasn't only Yu Hai who was affected, even Zhu Junyang felt his defenses collapsing at her act. The two men looked at each other and Zhu Junyang compromised. "You can come along too, but you must stay very close by my side. You're not allowed to act on your own and rush into danger. You're also not allowed to." "All right, I know. Yu Xiaoxiao was very pleased with this development and casually waved a hand at him while making a funny face. Zhu Junyang was speechless. This little lass only knew how to act cute and adorable around her father. When it came to himself, there wasn't the slightest bit of warmth or charm from her. Did she think he was a pushover? In the future, he needed to show her his strength in order to avoid being underestimated and disrespected. "Young royal prince, you were truly making too much of this. Everyone knew that chasing a wife required patience. You have only just started, yet you want to show your dominance now." Patience. In the early evening, a large rainstorm started as expected. The sky darkened into inky blackness and sheets of rain poured from the sky. The whooshing sound of rain in the mountain forest permeated the air as if a waterfall had appeared nearby. Zhu Junyang put on his rain jacket that was woven in the afternoon and looked at the pouring rain outside of the cave. He then said to Yu Xiaoxiao, "The rain is coming down so hard, so you should stay here instead. Otherwise, you might get sick from the cold and wet." Yu Xiaoxiao was wearing a woven rush raincoat that was in a smaller size and even wore a large woven hat that was slightly too big for her. When she heard him saying this, she rolled her eyes and rebutted, "Why did you change your mind now? If I want to go to the ships and you don't allow me to go, aren't you afraid that I'll sneak along anyway?" When he thought of how the little lass acted in the past, it was quite likely she would do that. Zhu Junyang felt his head start to throb with a headache. He couldn't help but remind her a few times, "Okay, but remember, you must be at my side the entire. You're so annoying. You're like an old man, always repeating the same things and nagging non-stop. Let's go. It'll take us some time to get out of the mountains, we can't delay this mission." Yu Xiaoxiao rudely interjected after becoming impatient. Zhu Junyang could only helplessly close his mouth. The little lass couldn't be scolded or hit. He really could do nothing against her. Yu Xiaoxiao's sharkskin swimsuit was in her room and she didn't take it with her when they fled up the mountain. Zhu Junyang made the decision to first go to the Yu family to steal grain while also grabbing the little lass's swimsuit at the same time. The storm came quickly yet settled down fast too. By the time they got to the foot of the mountain, the downpour of rain had already decreased into a misty small rain. Darkness had fallen and all of Dongshan village was enveloped in the embrace of night. Zhu Junyang, Yu Hai and his daughter, as well as a dozen bodyguards from the mountain villa surreptitiously snuck closer to the Yu family's old residence. Perhaps it was because of the earlier storm, but all of the pirates living in the Yu residence had already gone to bed. The head of the Woku pirates was living in the east courtyard of the residence, so that area was more heavily guarded. The west courtyard was more lackadaisical. There were only 2 pirates on night guard and both of them were yawning continuously. They stood listlessly under the eaves of the roof. From the main room and the side rooms, the sounds of roaring snores permeated the air. These snores were a bit like a lullaby and made the people on guard feel even more sleepy. One of the pirates let out a giant yawn and rubbed at the water that came out of his eyes when he yawned. He addressed the other guard, "I'm going to lean against this wall for now and sleep for a bit. Keep an eye out. In a bit, I'll switch with you." After he spoke, he sat down on a small stool under the roof and leaned against the wall with his eyes closed. The other pirate struggled to stand up crookedly. The gentle sounds of rain lulled him until his eyelids felt heavier and heavier. Just as they were about to close, he opened them suddenly and stared listlessly into the air. Following that, his eyes slowly started to close again. After a few repeat cycles, his eyes finally closed completely. In that split second, Zhu Junyang and Commander Zheng, who had been lying in the shadows in ambush, appeared in a flash. Each of them muffled one of the guards and then cruelly twisted their heads with a snap. Zhu Junyang quickly observed the area outside the room and then gave a look towards the commander of the bodyguards. The 2 of them dragged the 2 dead pirates to a more hidden area. His little lass was a bit cowardly, so he didn't want her to be scared at the sight of dead people. The Yu family's storeroom in the west courtyard had already been cleaned out by the pirates and the sounds of thundering snores could be heard from that room. Yu Hai made a hand signal towards them. The back courtyard had a more hidden cellar and there was quite a bit of grain, dried meat, and preserved ducks and chickens there. He didn't know if that had been discovered yet by the intruders. Yu Xiaoxiao followed Zhu Junyang from behind and sneaked around like a thief on her tiptoes as she headed towards the back courtyard of her home. After the storm passed, it washed away all of the mud and dirt on top of the wooden door to the cellar. The wooden door was now apparent. Yu Hai used his strength to open up the door and came down the wooden ladder that was inside. The underground cellar still had grain stored. He pulled up a dozen bags of white rice and white flour and also grabbed a few air-dried ducks and chickens. He also filled a basket with chicken eggs to bring up. When they exited the underground cellar, the rain had already stopped. Each of the dozen bodyguards had a bag of grain on their back and their hands weren't free either. They were all holding dried ducks, chickens, or baskets of eggs. They silently headed towards the West Mountains with the stolen food. As for the pirates in the West Courtyard, all of them were still sleeping like a bunch of dead pigs. Zhu Junyang, Yu Hai, Yu Xiaoxiao, and Commander Zheng were the only 4 left in the residence. The moon gate between the east and west courtyard had been tightly closed. Commander Zheng jumped over the wall and then opened the gate. All 4 of them then entered the east courtyard. The moon peeked through a crack in the clouds to reveal half of itself and curiously regarded these 4 people who were still up in the middle of the night. Yu Xiaoxiao used the light from the moon to look at the vegetables planted in the courtyard. All of the vegetables had been squashed into a giant mess into the ground. She felt a fire of rage light up in her heart. She wished she could incinerate all of these damned Woku pirates right now to quench her rage. Don't feel bad. Once my subordinates come over with my men, I will definitely slaughter all of these pirates as revenge for you. Zhu Junyang casually held onto Xiaoxiao's small hand and squeezed it gently. Her small hand felt very supple and soft as if she didn't have any bones in it. The skin on her hand felt smooth and fine as if he was touching the best quality mutton fat jade, and it felt very comfortable in his hands. He didn't want to let go. What to do? Ahem. Ahem. Yu Hai noticed that his daughter was being taken advantage of at this point. He didn't care that it was a royal prince doing it, he still felt upset and frowned deeply. He glared at the man who was holding his daughter's hand, and it was as if there were flames coming out of his eyes. He wished he had a knife in his hands right now so he could cut off this Deng Tuzi's hands immediately. Royal Prince Yang couldn't continue to be brazen in front of his future father-in-law. Although he didn't want to let go, he still released his hold at the same time Xiaoxiao shook him off. Otherwise, it'd be very unlikely that the little lass would be able to push him away with just her little strength. Xiaoxiao and Xiaolian's room was on the east side of the main room. They could hear the sounds of around 7 to 8 pirates snoring from that room. Zhu Junyang was furious. He had never stepped into his little lass's bedroom before, yet these damned bastards were snoring in her room and lying down on the Kong bed that she used to sleep on. That was not okay. These bastards all needed to die immediately. Consequently, the whole room full of Woku pirates was sent down to greet the King of Hell in their dreams with the help of Zhu Junyang and Commander Zheng. Yu Xiaoxiao's room had been completely messed up by the pirates. Her better sets of clothing had been all moved onto the pirates' ship to bring back to their land. Even if they couldn't sell them, the clothing could be given to their own women to wear. As for Yu Xiaoxiao's and Xiaolian's old clothing, they had all been unceremoniously thrown onto the floor. Their swimsuits had been stuffed into a corner of their room. It took a bit of searching for Zhu Junyang to finally find them. He had never expected that the first time he entered his little lass's room would be under circumstances like these. He looked at how the lass's bedroom had been defiled and had a sudden desire to poke more holes into these dead pirates with his sword. However, after thinking a bit, he decided not to act on that impulse. How could the lass live in this room that had been dyed with blood? And all of these dead pirates, they needed to take them out to prevent Xiaoxiao from having misgivings about living here in the future. Right then and there, he came up with the idea that once the pirates were all eradicated, he was going to take out money to have the Yu family's old residence completely renovated. It wouldn't be comfortable for his little lass to live in a place where people were killed. The 7 to 8 pirate corpses that were in the east room had all been moved out by Zhu Junyang and Commander Zheng and thrown into the nearby mountain forest for beasts to drag away. Inside the forest, Yu Xiaoxiao changed into her sharkskin swimsuit, and then the 4 of them snuck out under the light of the moon towards the beach. To get to the ocean required going through the entire village. When she saw that the vast majority of houses and residences had been burnt to a crisp in the village, Yu Xiaoxiao felt rage burning inside her. These bastards were really too evil. Stealing the villagers' things was one thing, but what was the point in burning down their homes? She also rejoiced that the villagers had all fled. Otherwise, those cruel and vicious bastards wouldn't have shown any mercy to them. The sorrowful sight in front of her further solidified her desire to sabotage all of the pirates' ships tonight. In a dark and secluded area of the reef, Yu Xiaoxiao easily slipped into the ocean and seemed to become one with the water. It was as if she had turned into a cute dolphin, swimming swiftly in the ocean. Zhu Junyang couldn't catch her even when he tried, and could only stare blankly as she swam further and further away to become a hazy black dot in the distance. Didn't we agree that you were going to stick close to me? Ah? You forget your promises so quickly. Zhu Junyang couldn't vent his temper right now. Fortunately, Yu Hai's swimming abilities were decent and he stuck closely to Xiao Xiao in the water. Only then did the prince feel his anxiety drop. Once they got to the bottom of the Woku pirate's ship, the father and daughter pair were both like oysters and clung tenaciously to the bottom of the ship. With chisels in their hands, they forcefully started to chip at the hull. "Little divine stone, are you there?" Trying to damage the hull of the ship underwater was truly an arduous task. Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but try to find some outside help. "Don't talk to me, this divine stone doesn't have much energy and I'm currently in the middle of cultivating." The little divine stone thought that it personally contributed a lot to the previous events, so it decided to use this as an excuse for the near future to not help. "Such nonsense. You helped me a lot this last time and you managed to save so many lives at the Tanggu docks and Dongshan village. You must have gained a lot of energy for these deeds, so it's more likely that your cultivation has increased tremendously and your energy restored. Stop making excuses and start helping out now." It'd be more surprising if Yu Xiaoxiao believed the lying stone's words. It was getting harder and harder to fool its master. The little divine stone rolled its eyes. However, Xiaoxiao wasn't wrong at all. At this time, the little divine stone had gained a lot of energy and the fetters on its body had loosened again. With its cultivation increased, now it could form a material body and speak. This time its ability to make a physical form wasn't like the past when it could only become a little kitten. As long as it wanted to, it could take the form of a child around 3 to 4 years old and also make ordinary people around it hear it talk. This was already a great improvement. It was confident that, before long, it would regain all of its cultivation, break through its chains, and travel to the heavens, leaving behind this godforsaken place. It could finally return to Goddess Nua's side. It accepted its fate and channeled some spiritual energy into Xiaoxiao's arm. Yu Xiaoxiao suddenly had supernatural strength in the arm holding the chisel and the damage she inflicted upon the hull increased. After a few more pushes, a giant hole appeared at the bottom of the ship. Ocean water rushed into the ship and the hole became wider and wider. The ship slowly started to sink. The Woku pirates, who were on the ship guarding it, very quickly discovered that there was something wrong. Sounds of them jabbering could be heard and some went down into the ship to patch the hole while others looked over the sides of the ship. The other 3 people weren't like Xiaoxiao with the little divine stone to help them breathe underwater. Very soon, one of the pirates on the ship had spotted Zhu Junyang swimming in the water. "The enemy is attacking. There are people in the water attacking the ships," the pirates on the ship hollered. Following that, the sounds of a few people dropping into the water could be heard. A dozen or so pirates who were good at swimming headed towards the 4 people to pincer them. If they were on dry land, these dozen or so pirates wouldn't be able to do much against Royal Prince Yang. However, in the water, Zhu Junyang was like a tiger who had its fangs pulled out and he couldn't put up a real fight. Yu Xiaoxiao swam up to him and pulled on his arm to take him towards another ship in the water. Yu Hai did the same for Commander Zheng to help the other man swim. Naturally, with another person dragging them down, their speed in the water decreased. The pirates who were swimming after them slowly caught up. At this time, a group of little dolphins swam over and used their heads to push the humans through the water. Among them was the little dolphin that was Xiaoxiao's good friend, Xiaobu. Apparently, every time Xiaoxiao entered the water she emitted the telltale signature of spiritual energy, which spread throughout the water. Xiaobu was able to sense it very quickly and always swam over to find her to meet up. With the help of the little dolphins, the speed of the 4 people increased again. They were able to evade the pirates in the water and damage all of the hulls of the other ships that the Woku pirates had brought over. The number of pirates in the water increased steadily and it was starting to get hard to avoid them. Zhu Junyang and Commander Zheng encountered a few of them and ended up getting injured in the process. At this time, another batch of pirates were swimming over. Yu Xiaoxiao made a hand signal towards her father, hinting that he should take the heavily injured Commander Zheng back to land. She, on the other hand, stuck onto the little dolphin's back and secretly headed towards one of the Woku pirates. Yu Hai was so worried that tears almost came to his eyes. It was such a dangerous situation and his daughter didn't have any skill at fighting. If she was discovered by the pirates, she was done for. However, he was currently holding on to Commander Zheng, who had lost consciousness. If he didn't bring the heavily injured man to land to get treatment, the commander of the bodyguards would likely perish here. Yu Hai wasn't able to leave behind a wounded person, so he could only swim towards land with his heart in his mouth. Zhu Junyang's eyes almost popped out of his head when he saw her actions. This Yu Xiaoxiao was really too disobedient. Was this the time to play around? If she wasn't careful, she would end up losing her life. However, despite his worry, he didn't have any methods left for him anymore. He was currently tussling with two pirates and couldn't break free from their grasp. Since part of his attention was on that last Xiaoxiao, he wasn't careful and ended up getting stabbed in the leg by one of the pirates. Fresh blood dyed the water around him and started to spread throughout the ocean. Perhaps it was because the little dolphin swam around the pirate's line of sight, but Xiaoxiao found it very easy to sneak up on him. The chisel in her hand flashed with a cold light. If someone was looking closely, they would be able to make out a faint golden hue on the tool. The chisel, which had been strengthened with the little divine stone's spiritual power, wasn't an ordinary weapon anymore. When she was about a meter away from the unsuspecting Woku pirate, she jumped off the little dolphin's back and silently swam to the pirate. The chisel in her hand flashed and she stabbed it towards the left side of the pirate where the heart was located. It slid into the pirate as if the person in front of her wasn't made of flesh and blood but of tofu instead. The tool embedded itself deeply into the pirate before coming up. Dark-colored blood oozed out of the pirate. That pirate didn't even have the chance to struggle before he sank into the deep ocean waters. This was the first time she had killed a human being in both of her lives. Yu Xiaoxiao didn't have any time to feel scared or any other emotion when another pirate started swimming in her direction. She hurriedly climbed back up onto the little dolphin's back and had the creature bring her far away. With the little divine stone helping them out, the little dolphin shot off like an arrow from a bow into the water. In a moment, the two of them swam a great distance. After circling around the scene, Yu Xiaoxiao came back as she wasn't convinced that the young royal prince's water skills were good enough. She saw that he was currently entangled with two pirates and didn't have the chance to surface to breathe more air. Those two pirates were likely trying to keep him underwater so that they could drown him in the ocean. In actuality, Zhu Junyang felt like his chest was about to explode from lack of air. His movements gradually slowed down and the wounds on his body increased. He felt like this was the day when his life would be over. The only bit of regret he had in his heart was that he wouldn't have the opportunity to marry Yu Xiaoxiao and have her become his wife anymore. Sigh, perhaps it was his destiny to spend his life alone, the bane of everyone's existence. He felt his mind starting to turn dark as bubbles spewed out of his mouth. As his body got heavier and heavier, there was a force that seemed to bring him up. He wasn't sure if it was an illusion or real. When he couldn't hold on to his breath any longer, the substance he breathed in wasn't seawater but fresh air. Yu Xiaoxiao had attacked one of the pirates who was besieging the young royal prince and then went underwater to drag the drowning Zhu Junyang away. She then directed the dolphin to swim in the direction of another pirate. Xiaobu seemed to have its heart linked with hers and swam over to drag the two of them away. It swam very quickly to escape with them. She hadn't fed the little dolphin with mystic stone water in vain. Zhu Junyang, who was able to breathe again, gradually regained consciousness. When he opened his eyes, he saw Yu Xiaoxiao's delicate and pretty little face. The expression on that little face looked quite solemn and her pair of large eyes seemed to have a hint of concern. Was she worried about him? Zhu Junyang couldn't help but wonder about this. Unexpectedly, Xiaoxiao looked over at this time and met his eyes. When she saw that he was awake, the little lass seemed to let out a sigh of relief and then fiercely glared at him. Zhu Junyang revealed a dazzling smile at her and he didn't even notice the pain of his wounds anymore. He was currently so close to his little lass and could feel warmth coming off the other person. In addition, it seemed like her body was giving off that particular smell of a young maiden. Apparently he wasn't dreaming, he really could breathe underwater. He moved his nose closer to Xiaoxiao and deeply inhaled. It smelled so good. It was a scent that could clean a person's heart and he couldn't help but want to smell more. Are you a dog? Ah? Zhu Junyang's breath tickled the back of Yu Xiaoxiao's neck. Xiaoxiao couldn't take it anymore. If this guy wasn't injured, she would have pushed him away long ago. The little lass could actually speak underwater. Zhu Junyang was even more surprised and his eyes opened wide. This was truly unbelievable. His little lass was too awesome. She not only could speak normally and breathe underwater, but he also gained the same skills when he was by her side. Perhaps Xiaoxiao was the reincarnation of the Ocean's Dragon King's daughter. Although it seemed a bit far-fetched, he couldn't help but think along those lines in the face of the impossible. Yu Xiaoxiao pulled Zhu Junyang onto a shallow reef as if she was dragging a dead dog. The Woku pirates in the water had long been left behind by her. On the dark and silent reef they watched as the ships, which were not far from them, slowly sank into the sea. The ship that they had damaged first had already sunk down and its masts almost weren't visible. Since Zhu Junyang had lost quite a bit of blood, his head felt very dizzy and heavy. He leaned against a rock and a smile appeared on his ghastly white face. Although it was dangerous, we still managed to complete our mission perfectly. Yu Xiaoxiao didn't give him a happy look and instead scrunched up her face. Perfect. Just what was perfect about any of this? It was so perfect that you almost lost your life and became shark feed. The smile on his face became even more enchanting and there was a hint of trying to obtain favor in it. I owe a lot to you for today, Xiaoxiao. Otherwise my life really would have been lost in this section of seawater. Tell me, how can I thank you properly? HMPH. Who was the one who said that I don't know martial arts and would only slow the group down so you didn't want to bring me along? Yu Xiaoxiao trembled as she began to settle her previous grievances. It was my bad. I apologize to you for looking down on you. Zhu Junyang followed her lead and the look he had in his eyes as he gazed at her had become extremely gentle. The little lass absolutely had some kind of secret. If she didn't want to talk about it, then he was just going to pretend he didn't notice it. He was willing to bury her secret deep within his heart and not say a peep. Yu Xiaoxiao slanted a look at him and began to make her request. Then, in the future if something else like this comes up, will you still refuse to let me come along? That really depends on the situation. If it's too dangerous, then it's better if only men like me go. As a lass, all you need to do is hide behind me. Zhu Junyang immediately refused the request. No matter what, he didn't want his little lass to get her hands stained with blood and he was even more reluctant to have her be put into dangerous situations. Yu Xiaoxiao glared angrily at him. Before we came, that's what you said, but look what happened. If there wasn't a little lass like me along, wouldn't all of you men be an easy banquet for these Woku pirates? Ahem. How could I become an easy banquet? It's not as though those Woku pirates are completely savage and are willing to eat raw meat. Zhu Junyang had lost all of his face so he hemmed and hawed. It took quite a bit of effort for him to sit up on the reef and move his arms and legs. When he was in the water, his wounds had ached furiously and he thought that he had been seriously injured. However, now he discovered that these were all superficial wounds. Although the injured areas were all a bit white from being in the water, none of them were serious. Zhu Junyang felt quite puzzled by this discovery. He was pretty sure he remembered that there were a few serious injuries. In fact, one of the pirates had hurt him near his heart. How come there weren't any problems there right now? He felt his chest. It ached a little, but other than that minor pain, he didn't have any other feelings. The little divine stone, which was on Yu Xiaoxiao's wrist, felt quite proud. It arrogantly boasted to its master, "This divine stone saved your man. How are you going to thank this stone? What are you being so arrogant for, speaking like the prince? Where did you learn this from? Saving a person's life is more meritorious than building a 7-level pagoda. This is also something that will help you regain your cultivation and spiritual powers. This is a mutually beneficial act for you to do. That being said, that fellow is absolutely not my man." Yu Xiaoxiao was not going to fall for its act. This stone must have some sort of crazy request on mind, so she needed to prevent it from acting up. HMPH. This divine stone is generous and open-minded, so I won't bother to quibble with you. However, she didn't expect the little divine stone to let it go so easily. Yu Xiaoxiao didn't know that this fellow was currently smugly thinking, apparently saving the young royal prince is as helpful in increasing my cultivation as saving my master herself. My master is still in denial. HMPH. In the future, we'll see what happens to you. The little divine stone didn't say anything else and went back into the multicolored stone to continue cultivating. All of the more serious injuries on Zhu Junyang's body had been healed by the little divine stone while Yu Xiaoxiao swam through the water with him. The remaining injuries were mostly some superficial wounds that would heal after resting a bit. The only other issue was that he had lost too much blood, but that was easily fixed. When they got back, Xiaoxiao just had to make him some medicinal cuisine to nurse his body back to full health. Oi! At this time, all of the Woku pirates who were on the ships should be grouping up on land to start looking for us. If we leave now, we will probably be caught by them. What do you think we should do now? Yu Xiaoxiao used her foot to lightly kick at Zhu Junyang's leg as she asked. Zhu Junyang thought for a bit and proposed, "It's probably better if we circle around to the neighboring village. Although there are probably Woku pirates there, most of them should be sleeping. If we're careful, there should be no problems." Yu Xiaoxiao considered his plan and then nodded. "Okay. Then we'll just circle around to the neighboring village. I don't know if Zhuang Xiaomo was able to escape or not." Before the pirates arrived, they had already made a plan with Zhuang Xiaomo that they would wait an hour for him to meet up with them. When everything happened, they still hadn't seen that youth appear. Shaolian had already mentioned him several times. That little lass was only 12 yet there was spring love in the air already. It was clearly puppy love. Sigh, the ancient people definitely matured too early. Zhu Junyang felt a burst of sourness rise up in his heart and his face darkened. He grumbled peevishly, "My injuries are so serious yet you don't seem to be worried about me for one bit. In fact, you seem to be more worried about that other fellow who has nothing to do with you. Zhuang Xiaomo isn't someone unrelated to me. He's the future son-in-law that my parents both want." Before Yu Xiaoxiao had finished what she was saying, she had been pulled into an icy cold hug. Perhaps he had lost too much blood, but Zhu Junyang felt like his entire body was chilly and his head was spinning. He locked the little lass into his arms and sourly remarked, "The son-in-law that they want. That stupid, good-for-nothing, tanned young fellow. How could he compare to my stunning good looks, skillful martial arts and boundless future? Fit." Yu Xiaoxiao sprayed out a laugh and forcefully pushed him away. When she saw Zhu Junyang stagger after being pushed, she reached out to support the weakened youth as she said, "Just why are you being so jealous right now? Zhuang Xiaomo is someone that my mother wants for Shaolian's future husband. You're so tyrannical, so how could my mother possibly try to find someone else for me besides you?" Only after hearing that did the jealousy in Zhu Junyang's heart slightly settle down. He pretended to be very weak as he leaned against Xiaoxiao's shoulder, but he was also afraid that his weight would push her down and make her too tired. On the nearby reef, Commander Zheng had left a secret message hinting that they had already gone back to the West Mountains. The two of them relaxed and circled around the sandy beach to avoid the Woku pirates searching for them. They got to the vicinity of Zhuang Xiaomo's village. In the distance, using the hazy light of the moon, they could see some human-shaped figures dangling from the large tree at the mouth of the village. When they got closer, Yu Xiaoxiao almost vomited from the sight. The figures hanging from the tree were all the villagers that the pirates had slaughtered. They must have been dead for at least 2 days as their corpses were giving off a dense, rotten scent. After the storm from the evening, all of them had swelled up and didn't resemble people anymore. Didn't Zhuang Xiaomo run back to warn the villagers that the pirates were coming? How come there were still so many villagers who had been brutally killed? However, how could she know that the village chief of Zhuang Xiaomo's village refused to believe the words of a youth who was half-grown and didn't take any of it to heart? Other than the few families who had a good relationship with him that had packed and fled to the nearby hills, the other villagers didn't prepare anything and had met their doom when the pirates arrived. This village was smaller than Dongshan village, but it still had around 80 to 100 villagers usually. From the looks of it, at least 50 to 60 of them had been brutally murdered. Yu Xiaoxiao had also noticed that there were almost no young women among the corpses that were hanging on the trees. Anyone with a brain could tell what had happened to those women. The Woku pirates were too cruel. Stealing the villagers' belongings was one thing, yet they also had to viciously slaughter innocents and rape helpless women. Yu Xiaoxiao felt simultaneously disgusted and afraid. She ground her teeth in rage. Zhu Junyang lightly covered her eyes and gently comforted her. "Xiaoxiao, don't worry. All of these lives will definitely be paid back for you. I will definitely make sure that these bastards pay blood for blood." Yu Xiaoxiao sniffed and then helped him to circle around the village along a tiny muddy trail. They headed towards the West Mountains. Since Zhu Junyang had been injured, their speed was very slow. By the time they entered the mountain, the first rays of light from the sun had just peeked over the horizon. The sounds of birds chirping gradually filled the air. Her head was still filled with the mournful images of the village. Fortunately, the village chief of Dongshan village had trusted her and the Yu family and made a wise decision. His decision saved all of the lives at Dongshan village. Their lost possessions could be slowly earned back, but people who lost their lives could never come back. The two of them silently trudged through the forest with difficulty. Suddenly, Zhu Junyang stopped moving and made a gesture to her, telling her to be quiet. He was listening to the sounds in the vicinity. What's wrong? Did you hear something? Is it a person or animal? Yu Xiaoxiao immediately became nervous. Could it be the Woku pirates had chased them into the mountain? Although Royal Prince Yang was very skilled at fighting, he had been heavily injured. If they were in the water, she might have some skills to get them out of a bad situation. However, on dry land, she couldn't be of any help. What should they do? What should they do? Zhu Junyang pointed at a large tree behind them and helped her climb up. He followed up behind her with a lot of effort and they used the dense tree leaves to cover up their figures. Before long, the figure of an adult man appeared underneath the tree and a familiar voice could be heard. So weird, I'm pretty sure I shot that animal. How come I can't find it now? There's a blood trail here. If we follow it, we will definitely find it. Xiaomo, don't be in a hurry. That dumb roe deer absolutely can't run for too far. This was the voice of the adult man. Yu Xiaoxiao wasn't very familiar with it. However, she could already guess the identity of this man and the worry within her heart gradually dissipated away. Zhuang Xiaomo wasn't too stupid. At least he knew to hide in the deep mountain forest. Luckily, he didn't lose his life. Otherwise, she wasn't sure how to break such news to Shaolian. The crisis is over, it's Zhuang Xiaomo and the others. Yu Xiaoxiao quietly informed Zhu Junyang. Zhuang Xiaomo, who was under the tree, suddenly raised his head to look at the leaves above him. His dark and bushy eyebrows slowly came together in a frown and he also slowly raised the bow in his hands in the direction of the tree top. Oh ho, this fellow has some pretty good ears on him. Too bad he's on the older side. If he was able to get formal training when he was young, he absolutely wouldn't be any less skillful than Zheng Yun and the others. Since the other person had already spotted him, Zhu Junyang naturally also raised his voice. Yu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at him and revealed her small head from the cover of the leaves as she hurriedly said, Zhuang Xiaomo, it's me, Yu Xiaoxiao. When he heard her voice, Zhuang Xiaomo lowered the bow in his hands. The few men behind him only discovered that the tree was hiding people after they heard the sound of Zhu Junyang's voice. Zhu Junyang jumped off the tree and the effort caused the wounds on his legs to split open. He grimaced from the sudden pain. Yu Xiaoxiao scrambled down from the tree and didn't forget to remark caustically, serves you right. Trying to show off when you're injured, must hurt a lot. Zhuang Xiaomo had a slight smile on his face as he looked at Yu Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, how come you're over here? You didn't flee with the rest of the villagers into the mountain. We were destroying the Woku pirates' ships. Yu Xiaoxiao briefly summarized what they did and reached out to support Zhu Junyang. She was currently regretting that she didn't bring any of her wound balm along. Zhuang Xiaomo noticed that Royal Prince Yang was deathly pale and hurried over to support him as well. Your Highness got injured. Is it serious? I know a type of medicinal plant that can stop bleeding and I just saw it earlier. Older brother Zhang, could you go pick some first please? The man who had been called older brother Zhang made a noise in assent and headed back in large strides. The other villagers smiled kindly at them and continued to follow the blood trail of their injured prey. Zhuang Xiaomo asked again in concern, it was only the two of you. That's way too dangerous. Xiaoxiao, are you alright? You also know how well I swim. I won't speak of other things, but as long as I want to run away, there's no one else who will be able to catch me in the water. This guy's swimming skills are too lousy and had been caught by the pirates. He got injured when fighting with them. Yu Xiaoxiao gave Zhu Junyang a faint look of dislike. Zhu Junyang felt helpless as he couldn't refute her statements. He was a high and noble royal prince and had defeated plenty of enemies before. Now he was like a downtrodden phoenix who was no stronger than a chicken. Getting injured wasn't a big deal, but he had lost a lot of prestige in front of his little lass and even received her disdain. He could tell that his desire to become a manly husband in front of her was going to be a hard journey. Then, did you guys succeed? Zhuang Xiaomo vehemently hoped that Xiaoxiao and the others were able to damage the damned pirates' ships beyond repair. His heart was filled with hatred towards the pirates. Last night, he and a few other villagers had snuck into the village and saw the grisly scene of the dead villagers. Almost all of the men, women, elderly, and children of the village, other than a few young women, had been brutally killed and their bodies unceremoniously hung up. As for the women who had been taken by the Woku pirates, they were currently living a life worse than hell. With me, the graceful white shark, at the scene, we definitely wouldn't let any ship go. We sunk all of the ships outside our village. We didn't leave a single ship afloat for those disgusting dogs. I also killed quite a few of those bastards in the water. I only regret that I couldn't kill a few more. Yu Xiaoxiao once again recalled the images of those slaughtered villagers as she righteously remarked. Zhuang Xiaomo's voice filled with emotion and he sniffed a few times before he said, "I'm so useless. I tried my best to convince the village chief for a long time, but I didn't get his trust. The village chief said that our two villages are pretty close to the port's authorities, so the Woku pirates wouldn't dare to attack us. He refused to believe my words. Since it was futile, I could only convince a few families who were close to mine one by one. By the time we had hastily packed some things, it was already past the time for me to meet up with you guys. Furthermore, the pirates had silently snuck into the village, so the only thing we could do was flee into the mountain and find a cave to hide in. Perhaps those Woku pirates were only preoccupied with killing the people in the village and didn't find out that they were missing around 30 more people. That's probably how we avoided being chased by them. Oh right, are you guys okay? Xiaolian, she's not injured, right?" Yu Xiaoxiao lightly shook her head and sighed. "Everyone has their own fate, so don't blame yourself, Xiaomo. Don't worry, all of us are doing well. As for whether Xiaolian is doing well or not, you can come with us and see for yourself, right? We stole a bunch of grain yesterday night, so how about you come with us? That place is spacious and also safe." Zhuang Xiaomo thought for a bit and then nodded his head. "We're currently hiding too close to the village, so we've all been living in fear for the past 2 days that the pirates will come after us. Once older brother Zhang comes back, I'll ask him and the others if they want to come with us." Older brother Zhang came back very quickly and he had a few herbs in his hands that had thorns on it. Yu Xiaoxiao swiftly cut off the thorns and used her hands to mash the plant into a paste while also secretly adding some mystic stone water. She then put the mixture on Zhu Junyang's wounds. His originally painful wounds immediately felt a cooling sensation covering them. Zhu Junyang was very surprised at the efficacy of this medicinal plant that was commonly found in the mountains. How could it be so effective at treating external wounds that it was even better than the snow jade wound balm from the imperial palace? He couldn't help but eye the little lass who was helping him bind his wounds. This absolutely had to do with something from her. Zhu Junyang felt a bit helpless. This lass didn't know how to disguise her actions one bit. If someone else found out, what good could happen of this? It looked like he needed to help her create a smokescreen in the future. Otherwise, the little lass might fall into the trap of some unscrupulous person. By the time all of his wounds had been poulticed with the medicinal herb, the other men who had been chasing after the dumb roe deer returned with their prey on hand. When these people heard that there was a safe and spacious hiding place and that they could get some grain, they immediately were tempted. Yu Xiaoxiao went to the cave that these people were hiding in. It was a small and cramped dark little cave that was harboring around 30-some villagers. There wasn't even enough space for these people to lie down, so they could only sit to sleep at night. These people had pretty much finished all of the grain they had brought with them. Most of them were listlessly leaning against the stone walls. When they saw that their menfolk had caught a roe deer, all of their eyes started glowing with the light of hunger. Only after they ate could they have the strength to travel. The roe deer only weighed around a few dozen catties, so everyone only got around 1 caddie's worth of meat in the end. With some food to whet their hunger, these people all quickly packed up their belongings and followed behind Yu Xiaoxiao and the prince to slowly head towards the hidden valley. At this time, Zhu Junyang was feeling a lot better and his body regained some energy. On the whole journey back, he didn't end up slowing them down at all. Yu Xiaosao supported him the whole way in order to reduce the amount of effort he had to use. By the time it was noon, the group of people finally arrived at the outskirts of the dense and foggy forest. A few bodyguards from the mountain villa were all waiting for them anxiously. Last night, when Princess Consort Jing found out that her youngest son was going to bring some people to attack the Woku's ships, she felt anxious and jittery the whole night and couldn't sleep. When she saw Yu Hai come back with Commander Zheng, who was quite skilled, on his back, she didn't see her youngest son with them. She became even more worried. If it wasn't for some maids pulling her back forcefully, she likely would have left to go find her son herself. Zhu Junyang was brought in by a few of the bodyguards. Princess Consort Jing noticed that her son was deathly pale and rushed up anxiously to ask about his wounds. Zhu Junyang briefly went over what happened and said that his wounds were all superficial and had been treated already, so he wasn't in a bad condition. Only after he walked a few steps to let his mother observe him did Princess Consort Jing finally relax. Yu Xiaosao, on the other hand, was currently busy helping the other villagers settle in. Fortunately, the caves in this area were all linked so these people didn't have to squeeze in with the 100 or so villagers from Dongshan village. After she helped them settle in, Zhuang Xiaomo impatiently followed Xiaosao from behind to arrive at the Yu family's cave. When the youth saw Yu Xiaolian bustling about making food, he finally relaxed and was convinced that she was safe. Madame Lu spotted him and hurriedly pulled on his hand to ask how he was doing. She had been concerned about him for these past 2 days and she fretted about whether he had encountered something bad. At this time, Zhu Junyang had just exited his lady mother's cave and had seen the whole interaction between Madame Lu and Zhuang Xiaomo. Jealousy surged in his heart. He walked up to Yu Xiaosao and pouted towards Madame Lu and Zhuang Xiaomo as he remarked in a voice full of jealousy, "Your mother is so biased. I got injured but I didn't hear a single word of concern from her." Yu Xiaosao raised her eyes to look at him and suppressed the laughter bubbling up. "Young royal prince, how old are you this year?" Zhu Junyang couldn't make heads or tails of her unexpected question. He lowered his head to look at her and he had a perplexed look in his seductive eyes. However, he still obediently replied, "I'm 19 ah. I'll say, you really don't care about me ah. You don't even know how old I am. I can't believe you remember you're 19 ah. I had thought that you were 9 years old from the way you're acting. Isn't it a bit too childish of you to get jealous over?" Something like this. Yu Xiaosao had a slight smile on her face and the dimples on her rosy cheeks were barely visible. Zhu Junyang felt his face flush from her teasing and he pinched her cheeks as he helplessly said, "You wouldn't feel comfortable if you don't tease me at least once a day, right?" Yu Xiaosao snickered and then changed the subject. "I have some wound balm made by my pharmaceutical workshop. I'll give you a bottle and you can have older sister Meixiang rub them on your wounds. Meixiang is currently helping my lady mother rest and is too busy." Zhu Junyang looked hopefully at Yu Xiaosao, as if he was a little kid trying to beg for a piece of candy. "Isn't there also older sister Lanxiang ah?" Yu Xiaosao didn't fall for his excuse. Zhu Junyang immediately replied, "None of them have the time." As he talked, he slanted a look at the servants who were cheerfully waiting around. All of the servants, whether they were male or female, immediately began to pretend to be busy and bustled around the two of them doing random tasks. Yu Xiaosao speechlessly glared at him and then brought him into her family's cave. She had him take off his clothes until he was only wearing his underwear and instructed him to lie down on one of the stone beds. Yu Xiaosao didn't even have a hint of a blush on her face. She first used the mystic stone water to help him wash his wounds clean and then carefully spread some of her special wound balm on all the injuries. As she spread the ointment on him, she also didn't forget to sneakily make a few passes on Zhu Junyang's well-muscled abdomen. She thought in admiration, "The young royal prince looks thin but he has a great body. He's the type that looks skinny when clothed but has a finely sculpted body when unclothed. Ahem ahem, are you done touching me? Are you pleased with what you see ah?" Zhu Junyang had a slight flush on his cheeks. His little lass was definitely different from other girls. When confronted with a half-naked adult man, she not only didn't have any sign of bashfulness or embarrassment, but she also had a hint of admiration in her eyes. Her unruly little hands had been feeling his abdomen to and fro. He was pretty sure he didn't injure that area. Yu Xiaoxiao calmly helped him put on his top clothing as if she was in no way related to that earlier little lecher who had been feeling the young royal prince up. She even nodded her head righteously. You have a great body. Zhu Junyang didn't know what to do with her. Was his little lass still too young to understand some things? She didn't seem the least bit concerned in the differences between men and women. Sigh. She was still too young. Lass, in the future, if there are any men who are half naked in front of you, you must immediately hide. If you're able, you should hit them stoutly too. Zhu Junyang couldn't help but give her a few reminders. He was afraid that one day his little lass might be spirited away by a big, perverted wolf. Yu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at him and revealed an expression on her face that basically said, "Do you think I'm an idiot?" She then said, "Then, aren't you half naked in front of me now? You don't even have your pants on. Shouldn't I be beating you up right now?" Zhu Junyang choked on his own saliva and coughed a few times. How could those people compare to me? What type of relationship do we have? In the future, I'm the person who will be marrying you. Don't be so sure, you still haven't passed the tests yet. Who knows if another beautiful maiden will catch your eye and you'll forget all about me. Yu Xiaoxiao ruthlessly pushed aside the still bare chest that had come over to her. She was getting ready to leave the cave to eat lunch. From the previous evening, until now, she only had a small piece of roe deer meat and it was only roasted plainly over a campfire. It couldn't be considered to be very appetizing. However, her arm was suddenly held captive by him. She raised her head to look at Zhu Junyang, who had a solemn and serious expression on his face. He reiterated, "I won't be interested in anyone else, so stop hoping for anything else. Just wait obediently for me to marry you." When he finished talking, he moodily put on the clothing that the servants sent over and flung his arms as he left. Angry now, Yu Xiaoxiao shrugged her shoulders and followed behind him to leave the cave. Her whole family was waiting for her to eat lunch. The spread was quite splendid. There were bowls of glistening white grains of rice, a plate hand-shredded dried chicken, a plate of stir-fried common purslane, and tureen of egg drop soup. Zhuang Xiaomo had also been invited over for the meal, and Shaolian had even somewhat shyly served him a chicken leg. The rice that they had painstakingly stolen back yesterday night had already been divided to the other villagers. Regardless of whether they were men, women, elderly, or children, every person had been given 5 caddies of rice and 2 caddies of white flour. It was enough for everyone to eat for the next 2 days. The remaining surplus was stored in one of the outer caves. They had just divvied up grain rations to Zhuang Xiaomo and the others, so there was still enough left to use for another 2 days. After they finished lunch, Zhu Junyang slept so heavily that it was almost impossible to wake him up that evening. Yu Xiaoxiao had used the medicines within her box and the mystic stone water to simmer a pot of tisane that could replenish the blood and restore the body. She was planning on making sure he drank some every day for the next 3 days. Who would have expected that he would disappear the next morning and even took a dozen bodyguards with him? The note he left behind said that the troops from the Imperial Prince's residence had already arrived last night and that Head Steward Lu had come over to report this himself. When Head Steward Lu saw the scattered wounds all over his master's body, he silently rebuked himself for not going along with the master. However, even if there were 10 of him in that situation, he likely wouldn't be of much help to his master. After all, his swimming abilities were too average. He was the type of person who was considered a hero on land and a useless nobody in the water. Yu Xiaoxiao was quite relaxed about all of this. The young royal prince had told her that he had brought over half of the imperial prince's troops along, which was around 800 soldiers. The Woku pirates at Dongshan village only had 100 or so people on their side. The pirates would absolutely be slaughtered and captured with these well-trained troops fighting against them. The pirates, who were having the time of their life at Dongshan village, would have already left if Watanabe Hiroshi had listened to the urgings of his advisors. Over a dozen of their comrades had somehow passed away that night and even their ships had been sunk. What did that mean? It meant that there was a highly skilled enemy around them. If this enemy wanted their lives, it would be easy for this mysterious person to kill them. Unfortunately, Watanabe Hiroshi was a very conceited individual who was very concerned with his image. They hadn't completed their mission of sweeping away loot and even lost all of their ships. In front of General Yamaguchi, did he still have any prestige left compared to his other rivals? Although he lost the loot, he needed to make up for his lost reputation. He was determined to enter the mountain forest to attack the villagers. After resting for one day, he was aiming to do the same as the other pirates in the neighboring village, slaughter every single villager and be able to vent his temper. Such a hubristic individual wasn't willing to listen to any of his advisors, who urged him to meet up with the general at the docks. In fact, he even heavily slapped one of his most trusted advisors for insubordination. All of the people around him felt quite helpless. They were stuck with a leader who was blinded by arrogance, so they could only go down with him. Before Watanabe Hiroshi could gather all of his remaining men, the troops from the imperial prince's estate descended like a bunch of avenging gods and gave them no chance to fight back. The Woku pirates dropped their weapons in an attempt to flee in panic when they saw their opponent's superior numbers and massively better training. However, Dongshin village had long been surrounded by the soldiers from the estate. No matter how the pirates tried to run, they couldn't escape from the troops. Before an hour had passed, the battle had ended. The pirates in the village had either been killed on sight or captured. Zhu Junyang remembered the grisly sight of the neighboring village. If his lass hadn't been playing in the ocean when she did and discovered the Woku pirates approaching, then those people who were dead, hanging on the tree, might also. Zhu Junyang didn't dare to think further down that line. He had almost lost his little lass. The more he thought, the more resolute he became to take an eye for an eye. No matter how the pirates begged for mercy, not a single one of them was left alive. All of them had been unceremoniously hung from the old elm tree at the mouth of the village. The two bodyguards who came with him had already gotten a good understanding of the situation at the neighboring village. Once the battle at Dongshin village ended, the imperial prince's troops immediately headed out to the other village. The pirates, who had already gathered all of the loot they wanted, were now trapped by the soldiers on the beach and not a single one was able to flee. The pirates on the ships could tell that things were not going well and were about to make a run for it. However, the archers in the troops shot fire arrows at the ships. After the rain of arrows fell, all of the ships burst into flames. Not a single ship out of the 4 in the water had a good outcome. In the past 3 days, Yu Xiaoxiao's godfather was unexpectedly unable to come by to check up on her. This meant that the situation at the docks wasn't going too well. Zhu Junyang led the 800 soldiers under his command and rushed to the docks majestically. The dozens of ships worth of pirates under General Yamaguchi's command were all warriors from his own clan who had undergone strict training. They were brave and not afraid of death. Furthermore, they had the advantage in numbers. The most important fact was that they were good at battles on the water and knew when to attack and retreat. If their opponents had a tight defense and the situation wasn't optimistic, the pirates would just flee into the water. Consequently, the county's soldiers and troops sent from the town and prefectural city weren't able to gain an advantage over the Woku pirates. Thus, the whole situation had fallen into a stalemate. General Yamaguchi wasn't an arrogant idiot like Watanabe Hiroshi. When he saw that the imperial prince's private troops, who were all well trained, were coming over from the direction of Dongshin village, he knew that things had turned against him. The Tangu docks were heavily guarded and they weren't able to crack such a tough nut in a short period of time. Thus, he sounded the order to retreat. The dozens of pirate ships headed to the deep ocean to flee. The ships from the prefectural ships caught up to them as they ran and, after a tempestuous battle at sea, 10 pirate ships were lost. The rest had finally managed to escape from the prefectural city's ships and sped off. By the time Zhu Junyang and his private troops got to the docks, they could only watch the pirate ships disappear into the horizon. Looks like you know how to run fast. Zhu Junyang cursed towards the deep ocean and then walked towards General Fang, who looked quite downtrodden and exhausted. Fang Zizhen rubbed at his tired face and bowed toward Royal Prince Yang before he hastily asked, "How's Dongshin village right now? Are my daughter and the others doing all right?" The villagers from Dongshin village fled at the right time and all of them are safe deep within the West Mountains. Unfortunately, the neighboring village wasn't as lucky. Almost all of the villagers there were massacred. Zhu Junyang couldn't help but sigh at the thought. Commander Sun came over with one of his assistants and greeted Royal Prince Yang. "Royal Prince, you came at just the right time. Those Woku pirates are too cunning. They always made a ton of feints and never committed, which made it very tiring for us to defend. Luckily they saw that the winds weren't behind them and finally left. If this battle with them was prolonged, we wouldn't have enough men here in the county to fight. Otherwise, we wouldn't have begged for immediate help from everyone in our vicinity. The Emperor has already sent troops over and I'm pretty sure they'll arrive within the next few days. Zhu Junyang was quite satisfied with the speed of his family's private troops. He exchanged a few other words with Commander Sun, yet his heart was still thinking about his little lass who was hiding in the mountains. Thus, he very quickly took his troops and left the docks. Fang Zizhen also said his farewells to Commander Sun so he could go to Dongshan village to take a look. He was originally responsible for overseeing the construction of the harbor at Tanggu, and it wasn't his job to repel the pirates and defend the town. However, as a general, he couldn't stop himself from butting in when there was war on the horizon. Thus, he stood out at the first moment to help fight against the pirates. Commander Sun promised him that he would bring up his bravery and deeds to the imperial court later on. Fang Zizhen clearly didn't care about any of this and waved a hand at the other man. He mounted his horse and rode behind the royal prince as he inquired about his goddaughter's circumstances. When he found out that his little lass had helped to sink 4 to 5 pirate ships and even saved the prince's life, he guffawed loudly. He stroked the whiskers on his cheeks and proudly announced, "This is truly an example of how an excellent father has an excellent daughter. Ah, my daughter is truly a woman beyond comparison and is not less than any man." Zhu Junyang silently roasted the older man in his heart. "What do you mean about your daughter? Her surname is Yu, not Fang, and she's not even blood related to you. What's the point of you being proud about this?" The 800 men from the Imperial Prince's private army were now stationed in the remains of Dongshan village. The first thing that Zhu Junyang did when he got back was to bring some people along to destroy the Yu family's old residence. The bastard pirates had slept in these rooms and he couldn't bear for his little lass to live in such a place anymore. If the lass objected to this decision, she could go find him. He was more than willing to take out money to have them rebuild a bigger and better residence for her family. Fang Zizhen was quite perplexed when the prince destroyed the residence. After finding out the details, he, as her godfather, also raised his hands up in support. So what if they didn't have a place to live in for now? Not a problem, he had a large residence in town for them. Not only could it easily handle the whole Yu family, but it could also easily handle her oldest aunt's family too. There was plenty of room for everyone. When the Dongshan villagers descended the mountain and saw the ruined remains of their homes, they all started to wail inconsolably. Many of the older folks revealed dumbfounded expressions as they had no idea what the future would hold. Most of the families here were fine and had enough money on hand to rebuild their homes. However, there was a portion of families who didn't have a lot of resources and were so poor that they were happy just having enough food to fill their stomachs. Where would they get the money to rebuild their house? Yu Xiaosao felt very sympathetic towards these people and wanted to help them in some way. However, she was also afraid that once she opened her mouth, more things would come tumbling towards them. While she hesitated, Zhu Junyang proclaimed, "Tanggu is under my feudal jurisdiction, so you are all technically under my governance. We cannot stop disasters in their tracks and can only endure and survive through hard times. Every family who had their homes ruined will get 30 taels from me." He had decided on the amount of money to give to these villagers after consulting with the Yu and Lu families. Xiaosao's oldest aunt had a house made out of bricks and tile, and it was one of the only homes, other than the Yu families and village chiefs, to be constructed this way. They spent no more than 20 taels to build their residence. In the countryside, people crafted their own mud bricks to build a house and only needed to invite some people over and pay them in food for their help. Houses made of straw were even more simple, as rice straw was an even cheaper construction material. A 5-room house made of rice straw didn't require spending more than 10 taels to build. When the Dongshan villagers heard his announcement, all of them were deeply grateful. Under the lead of the village chief, they all kowtowed and proclaimed their thanks to the prince. Zhu Junyang lightly waved a hand and had them stand up. He then glanced at Yu Xiaosao with a proud look in his eyes. At this time, Yu Xiaosao was currently puffing up her cheeks in anger as she sulked moodily. Her family's residence was perfectly fine just a day ago. How could it become destroyed and become a pile of ruins in just one day? Zhu Junyang's explanation was that when the troops were fighting with the pirates, they weren't careful and ended up damaging the residence. Bah, nonsense. Who would believe that? Were you driving a bulldozer around when you were fighting the pirates? Yu Xiaosao didn't believe a single word of his lie. This fellow must have done this on purpose. But why would he do such a thing? He destroyed the residence that her whole family lived in and they were now homeless, yet he wanted her to be grateful. They didn't even have a gate left standing. What should we do now? Do we have to live in town now? Yu Xiaosao glared at Zhu Junyang as she fretted over this. Although their residence in town wasn't large, it was spacious enough that the main wing could house her immediate family. But what about her oldest aunt's family? And her eldest granduncle's family? Were they supposed to be like the other villagers and raise a temporary awning to live in? Shaolian came over, puffing with anger, as she furiously exclaimed, "Our family's piggery hasn't been destroyed and we still have around 100 pigs left in there. Those bastard pirates only concerned themselves with taking food and didn't even feed them. Other than the ones they slaughtered, there are still a decent number of pigs that died from sickness and starvation. The remaining pigs are so hungry that they're staggering when they walk." Senior servant Yang, who was in charge of the piggery, was quite distressed. "Those evil bastards. We had 300 pigs and the pirates only left us with this many. Miss Shaolian, is there still pig fodder and feed in the piggery? We can't have anything else happen to the remaining 100 so pigs. Old man, let's go. Come with me to take a look. I'm going along too." Shaolian was quite concerned about the pigs they raised. Luckily, most of the pigs that died of starvation or sickness were the smaller pigs that had just been caught this past spring. The pirates had killed a few of the older ones and half-grown ones to eat. The rest of the pigs only became thinner. The piggery was the building that had been preserved the most out of all of the village. It was able to house around 20-some workers and had storerooms filled with wheat bran and rice bran. None of the feed had been touched. The remaining pigs in the piggery all squealed weakly. Senior servant Yang and her husband immediately lit up the stoves in the piggery and started to make pig feed. Perhaps the pigs were able to smell the scent of food, but all of them started to cry and squeal in hunger. Zhu Junyang watched as Yu Xiaosao conversed with Zhuang Xiaomo and the rest of his village. "The dead from your village have already been buried. That place isn't suitable for human habitation anymore. What are your plans?" The village chief of Dongshan village thought for a bit and then proposed, "If you guys don't mind, you're all welcome to live in Dongshan village. I'll divvy out some land for all of you and then you can start building your homes." Zhuang Xiaomo didn't really care. He was fine as long as he had enough to eat and a place to live. That being said, if he could now live in Dongshan village, he'd be even closer to Shaolian. What problem would he have with that? The remaining 6 families first discussed this amongst themselves and then decided to become a part of Dongshan village. Their reasoning was simple. Dongshan village was one of the most famous villages in the area for being prosperous, and the village had Yu Hai's farming business that was doing very well. The Yu family often gave the villagers opportunities to make more money. Furthermore, Dongshan village was the closest village to their old village, so those who didn't want to be too far away from their old home thought that this was the best solution. Furthermore, if they settled down here, Royal Prince Yang wouldn't discriminate against them and would also give them 30 taels a family to build a new house. Right then and there, the village head divvied up some plots of land for Zhuang Xiaomo and the other families. Zhuang Xiaomo had been given an area close to the West Mountain and was only about 200 to 300 meters away from the Yu family's old residence. The tanned youth was quite pleased with this arrangement. After mourning for a bit, all of the villagers started bustling about again. The men started to cut trees to build temporary shelters with their women helping them. The elderly took the children to scrounge about the remains of their old homes to see if they could find anything usable. Although the royal prince was willing to subsidize them, they had gotten used to scrimping and saving. The more they could save the better. Yu Xiaosao's oldest aunt's family and eldest granduncle's family were all planning on building temporary shelters in the vicinity of their homes. That way it would be easier for them to keep an eye on things when the houses were being built. The Yu family was also concerned about their businesses in the village and didn't really want to move into town. Zhu Junyang warmly invited them to go live in the mountain villa but had been resolutely refused by Yu Xiaosao. He glared at her sulkily after that. Fang Zizhen was still concerned about the harbor. When he saw that his daughter was fine, he headed back to the docks. Before he left, he gave the key to the Zhao family's residence to Xiaoxiao and said, I already took a look and my martial uncle's home hasn't been touched. If you guys don't want to go into town, you can live there instead. It looked like there were no better options available. Yu Xiaoxiao took the key and then spoke to her oldest aunt and eldest granduncle. The worker rooms in the piggery are still empty. Oldest aunt, eldest granduncle, if you guys don't mind the odor of the piggery, you all can live there for now. Summer was about to come and the rainy season was imminent. Temporary shacks naturally weren't as comfortable as living in the piggery, which had been sturdily built with bricks and had a tiled roof. Yu Kaifeng thought for a bit and said, I need to go back to the prefectural city's braised food shop to oversee some things. Yanner and Junping are still young, so I'm not sure they can handle everything. How about we let your oldest uncle handle the house getting rebuilt here and I take Fangping back to the prefectural city to check on things. Earlier, their two families had discussed things over. The whole village was now casting mud bricks, so no one had the time to help anyone else. The two families decided to hire some bricklayers from the town to rebuild their homes. Neither of them lacked money. In fact, they were planning on rebuilding their residences next to each other to become neighbors. This way, it'd be easier for them to check up on each other and help when needed. They only needed to spend money on the bricklayers' wages to have them work on their house. Thus, Lu Hu alone was more than enough to oversee things. Yu Lichun discussed things with his sons and they felt that Xiaoxiao's proposal was quite good. They packed up their luggage and left with Arya to go live in the piggery. All of the other people in the village watched enviously as they left. In their eyes, having a proper roof over their heads was the most fortunate thing at this time. Madame Zhang and her son sidled up and tried to get a handout. They both knew that old Yu was the most soft-hearted out of all of them, and so they found him. Old man, for the sake of our previous relationship as husband and wife, can you give us something? Dashan also called you father for more than 30 years. Old Yu had finally seen the truth. This mother and son pair could flatter you like the gods when they needed something from you. However, once you had no value to them, they would kick you to the side of the road as if you were a stray dog. If he still fell for these fair-weather folks' tricks, he would truly be the dumbest idiot in the whole village. Don't even think about it. The piggery is Dahai's whole family's business. They can let whoever they want to live there. It's none of my business. Old Yu put his hands behind his back in preparation to go to the Zhao family's residence at the foot of the mountain with his son. Madame Zhang grabbed onto his arm and pleaded, "You're Yu Hai's biological father, isn't his property your property? How could he not dare to listen to you if you say a word? The word, filial, will stop him in his tracks. Old man, I noticed that Yu Hai listens to everything that the lass, Xiaoxiao, says. I heard that the lass even has all of the housing deeds, business contracts and money in the family. Just think, she's a bad investment and who knows who'll she marry in the future. You can't just let all of that money go to an outsider in the future. You're the head of the family, so you need to set down some rules. You can't just let the younger generation just walk all over you. What's wrong with Xiaoxiao having all of those assets in her hands? The family's early ripening vegetables, watermelons, the cooperation with the Zhou family, and stores in the prefectural city, which of these weren't ideas that came from Xiaoxiao first? The vast majority of money from the family had all come from her. Even if she took everything as her dowry when she got married, no one in the family would say a word. Is handling the money you made yourself considered being rash and arrogant now? Then, are you saying that if we give everything to you instead, pay for all your living expenses, that's not being rash and arrogant? Old Yu only planned on living out the rest of his days leisurely with the Yu family. Other than helping out here and there, he had no desire to meddle with anything else. His grandchildren had their own ways of life. As an old man who had been a fisherman for all of his life, it was better if he didn't interfere too much. Just look, I wasn't implying that at all, I was only thinking for the Yu family as a whole. Before Madame Zhang could continue on her attempt to persuade him, old Yu interrupted her. As an outsider, you have no need to be concerned with my Yu family's affairs. Since we were a married couple for so long, I'm going to give you some advice. You two don't really have much going for you in the village. It'd probably be better if you both went into town or the prefectural city and rented a place to do some small business there. You'll also be able to keep an eye on Xiaobo then. I can't say anything else, but I know that Xiaoxiao's pickled vegetable store in the city is doing quite well. The city is so large, so you'll easily be able to find a small market to sell some pickled vegetables. Doing that is better than just getting by in Dongshan village. For the sake of his life, Yu Dashan disregarded his mother and lost his wife. All of the other people who had lost contact with their loved ones hadn't had any news even now. It was possible that their family members were gone forever. For the past few days, all of the villagers side-eyed or glared at Yu Dashan whenever they saw him. Their pointed looks stabbed him and made him feel low. If he continued to stay in Dongshan village, he'd never be able to lift his head again. When he heard old Yu's proposal, he was quite tempted and said to his mother, "Mother, what Uncle Yu is saying makes sense. Aren't you always fretting about youngest brother? We can do some business in the prefectural city and also take care of youngest brother. That way he'll be able to focus on studying. During the next period, he'll be able to pass the exams and become a county-level official. I'm pretty strong and I can find some work in the city to supplement some income for us." Madame Zhang was persuaded by his viewpoint. After receiving the housing subsidy, the mother and son pair left for the prefectural city the very next day. Later on, the people back in Dongshan village would occasionally get some scattered news about them. It was said that they had found a small residence to rent with other people in the southern district of the prefectural city where commoners lived. They had started buying some popular pickled vegetables wholesale from the used pickled vegetable shop and were selling them at a nearby market. Their business was decent and they made around a tael of income every month. Yu Dashan went out every day to do hard labor and his standard of living had improved compared to when he lived in the village. All of this was, in the future. In Dongshan village, there were people everywhere crafting mud bricks and laying them out under the sun to dry. Everyone wanted to build their house before the rains started. The Yu family expanded their construction plans at the old residence. They were building a residence that had 3 interlinked courtyards and the front and back courtyards had been expanded considerably too. Altogether, it was around 4 to 5 mu in size. The Liu family was building their new residence next to the Yu family and they also decided to have a large courtyard and tall walls. The Liu family had 2 sons, so they were planning on constructing a 2-courtyard residence that had 3 main rooms with 2 storage rooms in each courtyard. It was going to be very spacious. Currently, construction had just started on both of their residences. They had hired the best bricklayer from town. In addition, Xiao Xiao's third maternal uncle also came over to help. When the Woku pirates were coming, eldest maternal aunt and her daughter, who had been working at the piggery, hurriedly packed all of their things and ran back to their village. Because they were afraid that the pirates might slaughter their way to Chishan village, they told the news to their village chief. Chishan village's village head was an old veteran from the battlefields. Thus, he instructed the villagers to pack up their valuables and some food in preparation to flee to the mountains. He also organized the strong adult men in the village and had them patrol the area around the village. As soon as they saw any sign of the pirates, they could warn the village and they could all run for the mountains as fast as possible. Luckily, Chishan village was quite a distance away from the ocean and there was the West Mountain in the middle. Thus, the Woku pirates didn't go there. When they got the news from the Yu family that the pirates had been defeated, Lu Kunjin took his 2 sons along with him on the very next day to bring a cart full of grain and daily necessities. The Yu family's residence had been pushed over by a particular person but most of their belongings hadn't been destroyed, so they could still use them after picking them up. However, a lot of these supplies had been taken over by one of the men of the household, who distributed them for use to the villagers who had less. Currently, the daily necessities that they were using at the Zhao residence had been newly bought by that same man. Other than the grain they had taken away on that rainy night, there was still more than enough grain and other food still stored in the underground cellar for them to eat. The food and necessities that her maternal grandfather and uncles brought over was a token of their concern and love for them. Naturally, they couldn't make them take it back. Yu Hai and her 2 uncles spent a lot of time moving all of the goods from the cart before they finally finished bringing everything to the residence halfway up the mountain. There were pros and cons to living halfway up the mountain. The con was that it was more difficult to move heavy goods there, which required quite a bit of energy. Your family's residence also got destroyed by the Woku pirates. These evil bastards are truly too inhumane. They not only steal things from us but also destroy our homes." Lu Kunjin wiped the sweat off of his face and took the tea that his granddaughter offered. He guzzled the liquid down in one gulp. The tea from his daughter's home was very good and was even better than a pot of fragrant tea that cost a few taels from the tea houses. Madame Lu sighed for a bit and then said, "Steal our things and destroy our homes. They also kill people." The neighboring village chief didn't believe Xiaomo's warning. Other than the few families who had a good relationship with him and fled into the mountains, the rest of the villagers had all been slaughtered by the pirates. Their corpses were hung on the tree outside the village and were exposed to wind and rain. From far away you could smell the ghastly stench. It was truly too horrifying. Now, no one can live in the neighboring village for fear of plague. When Lu Kunjin heard this, he felt immense relief and joy in his heart. Luckily that last Xiaosao was swimming in the ocean that day and encountered the Woku pirates' ships. Otherwise, of course, the village head and all of the villagers said so too. They said that our Xiaosao is the savior of the entire village. If it wasn't for me and her father stopping them, they would have wanted to erect a longevity plaque to her in the village. Madame Lu had a hint of pride in her voice. Maternal grandfather. There are even some people who claim that my second sister is the reincarnation of the child, Shankai, who is the disciple of the goddess of mercy. This is the reason why she can come up with all of these methods to make money as well as saving everyone. They even claim that my second sister was ill in her childhood because it was hard for her young body to support such a reincarnated spirit. Don't you think all of this is funny? Little Shido came over to join in on the fun and brought over a small wooden stool to sit next to his maternal grandfather. When he heard them chatting idly, he also interjected his thoughts. Madame Lu laughed as she pointed at his head. "Go, go, go. What are you doing here? Everyone is just idly chatting, so don't gossip along. Younger sister, I feel like there's some truth in what people are saying. Xiaosao is still very young, yet she knows how to make such delicious food and come up with so many methods to make money. Even I, as her relative, can benefit from her skills." Lu Pei grinned as he drank his tea while he voiced his agreement with little Shido. In little Shitu's heart, his second sister was omnipotent. He nodded his head repeatedly. "I also feel like second sister is the reincarnation of a little immortal girl. In fact, she must have been a very powerful immortal girl too." Lu Pei quipped, "If your second sister is the reincarnation of an immortal girl, then you, Shido, are the reincarnation of the Wenku Star One. At such a young age, you passed the exam to become a county official and even scored high enough to become a granary official. In the future, won't you be able to take first place in the imperial examinations?" Little Shido remarked bashfully, "It's only with the help of my teachers. That being said, it's not easy to place first in the imperial examinations, right? My school's headmaster said that as long as I work hard, it shouldn't be difficult for me to place in the top 10. The worst that I'll place would be within the top 20. The little fellow was still young, so he wasn't able to hide things very well. Thus, he proudly told the adults in the room what his master had told him a few days ago. After getting numerous compliments from his maternal grandfather and uncles, he felt a bit embarrassed and fled to the kitchen to watch his second sister cook food. Lu Kunjin had a gratified look on his face as he smiled. "Seeing that all of you are fine, I can finally relax again. In the past, I wasn't in favor of you marrying into the Yu family. Everyone says that having a stepmother means having a stepfather. You suffered so much for those years and even your children were thin and sallow. Your mother and I didn't feel good seeing that. However, we weren't well off at the time and couldn't help much. Luckily, you guys finally split from the family and your husband is a hard-working man. Your children are sweet and obedient. Seeing that your life is going well, your mother and I can finally relax." Lu Kunjin loved his youngest daughter a lot. Originally, he wanted to find a husband from her in their own village who came from a decent family. With her 3 older brothers around, his youngest daughter absolutely wouldn't be taken advantage of. Who would have thought that Dongshan village's Yu Hai would take a liking to her? The matchmaker had made it seem like Yu Hai was a match made in heaven. He was good at fishing and knew how to hunt to subsidize the family. His family had a 5-room house that was newly built and he was an honest and kind man. The only thing the matchmaker didn't mention was that he had a selfish, vicious and heartless stepmother. At that time, he should have stuck to his guns and adamantly refused. Otherwise, his daughter wouldn't have to suffer so much for all of these years. Madame Lu's eyes became hot and she pulled at her father's rough, large hand. As if she was a young maiden again, she swayed back and forth and said, "Father, daughter is unfilial and made you worry so much. Silly lass, living well is the best way of showing your filial respect to me and your mother. Quickly wipe away those tears, your children are watching." Lu Kunjin patted his daughter's hand and continued, "I see that your family's old residence is expanding again. I know you don't lack money at this point, so I won't say anything. Your older brothers and I don't have much to do at home, so we'll stay around and help you for a few days." Madame Lu used the back of her hand to wipe away her tears as she shook her head. "Father, this time, the royal prince found an experienced bricklayer in town to build our residence. Even my husband can't do much to help. You're getting old, so in the future, leave the hard work to my older brothers. Don't think that because I'm in my 50s that I can't do much. This body of mine is still sturdy and your second older brother can't even compare with me in the fields. In the future, if you guys need help, please ask us. I'm your father and they're your blood-related brothers, so don't take us to be outsiders." Lu Kunjin knew that his daughter's family had a good life now. However, as a father, he couldn't help but worry and always wanted to help. The feelings of parents were always so. Lu Pei also nodded his head repeatedly. "Father is right. We are your blood-related siblings. If there's anything going on, just say a word." This year, the Yu family planted all of their fields in Dongshan village with watermelons. The two brothers, Lu Pei and Lu Han, had rented a shop in the prefectural city. One of them went back and forth between Dongshan village and the prefectural city to transport the melons, while the other manned the shop and sold the melons. In a month, they made 300 to 400 taels. He had originally planned on collaborating with his second younger brother to buy that shop. That way, when his younger brother-in-law expanded his early-growing green vegetable business, they could buy them wholesale from him and sell them at this stall. However, he didn't expect that his second sister-in-law was short-sighted and refused to take out 500 taels to buy the store. She was afraid that they'd lose all of their hard-earned money in this investment. At the time, he only had around 700 to 800 taels on hand. The owner of the store had originally set a price of 1,200 taels for the shop. He had painstakingly managed to haggle down to 1,000, but he didn't have enough money on hand. After talking to Yu Hai, his younger brother-in-law didn't say anything and gave him 500 taels to buy the shop now. As for the money that was left, once he made enough money, then he could return it. With the shop on hand, his wife had bought some braised food from Xiaoxiao's braised food shop. Every day they could make around a couple hundred coppers to 1 tael. At this rate, even if they weren't able to sell the early ripening vegetables, they'd be able to make all of the money they spent to buy the shop in 4 years. When his second sister-in-law found out, she immediately regretted her decision and argued with them to also take a share. Where was she when they needed them? At the time, she refused to take out the money as she was afraid of losing it. Now that she saw them making money, she insisted on cooperating with them. Who was willing to spoil such a person? His father had lost his temper right then and there and his mother had scolded his second sister-in-law later privately. Only then did the woman calm down. However, towards his younger brother-in-law, who helped them during their times of need, Lu Pei felt immense gratitude. Although they refused his thanks, he couldn't forget their kindness. In the future, when he had the chance, he would definitely repay them. Lu Han had a clumsy mouth and didn't like talking. At this time, he also spoke up. "Younger sister, if there's anything you need help with, just tell me. I don't have much else but I am strong and willing to do hard work." Lu Han never said anything about the help his younger sister's family had given him, but his heart knew what he owed. His wife was working in the Zhou family's factories because Xiaoxiao had introduced her to the managers. She made around 1 tael per month as salary and could also bring some vermicelli and century eggs home from time to time as bonuses. All of the other matrons in the village envied her endlessly. He was only a peasant farmer who knew how to tend his fields. After collaborating with his eldest brother to sell watermelons, they had made a few hundred taels each in the past 2 to 3 years. This was something that they would have never dreamed of in the past. Although his wife had been the one to stop him from collaborating with his eldest brother to buy a shop, he had his own ideas now. He was planning on using their money to buy land. He would plant and take care of any land he could. The rest he could rent out to other people. That way, they'd have an additional source of income each year. If it wasn't for his youngest sister and brother-in-law's family, his whole family would only have those few plots of land to take care of and would have to live very frugally. Even his petty and small-minded wife was also very grateful to his younger sister's whole family. When Madame Lu saw that her father and older brothers all sincerely wanted to help her, she felt warmth bubble up in her heart. Her maternal family's living situation had gradually improved over time. Even her youngest older brother had made quite a bit of money working at the docks. Since her family was rebuilding their residence right now, her youngest older brother didn't say anything and packed all of his gear to come over to help. Right now, no one in their family needed to oversee the work on the house as her youngest older brother had taken charge of everything. With her youngest older brother taking over, as an experienced bricklayer, no one would dare to goof off or try to use shoddy materials to fool them. It relieved a lot of work for their usually busy family. When the Lu family's father and son saw that there wasn't much they could help with, they finished lunch and decided to head out. Madame Lu wanted her father to spend a few days with her, but he refused. Right now you guys have a lot going on, so I won't add to the trouble. Once your house is done, your mother, I, and your brothers and sisters-in-law will all come over to celebrate. At that time, if there's nothing going on, your mother and I will spend a few days with you. After Madame Lu heard her father's thoughts, she didn't try to convince him again. She escorted her father and older brothers down the mountain and reluctantly watched as they left. The Imperial Army arrived the day after the Wokou pirates retreated. The leader was Commander Fang, who went on the ocean voyage with Royal Prince Yong. He was appointed the title of Junhai General and led 10,000 elite soldiers to guard the coastal area of Jinwei Prefectural City. Not only that, but there was also a guarding station set up every 10 kilometers along the coastal area, which was guarded by 100 soldiers. At each location, they were required to build a watchtower, and 2 people were on watch for every shift. A guarding station was set up near Dongshan village, and the watchtower was built on the cliff that Xiaosao and the others often gathered seafood at. When the group of soldiers passed by Dongshan village, the villagers only dared to watch afar for fear that they would get into trouble. Since the guarding station was so close to the village head was afraid that the soldiers would use their authority to force the villagers to give them things from to time. If Xiaosao could read his mind, she would definitely tell him, "Village head grandpa, you're thinking too much. With the great Buddha Royal Prince Yong in our village, they wouldn't dare to pluck a tiger's whiskers even if someone lent them some more courage." The guarding station was located on the ruins of a neighboring village. The herbs and other substances to prevent pestilence had already been sprinkled throughout the village. The soldiers fixed the few remaining houses in the village and used them as base camp. Every day, they went back and forth between the cliff and the base camp, and worked hard to build the watchtower. The watchtower wasn't only a lookout, but when there was a situation out in the sea, they would light up a beacon to convey the message. When Yu Xiaosao occasionally dived in the sea, she would look at the cliff from afar. The construction of the watchtower progressed rapidly and looked different every day. She didn't know if she was overthinking, but she always felt that there was someone watching her on the cliff. Could it be that the soldiers of the guarding station were monitoring her because they thought that she was a spy? After that, Xiaosao didn't dare to dive near the cliff to gather seafood. She was afraid that the soldiers monitoring the sea would find out about her secret. After she dove into the water, she would tell the little dolphin to take her into the deep sea, and she would only emerge from the water at that time. This year, the amount of seafood that the Zhou family had to pay tribute to the imperial court had increased, so Xiaosao had to make time to go to the sea a few more times. She had a rich harvest every time, and at times, she would also bring back a big lobster and some deep-sea fishes for her family to enjoy. After moving into the Zhao residence, they lived even closer to the mountain manor, which made it much more convenient for Zhu Junyang to bum off meals from them. Every summer, he was able to eat good food and endless delicious seafood such as sea urchin lobster roll, grilled salmon, tuna and lettuce rice ball, fried yellow croaker, and grilled cod in oyster sauce. These dishes, which he had never seen before, made him sigh when eating them. How am I supposed to live in the future without that last xiaoxiao? Thus, for the sake of being able to eat good food in the future, Royal Prince Yang clung onto Yu Xiaoxiao even more tightly. The foundation of the house in Dongshan village had just been completed, and the winter wheat in the farmstead had matured. Yu Hai handed the task of supervising to his third brother-in-law, while he went to the front line of harvesting with his oldest son, youngest daughter, and the royal prince's entourage. Of course, as the owners, they didn't need to personally harvest the wheat. The supervisor of the tenant farmers stood behind them with a bright smile as he reported the growth of the wheat. This year, the wheat in the fields had grown very well. Not only were the ears of the wheat bigger than the neighboring plantation, they were also very full. According to his years of experience, the output of wheat probably exceeded 500 caddies per mu. It shall be noted that, unlike in her previous lifetime, this wasn't a time period when it was easy to produce over 1,000 caddies of crops. The yield of wheat generally ranged between 200 to 300 caddies. An output of more than 300 caddies was considered a high yield. As for 500 caddies, that was something that had never happened before. Yu Hai, as the owner, expressed his satisfaction and openly praised the supervisor. Before the harvest, Yu Xiaoxiao had requested the tenant farmers cut and put aside the wheat stalks with longer ears and fuller kernels. When planting wheat next year, they could plant these kernels in a separate plot of land and see if the yield could reach a new high. The output of 500 caddies per mu hadn't reached Xiaoxiao's ideal results. It would be even better if the yield per mu could reach up to 1,000 caddies or more, like in her previous life. In this way, the people of the great Ming dynasty wouldn't have to worry about not having ample food and clothing. Seeing this, Zhu Junyang also told the steward to instruct the long-term workers to look for wheat stalks with longer ears and fuller kernels in his 800 mu of farmland and put them together with Xiaoxiao's collection. After threshing, it actually exceeded 100 caddies, which meant that they could open up 50 to 60 mu of land as experimental fields. It was always sunny recently. After she asked the little divine stone and found out that it wouldn't rain for half a month, the summer harvest began vigorously. For the tenant farmers of the farmstead, each household had a portion of land that they were responsible for, and they worked especially hard when reaping the wheat. In less than 5 days, more than 100 mu of wheat had been harvested, threshed, dried, and transported to the granary. With a rough estimation, they yielded 600 caddies of wheat per mu in the superior farmlands and 500 caddies per mu in average farmlands. Even in the inferior farmlands, they were able to harvest more than 300 caddies per mu. The entire plantation was overjoyed. In this way, not counting the rent that they gave to the owners, on average, they still had more than 200 caddies of grain per mu. Those with more labor force in the family were divided 40 to 50 mu of land to work on, so wouldn't that mean that they could receive nearly 10,000 caddies of wheat? This was only for one season, so if they added the corn harvested in autumn, oh my god! They wouldn't be able to finish everything even if they ate wheat flour and white rice daily. But, of course, they definitely couldn't consume this high-yielding wheat. Xiaoxiao planned on leaving the wheat as seeds for next year. She wanted to see if the kernels improved by mystic stone water could be even more high-yielding next year. As a result, after all the seeds had been threshed, the Yu family bought all of the wheat kernels from the tenant farmers at market price. The news about the high yield of wheat at the Yu family's farmstead swiftly spread in the vicinity. The first to contact Yu Hai was the Zhou family's steward, who was in charge of the ritual fields. The Zhou family and Yu family were business partners, so he was considered an old acquaintance of the family. After they exchanged greetings, the steward directly revealed the intention of his visit. Master Yu, our patriarch heard that your family had a good harvest of wheat, so he wanted to ask where you guys got the wheat kernels. Yu Hai had wanted to say that they were just normal wheat kernels, but he was stopped by his youngest daughter. Xiaoxiao smiled as she pushed the responsibility onto Royal Prince Yang. Our plantation's wheat kernels were awarded to us by Royal Prince Yang. At that time, the kernels appeared to be the same as ordinary wheat kernels. We didn't expect it to be so high-yielding. Royal Prince Yang had once gone to the Western Hemisphere and brought back many seeds of high-yield crops. This was something that nearly the entire Great Ming Empire knew about, let alone Tanggu Town. The steward from the Zhou family pondered for a moment, and then asked, Then, can Master Yu give some kernels to the Zhou family? We're willing to pay a lot of money. Yu Hai looked at his daughter, and when he saw her nod at him, he asked, may I know how many kernels the Zhou family wants? The steward pondered for a moment, and then said, the Zhou family has 500 mu of ritual fields. The first branch has 300 mu of fertile farmland under their name, while the second branch. Steward Lu, it's also our first time planting and harvesting wheat, so we don't have a lot of seeds on hand. We can only provide you seeds for the 500 mu of ritual fields. 1 mu of land would require between 15 to 20 caddies of seeds. The Zhou family would need almost 10,000 caddies of seeds for just their ritual fields. The Yu family's farmstead collected a total of 70,000 caddies of seeds. If they let Steward Lu continue on, they would have to share 1/3 of their seeds with the Zhou family alone. After making a rough calculation within her heart, Yu Hai interrupted Steward Lu's words. When Steward Lu heard that they could only give them seeds for the 500 mu of ritual fields, he was worried that he had only accomplished half of the task that the patriarch assigned him. He wanted to try to get some more, but Yu Hai firmly stated that they would only provide 10,000 caddies of seeds, and nothing else. Yu Xiaoxiao just stood at the side with a smile. If the first branch of the Zhou family had treated third young Master Zhou better, then she might have put in a good word for the Zhou family and given them a little more wheat kernels. However, the Zhou family's first branch was a group of weirdos, who often bullied third young Master Zhou and his mother. The eldest master of the Zhou family would occasionally use his identity as the birth father and attempt to control the second branch. It was great that their plantation didn't have a good harvest of grains. It was none of her business. As for the farmlands under the name of the Zhou family's second branch, would her father not give third young Master Zhou face if he asked? They had finished negotiating the price of the fine seeds. Since fine seeds could produce double the amount of normal wheat kernels, the price would be at least several folds higher. For example, normal wheat kernels cost 10 copper coins per caddy and 20 caddies of seeds could be planted in 1 mu of farmland. Thus, it would be a total of 200 copper coins. 300 caddies of wheat could be harvested in 1 mu of fertile farmland. The market price of wheat was 5 copper coins per caddy, so 1 mu of farmland could reap 1,500 copper coins, which was 7 or 8 times more than the investment. Their family could produce 600 caddies per mu with ordinary wheat kernels. If they changed it to fine seeds next year, the output would definitely be higher. If calculated based on a yield of 600 caddies per mu and an income of 3 taels per mu, then she could earn 50 copper coins with 1 caddy of seeds. Shouldn't be too much, right? Steward Lu calculated in his heart, and then said with a smile on his face, Master Yu, isn't it somewhat expensive? Look, your family's seeds only yielded double that of ordinary seeds, but the price is 5 times higher. Aren't you asking for too much? Yu Hai felt that this daughter had set the price for too high, but he just smiled and didn't say anything. Then he turned his gaze to his youngest daughter. Yu Xiaoxiao looked at him with a gaze that said, don't worry, and then she said to Steward Lu with a smile on her face, Steward Lu, let me make the calculations for you and you can consider whether this is a good deal. The yield from ordinary wheat kernels can only earn 1 tael per mu, but our family's fine seeds can earn 3 taels per mu. For ordinary wheat, you will need to plant 20 caddies per mu. For our fine seeds, you just need to plant 15 caddies. That is to say, if you invested 750 copper coins, you can earn 3 taels per caddy. The net income will be 2,250 copper coins. For 500 mu of ritual fields, you can earn 1125 taels. If you just used ordinary seeds, you guys can at most earn a little more than 600 taels. It's nearly doubled the money. Steward Lu took the abacus from the worker behind him and did the calculations. Sure enough, they could earn nearly twice as much on the same fields. Only a fool wouldn't accept this deal. Steward Lu hesitated for a moment and wondered if there was a possibility for the other party to lower the price. At this time, Yu Xiaoxiao spoke up again, Steward Lu, you also know about our family's relationship with your future head of the household. How about this? We'll give your third young master face and sell 1 caddy of seeds for 40 copper coins. However, we'll need Steward Lu to keep this a secret and tell outsiders that you bought them for 50 copper coins per caddy. After removing 10 copper coins per caddy, they had taken off a total of 100 taels for the 500 muo. Steward Lu looked at Yu Hai. Upon seeing that he didn't have any objections, he thought, everyone says that the one who truly manages the Yu household is the family's youngest daughter. Many of the best-selling and delicious dishes of Junsho restaurant, which was the starting point of third young master's success, are made by her. In the past, he had thought that the rumors were exaggerated. How could a little girl have such capability? She was just being pampered by her family, and thus they gave her all the credit. But, after today, he really believed it. 100 taels wasn't considered a small sum of money for any families of peasant origin. This was especially true for Dongshan village, which had just experienced the burning, killing, and looting of Woku pirates. The entire village had to rebuild their houses. With 100 taels, they could build a decent house. However, the little girl didn't even discuss this matter with her family and made the decision to lower the price herself. Moreover, her father appeared to be quite used to this behavior. It seemed like there was a reason as to why the mother-son pair of the second branch was on friendly terms with Miss Yu. Steward Lu thought to himself that he mustn't slight this young girl in the future. He must treat her like how he treated his masters. Weren't the workers in Junsho restaurant, who had a good relationship with her, all promoted to management-level positions? He had been in charge of the ritual fields for over 20 years, so he should move somewhere else. With that thought in mind, he appeared somewhat more respectful as he said with a simple, "No need, no need. With the good relationship between the Yu family and our master, you definitely wouldn't demand an outrageous price. If third young master finds out that this old servant tried to bargain with Miss Yu, he will definitely strip me of the position of a steward. Let's just agree on the price of 50 copper coins per caddy." Yu Xiaosao raised her brows. So there were really people who didn't take advantage of others even when given the chance. Since Steward Lu was so tactful, she wouldn't let him go back empty-handed. Yu Xiaosao didn't say anything else in regard to the price and agreed on the price of 50 copper coins per caddy. Then she weighed 10,000 caddies of seeds for Steward Lu. Steward Lu smoothly paid 500 taels for the seeds. Before leaving, Yu Xiaosao quietly gave him 50 taels, saying that it was for all the hard work that Steward Lu had done. Steward Lu was very stunned and hurriedly gave it back to her. "No, this won't do. If the masters know that this old servant had embezzled the money for the seeds, wouldn't they skin me alive?" Yu Xiaosao quickly offered him a reason to accept the money. "Look at what you're saying. How is this considered embezzlement? Didn't you already pay for the seeds? You have been working hard the whole day, so this is for you to get something to drink." "No, no, this old servant has worked at the ritual fields for over 20 years, I have always kept my hands clean. Miss Yu, please don't lead others to commit crimes. If someone finds out, this old servant's reputation will be completely ruined." With a mournful expression, Steward Lu tightly clenched his sleeves, for fear that she would forcibly give him the money. What a joke. His primary goal was to befriend the Yu family, especially Miss Yu Xiaosao. Although 50 taels was a large sum and about the same as his annual salary, he couldn't lose the main goal because of small gains. He knew that as long as Miss Yu put in a good word for him in front of third young master, then he could walk on a smooth road in the future. Seeing that he really didn't want to take it, Yu Xiaosao had a slightly better impression of Steward Lu. She thought about it, and then took out several pills from her pouch. There were pills for diarrhea, cold, and coughing. These were good medicines that were hard to buy even if one lined up in front of Tongren Medicine Hall, especially after that stinky guy Zhu Junyang promoted her family's workshop. Now, they were short in supplies. She heard that the price of one pill in the capital's Tongren Medicine Hall had inflated to 100 taels. One must admit that this wasn't an unreasonable price. Tongren Medicine Hall's medicine pills and wound bombs were very effective. For example, one might not be able to completely cure a cold even after drinking bitter medicine for 3 to 5 days. However, the illness could be completely cured after taking a pill, or if more serious, 2 pills. It was the same for the wound balm. When injured, one just needed to put some on the wound, and it would immediately stop the bleeding and pain. The chance of inflammation was also greatly reduced. The wound would be completely healed after 3 to 5 days. If it was some other wound balm, it would take at least 8 to 10 days to remove the scab. The capital didn't lack rich people, so they would definitely be happy to spend 100 taels in exchange for less suffering. Especially for those big merchants with thriving businesses. If they were healed a day earlier, wouldn't they be able to earn a day more of money? The pampered children of noble families couldn't stand the torture of illness. For pills that could get rid of illness, not to mention 100 taels, but they would be willing to buy it even if it was more expensive. Allegedly, that person in the palace was already eyeing Tongren Medicine Hall for the next selection of imperial merchants. They had already decided behind closed doors that all kinds of pills and medicinal syrups would be appointed as tribute to the imperial palace. Within the entire Tanggu town, only a few families could afford to use the pills. Patriarch Zhou was getting old, so his health had been deteriorating. Thus, they had prepared several of these pills at home for emergencies. When the young masters and young misses of the first branch coughed a little, they would clamor about wanting to drink the sweet medicine. Among the servants, only the capable people around the patriarch and matriarch could occasionally be awarded with a pill. For people like Steward Liu, who had been assigned to manage the ritual fields in the remote suburbs, they had never even seen the pills before. Could Steward Liu not be excited to see Miss Yu take out 5 pills? Logically speaking, he should refuse. But he really didn't want to refuse. These were good medicines that couldn't be bought even if one had money. Recently, his father had a craving for cold food and ate too much iced watermelon, so he had an upset stomach. After taking several doses of medicine, there still wasn't any improvement in his condition and it seemed to be worsening. The doctor said that his father was old and his organs were aging, and thus even a minor illness might kill him. When Steward Liu came out today, his father was already bedridden with an ashen complexion. Among the pills given by Miss Yu, there were 2 that treated diarrhea. Refusing to accept them might cost his father's life. After struggling for a long time, Steward Liu gritted his teeth and accepted the 5 precious pills with trembling hands. He wasn't even 40 years old yet, so he could strive for his future again in the future. However, he only had one father. He would never come back after leaving. Seeing that Steward Liu had accepted the pills, Yu Xiaosao breathed out a sigh of relief. This Steward Liu was too timid and overcautious. He had to think for so long before accepting the pills that she casually made. It almost seemed as if he was afraid that she would go tattle to third young Master Zhou about him accepting bribes. It should be known that the pills that she casually made were much more effective than the pills produced in the workshop. On one hand, there was a higher concentration of mystic stone water. On the other hand, during the process of making the pills, the spiritual energy of the multicolored stone on her wrist had flowed into the medicine. The unassuming pill was 2 or 3 times more effective than the pills made in the workshop. Therefore, when Steward Liu fed his father the pill upon returning home, his father's diarrhea immediately stopped, and his complexion also became more healthy. Half a day later, he was able to get up from his bed and stroll around the fields. His body was even stronger than before he fell ill. Steward Liu regarded the remaining pills as holy medicine. These pills could save their lives during critical moments. It was no wonder that so many wealthy families scrambled to buy Tongren Medicine Hall's pills. Even if they had a lot of money, it couldn't revive a life. How could the news of the steward of the Zhou family buying fine seeds from the Yu family's farmstead be kept a secret from those households who kept a close eye on the high-yield wheat kernels? There were quite a lot of rich people in Tanggu town. Even for those who got rich from doing business, who didn't purchase a few hundred mu of fertile farmlands when buying property. It was necessary to have all these real estates. The second household to buy fine seeds was the Yao family, who only bought vegetables from the Yu family. Steward Yao had already been promoted to a trusted head steward who served the patriarch. But after all, he was more familiar with the Yu family, so he was sent to talk with the Yu family. He didn't bother Yu Hai, who was busily working in the fields, and directly went to find Yu Xiaosao, who was planting corn. He greeted her with a smile. "Long time no see. How are you doing, Miss Yu?" "Steward Yao, it's been a while since I have seen you. I heard that you have been promoted to a head steward. Congratulations." Yu Xiaosao congratulated him. Steward Yao waved his hands and humbly said, "Wasn't it all thanks to the Yu family? Your family's vegetables helped me gain some merit in front of our old master." Thanks to our old master's kindness, he has transferred this old servant to serve him directly. It's a pity that more than half of your family's vegetables had been destroyed by the Woku pirates. Since we aren't able to buy the Yu family's vegetables, our old master's appetite has greatly reduced. During meals, he would always sigh in front of the dishes. Miss Yu, when will the construction on your house be completed? It's still too early. However, we have decided to open up some space for a vegetable garden at our plantation. We will plant vegetables of the current season that will be specially sold in the Tanggu area. Leafy greens have a short growth period, so they might be on the market in about half a month. Yu Xiaosao had long wanted to expand the scope of their vegetable cultivation. The few mu of land in their courtyard at home gradually didn't have enough supply to provide to the Junshou restaurants in Tanggu town and the prefectural city. Except for old customers like the Yao family, they had stopped selling vegetables to the rich families in Tanggu town. Cries of discontent could be heard everywhere from those who were used to eating the Yu family's vegetables. Now, the Zhou family had opened up another branch of Junshou restaurant at the harbor. It was even bigger than the ones in Tanggu town and the prefectural city. Furthermore, it was a big hotel that provided lodging, food, and bathing. Third young Master Zhou had freed up some time to go to Dongshan village and pestered her to overcome all difficulties to ensure that she could provide vegetables for the Junshou restaurant at the docks. He wanted to strive for a good start. He wanted those visiting merchants to think of Junshou restaurant whenever they came to Tanggu docks. In this way, the expansion of vegetable cultivation was imminent. Fortunately, the Yu family's farmstead was closer to Tanggu town and the prefectural city than Dongshan village. Moreover, there was an official road right in front of the plantation connecting Tanggu town and the prefectural city, which made transportation more convenient. After discussing with her father, they first plowed 10 mu of vegetable garden in the plantation and found 2 meticulous and loyal families to manage it. In the future, the vegetable fields in the farmstead needed to provide vegetables to the restaurants and families in Tanggu town and the prefectural city. Dongshan village was located closer to the harbor, so the vegetables grown at home were specially used to supply the Junshou restaurant at the docks. Yu Xiaosao acted without delay and called over Widow Li and her son and the family of the matron, whose husband broke his leg when the Yu family just bought the plantation. After the husband's leg recovered, he had a slight limp, but it didn't affect his ability to work. The 2 families were very grateful to the owners for they took care of them, and thus they were more loyal than the other tenant farmers. In particular, Widow Li and her son, who were divided 3 mu of land last autumn, had tended the fields meticulously. When it was time for harvest, they even got first place in the village. With an average yield of 680 caddies per mu, they were awarded with 1 tael per mu by the masters. In addition, there were also over 1,000 caddies of fine wheat kernels. They had earned an income of 13 taels within half a year. Allegedly, the masters would also buy the kernels of corn, which would be harvested in the latter half of the year, back at market price. In this way, they could make at least 20-something taels in a year. This was something that Widow Li and her son had never dared to imagine. After working for a few more years, her son would have enough money to get married. When Widow Li and her son and Lu Dazhuang's family author's notes, the tenant farmer who walked with a limp, were called over by the masters, all the tenant farmers in the plantation discussed animatedly, they are the 2 families with the least labor force and they aren't responsible for a lot of fields. Do you think that the masters are planning on kicking them out and hiring new people? That can't be, right? The master and young miss are so kind-hearted. When distributing farmland last year, they even counted women and older children, who are capable of working. Didn't Widow Li and her son get awarded by the masters? A tenant farmer, who was jealous of her family being rewarded, curled up her lips and said, their family of 2 only need to take care of 3 mu of farmlands. Had it been me, I would have done better than them. Widow Li and her son received a dozen or so taels, so even if they got kicked out, they wouldn't be penniless. In fact, although Lu Dazhuang is crippled, it doesn't hinder him from doing farm work. His son is also 16, and thus can also be considered an adult worker. His wife is also a capable worker. So they probably wouldn't have their land taken away and kicked out, right? There were 16 families in the farmstead now, and none of them wanted to leave the Yu family's plantation. There was no need to mention the kindness of the masters. During the locust plague, they not only refused to accept rent, but they also subsidized them by hiring them as long-term workers. While the tenant farmers in the nearby villages and other plantations became emaciated and sold their children and women, they were able to live a good life without worrying about food and clothes. This year's summer harvest was even more gratifying. The family with the lowest harvest also got a dozen or so taels as income. The supervisor's family, who had the most land, earned 80 taels when they sold the seeds they reaped. In this way, their family could earn 100 taels in a year. It was 8 lifetimes of blessing for them to be able to follow the Yu family off. They would soon be able to live a good life. In a few years, they would have earned enough money to buy some property nearby. They would no longer be tenant farmers without a house and farmlands. This was all thanks to the owners. They had gotten high-yield seeds for them to plant, so even after they paid the rent, they still had a lot left over. The tenant farmers at the plantation were mostly people left behind by the previous owners. At that time, they just had barely enough to eat. After paying rent, there were at most 100 or so caddies of grain per mule left over. Each caddy could only be sold for 4 to 5 copper coins, so they could only earn 5 to 600 copper coins per mule. The tenant farmers reaped wheat, but they were reluctant to eat wheat flour. Instead, they exchanged them for coarse grain in order to somewhat fill their stomachs. It was different from the present. Now, each family could earn a dozen or so taels. They wouldn't be able to use up the money even if they ate wheat flour throughout the year. With money, they no longer had to worry about not being able to fill their stomachs. Moreover, they could also occasionally buy some meat back to satisfy the kids' craving. They didn't have to dig around for money to celebrate the new year, and they could buy some clothes for their families every year. When the tenant farmers saw Widow Li and Lu Dazhuang getting called over by the owners, they felt sorry for them. Everyone understood that the masters naturally had the rights to choose to hire people who could work. It was just that these two families were short-handed and weren't of much help to the masters. Widow Li and her son felt very uneasy right now. Had it been the previous owners, they would have long been driven out when her husband died. The current master and young miss were kind-hearted. Not only did they keep them, but they also considered them as second-class laborers when dividing land to them. Although 3 mu of fields wasn't a lot, she and her son wouldn't starve to death if they carefully tended the fields. Widow Li was shocked by their income after the summer harvest. She felt very uneasy within her heart. Could it be possible that she was dreaming? Would she wake up and realize everything was fake? When she heard that her family and crippled Lu's family of 3 were called over privately by the masters, her heart instantly sank. Could it be that the masters thought that their families were burdens and wanted to drive them out? When she looked at crippled Lu's family of 3, she saw that they also looked very alarmed and anxious. Yu Xiaosao saw the anxious expressions on the faces of both families. She quickly reassured them, "Don't worry. I called you guys over because I have a new job for you." Widow Li and Lu Dazhuang's families all looked at each other. In the end, Widow Li timidly asked, "Young miss, aren't you doing to drive us out?" "Drive out? Why would I? Your 2 families are doing a good job taking care of the lands distributed to you. Your families are within the top 3 in terms of harvest. Wouldn't it be a loss to our farmstead if we kicked such capable people out?" Yu Xiaosao was slightly stunned, but she quickly showed a reassuring smile and calmed the hearts of the 2 families. When the 2 families heard this, the big rock on their hearts immediately fell to the ground. Lu Dazhuang finally had a smile on his dull-looking face. He rubbed his hands and asked, "Young miss, we'll do whatever you want us to do. We are very relieved to be able to work for master and young miss." Yu Xiaosao looked at him with a calming gaze and said, "Have you guys heard about Dongshan Village's early maturing vegetables?" Lu Dazhuang was a man, so he would work odd jobs in his spare time. He quickly nodded and said, "Yes, I've heard about it. I heard that the Junsho restaurant in town uses vegetables from Dongshan Village. At the beginning of spring, 1 plate of sautéed vegetables cost 1 tael. The wealthy and influential families in town also scrambled and competed to buy Dongshan Village's vegetables. The town's patriarch Yao is very famous in town because all his vegetables were supplied by Dongshan Village. Unfortunately, the range of vegetable cultivation in Dongshan Village was too small to provide vegetables for everyone in town." Yu Xiaosao looked at him approvingly. Seeing the shocked expression on Widow Li and her son's faces, she said, "You guys should know that we're from Dongshan village." Lu Dazhuang widened his eyes and couldn't help shouting, "Young miss, could it be that those vegetables came from the master's family?" "That's right. The early maturing vegetables came from my family. Had we not made money from selling vegetables and watermelon, how would we, normal farmers, be able to own a plantation in our lifetime?" Yu Xiaoxiao wasn't afraid of letting them know more about her family. If she wanted them to work for them wholeheartedly, she must give them confidence that they could live a good life. Watermelon. The best-selling watermelon in Dongshan village is also from your family. Not only Lu Dazhuang, but even Widow Li, who rarely went to town, couldn't help but exclaim. The master's family was too capable. In just a few years, they had transformed from ordinary farmers to owners of a plantation. It was no wonder that everything that the masters planted were in great demand. Even their wheat output was higher than others. The two families were even more determined to live a good life by following the masters. "Young miss, just let us know what you want us to do." Lu Dazhuang declared his resolution first. "Yes, that's right." Widow Li also hurriedly replied for fear that the young miss would dislike her slow response and not give them the new job. Yu Xiaoxiao nodded with a smile and said, "As you guys know, Dongshan village has just experienced a disaster and most of the vegetables have been destroyed. If we want to start over again, I'm afraid that it will take up to next spring. There's a lot of land in our farmstead, and there are a lot of places suitable for growing vegetables." So, Lu Dazhuang immediately understood and asked, "Young miss, do you mean, you want our two families to help manage the vegetable fields?" She didn't expect that the dull-looking Lu Dazhuang was quite clever. Yu Xiaoxiao liked to work with smart people because it wasn't as tiring. She looked at him with approval and said, "That's right. I believe that your two families are experienced in growing vegetables, so it shouldn't be difficult for you guys to tend the vegetable fields, right?" "Not hard, not hard." Widow Li quickly replied. She had heard that the Yu family had a shortage of vegetables, so there was definitely a market for it. Which family in the farmstead didn't grow some vegetables in the front and back of their house? As long as they carefully took care of the vegetables, would it even be possible to not grow them well? Yu Xiaoxiao smiled and said, "Rest assured. We won't grow too much in the first year, each family will start with 10 mu. Don't worry, my family's vegetable seeds have been improved, so they don't need to be fertilized. They also aren't afraid of pests and diseases. As long as you work diligently, they just need to be watered and weeded every day. Don't worry about the water. I'll ask my father to hire someone to dig 2 wells next to the fields, which are specially used for the vegetable fields. No need for fertilization and pest control. Can the vegetables grow well?" The two families were full of doubts, and their expressions naturally revealed their feelings. Yu Xiaoxiao didn't explain either. They would know after the vegetables were grown. The next day, Yu Hai asked a well-digging craftsman to dig a well next to the selected vegetables fields. Since they were in a hurry to plant vegetables, Yu Hai gathered the tenant farmers in the farmstead and had them plow the 20 mu of land. First, Widow Li's family and Lu Dazhuang's family were given 8 mu and 12 mu respectively. They stayed in the fields for the entire day. They loosened the larger clumps of soil with hose and carefully weeded the fields. Although the young miss said that they didn't need to fertilize the fields, the two families still took out most of the manure that they had saved up for over half a year. After drying and crushing them into powder, they scattered them over the fields. The young miss had said that 10% of the field's income belonged to them. Lu Dazhuang had asked around and found out that they could earn at least a dozen or so taels a month per mu of vegetable field. Didn't that mean that they could earn at least 1 tael per mu each month? 12 mu of land would be 12 taels, so with the exception of 4 or 5 months that would be too cold to grow vegetables, their families could earn an annual income of 80 to 90 taels. Moreover, this was calculated based on the least amount they could possibly receive. The price of vegetables would be several times more expensive at the beginning of spring, which meant that their income would also increase several folds. Widow Li felt even more motivated to work after hearing his analysis. If they took care of the vegetable fields meticulously, then they would have a higher output and earn more money. It would be worth it even if it was somewhat tiring. End of chapter 410. See you in the next chapter. Thank you.